Probably 50 kgs. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, what are we at? Wait. Oh, my bad. We're on, Alex. What's that? Oh, I should- yeah. Get everything on? You may have to every once in a while if you get a lot of people standing alongside. You might have, I know this one. So I should stay.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us. You're looking live at Unreal Fitness here in Grand Rapids, and we're just moments from the opening flight of Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2. I'm Tanner White, an 83-kilo Powerlifting America competitor, a professional play-by-play announcer, and your master of ceremonies today. We have to say a litany of thank yous before we launch into the events of the meet. First, to meet director Alicia Lewis for having me back again and expanding my role a little bit here, being able to run the stream for you guys. To the Powerlifting America Federation, of course, for continuing to provide that clean, high-level competition to its athletes. Our venue today, Unreal Fitness, of course, here in Grand Rapids, and all of our competitors, their friends and family, and you, the viewers at home. We've got 8:56 a.m. expected to start lifting promptly at 9. Thanks so much for your patience. And again, we are so happy to have you here. Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2 kicks off real soon. See our sponsors scrolling by on the bottom of the screen. Gold level sponsors, A7, Notorious Lift, and Aleco. We could not do what we do without all of them. Thanks so much to A7, Notorious Lift, and Aleco. Some of your most premium powerlifting brands, and we are so happy to have them here as sponsors with Powerlifting America's Michigan contingent. Go ahead and tell us, folks, who are you rooting for today? Who's your lifter? Who are you most excited to watch? We'll be happy to hear and drop those down in the comments for us.
But that's okay. We can switch them around. Yeah, I'm just going to now. Okay, hold on. We'll have like 10 minutes.
Starting in about 3 minutes, everyone. 3 minutes.
3 minutes. That's all you've got left. That's all that stands between us and the opening flight of Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2 here in Grand Rapids. Up at the very top of the list is going to be Michelle Leto. She's going to open with a 55-kilo squat. If you're not quite like us and you don't have your conversion charts all in front of you, that's all right. We'll continue to tell you all about the conversions throughout the day. But yes, kilograms. Everybody among these competitors got to know their weights in kilograms. It's about 121.3 pounds, that opening squat coming from Michelle Leto. Michelle is a Masters 2 competitor under Coach Rudy Harbin with Harbin Barbell. One of a number of competitors that we will see from Harbin Barbell, and we'll tell you all about each of them as they step up onto the platform. But it is Michelle's first competition. She said she is here as a bucket list experience. We get to ask a lot of questions of these competitors before they step on the platform. And that's one of the things that she wanted to be sure to note for us, that she's here as a bucket list experience. And when asked what goals she has for today, she says, no specifics, really, just finish all those lifts. 8:59 a.m. We should be just moments from the opening attempts. If you're not quite so familiar, if this is your first time tuning in for a powerlifting meet, well, we'll tell you a little bit more about it. You've got your 3 disciplines, the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift performed in that order. We have 4 flights today. And we'll proceed all the way from flight A right on down to B, C, and D, like you might imagine, all in those squats. And then proceed on to bench press. We'll have about a 10-minute changeover between those two. Do the same thing between the bench press and the deadlift, roughly a 10-minute changeover there as well. And then get you all on out of here. Targeting roughly 2 p.m. or so. And we should have awards another 10 to 15 minutes beyond when we finish here lifting. But that's best case scenario. Originally, we were thinking 51 competitors. That's what we had originally signed up. Whittled that field down to 48. 48 fantastic competitors ready to do battle with the barbell. And let's get started. Michelle Leto, opening attempt coming. Bar is loaded for Michelle Leto, 55 kilos on the barbell. Again, it's about 123.1 in pounds. Michelle for her first competition attempt ever. Here it comes. Squat command, depth, utterly convincing. And that's a great start. Now you will see coaches as well as competitors themselves come over to the table. And from here, what they've got to do is discuss their next attempt. After that first attempt, you've got choices to go up by as little as 2.5 kilos or as much as, well, whatever you want, whatever you could dream up. Kathleen Allegretto steps up next. She'll add 2.5 kilos beyond Michelle Leto's opening attempts. Bars loaded for Kathleen Allegretto. Squat command, here it comes. Oh, about as deep as you will find.
Good work, Kathleen.
Kathleen Allegretto.
Yellow, black, silver. Yellow, black, silver. Rack height 8. I don't have it in either. Yellow, black, silver.
All right, Matt Penn is up next.
Apologies if we have any brief interruptions. That's usually just when you step up into some of these venues that you've never quite been before, you're not quite sure how the internet situation is going to work out. We've got our Lifting Cast live results that we'll tell you all about right now. We recommend that you go to liftingcast.com and search for the Powerlifting America West Michigan Classic 2 meet to follow along with all the live results. You're going to see everybody's attempts there. You're going to see the order of flights, see everybody's body weights, and projected totals once we get there, once everybody's put up a successful lift in each discipline. Beth McCauley is up next. Beth McCauley will have an 82.5 kilo squats for her opener. Some big openers towards the bottom of this women's flight. Ariana Edwards, Allison Perna, and Erica Robinson will round out the flight with 120, 125, and 130. Again, those are all in kilos. The heaviest of those attempts will be about 286 in pounds. Beth McCauley up to the barbell. The pink lightning singlet. Unique look there. Beth McCauley, nearly 60. She says she turns 60 next month. Lifetime of strength on display. Beth McCauley, squat opener. We've seen easier openers, and yet that's more than good enough. Nothing but good squats so far. Ashley Hoover stepping up next, 85 kilos is going to be her opening attempt. Again, you're going to see many of these lifters probably come into the camera frame as they come up to the table and discuss their next attempts.
Yeah.
The man in the chair that you're going to see to the left of your screen right now, that's your head referee. He'll be the one calling out the commands. Real simple commands here with the squat. You've got just the squat command and the rack command. And he'll also give that bar is loaded call to tell their competitors, hey, your attempt is up. Ashley Hoover opening with 85 kilos. The ever popular Inzer Advanced Designs knee sleeves. Wow, and with that build that she's got with the long legs, it's such an utterly convincing depth too, even though it can be noticeably harder to get to that competition depth as you've got to be a great deal more leaned forward in order to hit sort of the same depth as those with the shorter femurs and those kind of things.
On deck, Madison N. and Christine C.
Tegan Betzold is ready to open with 102.5 on the barbell. That's about 226 pounds. Tegan is a native of Essexville. She'll be competing, that is, in the junior age division. That age class is 20 to 23 years of age. Trains most often, she says, out of Evolution Fitness in Mount Pleasant. Her first competition, she says her goal is to have 9 good lifts. That coveted 9 for 9. Starts right here with the opening squat at 102.5. Here is Tegan Betzold.
Good work, Tegan.
And Tegan Betzold good on that first squat. No issues so far.
Madison Newberry up next, 105 kg, 231 pounds. Up next, Christine C. and Alexis B. on deck.
110 for Tegan.
Christine C.
Madison Newberry comes up now. You've had a couple of these where 2 consecutive lifters have had attempts that are real close to each other. Again, if you want to know what lifters have entered for their next attempts, if you want to know, hey, where is my favorite lifter in this flight? Are they coming up soon? All you've got to do is go to liftingcast.com and look for the Powerlifting America West Michigan Classic 2. Bars loaded here for Madison Newberry. Oh, the quickest opener by far. That thing leapt. Love to see that. A whole lot more in the tank for Madison Newberry. Now her and her coach come and approach the table. They've just put in a 125 second attempt. That's a 20 kilo jumper, about 44 pounds.
Is there a way to disable this like Alexa pop-up that keeps popping up every like
Christine up next.
Christine Cranford will step up now. Christine's last meet was the Classic and Equipped Age Division Nationals. Now, she did not compete equipped. She did compete raw. That was in Nevada back on May the 28th. Has more designs of making noise at a nationals level. Christine Cranford, opening squat. Booyah. Christine moved up a weight class too. Is primarily a 57 kilo competitor. Today competing in the 63 kilo class.
Alexis Bergman up next, 115 kg, 253.5 pounds. On deck, Ariana Edwards and Allison Turner. Ariana and Allison, you are on deck.
Cranking our crowd mic up for you a little bit so you can hear our PA announcer, as well as all these authentic sights and sounds. About as close as you could get to the action here. Bar now loaded for Alexis Bergsma.
Thank you.
115 opener. Big numbers, that's 253 and a half. Count it.
Incredible.
She'll elect for the rather high heel of the Olympic lifting shoe. You see lots of lifters, almost the majority probably, that will elect to wear the heels today can make hitting that competition depth just a little bit easier. In most federations' rulebooks, including Powerlifting America, you will hear some terminology like this in terms of proper squat depth. You'll hear that the top of the knee joint must appreciably dip below the top of the hip joints. And that's what our judges are looking for to assess proper depth. More big openers. Here's Ariana Edwards with a 120 kilo squat or 264.6.
Replace.
Ooh, and that's the first time we've seen this today. Ariana given one of those replace the bar commands. So the attempt timer is still running down. You've got 60 seconds from the moment that bar is loaded call is made by the head referee. Something that our head referee didn't quite like. Maybe it was the lifter standing all the way upright before that squat command. But a great comeback and a real successful squat opener. That's one of those things that can get in everybody's head. It's easy to get off your game the moment that something doesn't go exactly how you planned it and how you visualized it. That's really good recovery there from Allison Perna, rather from Ariana Edwards. Allison Perna, however, is up next. Native of Caledonia. She's a junior at just 19 years of age. Trains most often out of Max Effort Gym as well as the GVSU Rec Center.
Come on. Squat.
Big opener at 125. Whoa, would you have known it? Oh boy, there is so much more to be had than 125. You hate to speculate and say, okay, how high might she possibly be able to go? And yet you've got to kind of judge what you may be able to do by how exactly that opener moves. So her coach, as well as Allison, they approach the table. They're going to put that second attempt in. Ariana Edwards just put in a 15 kilo jump. Again, the biggest planned jump that we've seen for a second attempt is Madison Newberry jumping 20 keys, 105 to 125. Erica Robinson at the very bottom of flight A here. She's opening with 130. 286.6 going down. Oh, boy. Yeah, well, we can call the lights from here. Sometimes you're not entirely sure. Sometimes you really want to wait for the judges' lights to show up. Not so much that time. Dunked. And now we're turning it back up to the top here of Flight A. Kathleen Allegretto will be back up. She's going to add 5 kilos, 62.5 for her second squat, and all successful squat openers. That's what we love to see for a Flight A. Go ahead, folks, and drop in the chat again. Who are you rooting for today? Who are you watching? Who's your favorite lifter? Bunch of monsters. Bunch of monsters out here today in nearly mid-Michigan. But it's the West Michigan Classic, too.
No, it doesn't like numbers facing it.
Bars loaded.
Got it. Come on.
Let's go.
Yeah. Come on, friends, make some noise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Come on, friends, make some noise. That was the call from our spotter. And now we're getting it cranked up a little bit. Kathleen Allegretto, 62.5.
Let's go, Kathleen.
Nice and easy.
Our attempts come in order of the weight on the barbell. Michelle Lato will take this same weight in a moment. Ooh, Kathleen hit a gnarly sticking point. And we'll need to probably retake. That's your two options. When you do miss a lift, you can either retake at that same weight, or you can go up by as little as 2.5, but you cannot go down. That's why it is crucial to select attempts that give you the best possible chance of completing all 3. And then you've still got to have those placings in mind. You still got to have your total in mind, your PRs. All of those things play a role. Here is Michelle Leto. Again, same weight there, so they didn't have to change that on the barbell. It's 62.5 kilos.
Good work, Michelle. Good work.
Michelle will rack this, and good on 62.5.
Silver, red, white, silver. Rack by 8.
You know, folks, we tried to go and close the curtains that are directly behind our platform, and yet many of them did not have the shades on them at all. Was looking around like, okay, does somebody have some pop-up curtains that we can stick in there? We'll do our absolute best for you. But thanks for your patience. 9:15 a.m. So, you know, maybe as the sun moves around, or maybe if we get some further cloud cover to block that light out, it would make it a little bit nicer. Beth McCauley back up. And this, we're told, is already a state record on the second attempt. A Masters 2 competitor at the age of 59. Those Masters age divisions starting at the age of 40. Had she competed 1 month later in December upon her 60th birthday, would have made that Masters 3. But here comes a Masters 2 state record attempt, 87.5. 192.9 on the barbell. Oh, what a grind. But oh, so worth it to secure that state record. Gnarliest grind so far. So what we're expecting now is to see a real small jump for the third, or you've got 1/3 option in terms of where else you can go with that third attempt, which is to scratch. That is, elect not to come out for that third attempt and just let your attempt timer run down.
Tegan and Alexis, you are on deck.
Even so, Beth McCauley has a successful state record attempt on just the second. A native of Grand Rapids here, so she gets to compete at home. Says she most often works out at Crunch Fitness in Kentwood. And she said her goal was to set at least one state record, but a PR was a bonus. Well, she's already got that state record down, and now a whole lot more in the tank. Ashley Hoover, 97.5. She jumps 12.5 from her first to second attempts. And again, the very leggy build. And it's just oh so convincing when you truly bottom out a squat with that kind of build. Fantastic. A single unsuccessful squat attempt so far. Everybody cooking here for Flight A in the squat. Tegan Betzold is going to come out with 110 kilos on the bar.
Christine C. Alexis and Christine, you are on deck.
Tegan's coach is Zachary Morehouse. She told us her best gym total was about 326 kilos, converting those from pounds, but roughly 326 kilos. And for her first competition, that's, seems like it's going to be well within range, especially if the deadlift is a little bit more than the squat. Let's find out. Here's 110 kilos on the barbell. And good, second squat, Tegan Betzold. We are so fortunate to not have to spot or load, but we do want to shout out all of our spotters and loaders right now. That is arguably the hardest job of the day. You think, okay, all these lifters have it tough, and they got to do 9 of these pretty much max effort attempts, and some people maybe beyond max effort, as it were, and they got to think all of these PRs and state records and placings, rankings, this and that and the other thing. But the loaders and spotters, for every single attempt, are putting their bodies on the line. Alexis Bergsma jumps by only 2.5. That's your minimum jump. A quick second. Let's find out on the lights. Got it. On the note of the lights, on the note of judging, you've got our 3 referees that will make their scoring decision. The white light, when they give it, will signify that they believe the lift has passed and met all of those technical requirements. And a red light will signal that for any reason you've got an infraction and weren't quite all the way technically sound. There's a great number of things that do signal a no lift. Here's Christine Cranford. She's going to be tying an all-time squat PR here on the second attempt. 120 kilos again. That was set just back in May at the Classic Age Division Nationals in Nevada. All right. That's good on the second attempt for a lifetime PR tie on the platform. Christine feeling good. You know, you jump up a weight class, and even though you didn't gain a tremendous amount of weight, you were probably able to, well, eat what you wanted, drink what you wanted this morning, get nice and filled out, and feel good. I'll tell you what she puts in for her third attempt in a moment. Madison Newberry, again, is going to be making the biggest jump of this flight of anybody. She's putting on 20 kilos from her first to second. Christine Cranford still debating over at the table on her third attempt. But here is Madison Newberry, 125. Oh, boy, she's still got so much more. It's tough to say she couldn't throw on another 20. Guessing her coach is probably thinking just about the same thing. Yeah, we're going to add, 15 or more. Again, you have the choice to go up by as little as 2.5, but then with a second and the speed of it, the way it moved, you might think, there's way more to be had here. Ariana Edwards, 135, so she's also going to take a big jump. Remember, she had to replace the bar on her first attempt. That took her a little bit longer after her walkout. Now gets the squat command a whole lot quicker. 135, sticky. And she leapt right through it.
2 reds, yellow, black. 2 reds, yellow, black. Rack height stays the same.
Ariana Edwards, good at 135. On the note of loading, we've got loading charts in front of us, right? We don't just happen to know all this off the top of our heads. When you start to see 125 kilos and beyond, that's 2 reds. Each of those sets of red plates are going to be 50. An individual red plate being 25 kilos. Your barbell, that is a Rogue Ohio Power Bar. That weighs 20 kilos, and those competition collars that you'll see on the ends of the bar, each of these are 2.5 for a 5 kilo total added. 140 for Allison Perna, monster number, over 308 pounds. Dunk. All right, Allie, how much more you got? Another 10? Another 15? Whatever it is, it's going to be a lot. That's our bold prediction of the day so far.
314.1 pounds.
150 to 140.
Erica Robinson is now going to take 142.5. Had the heaviest opener. Has the heaviest second attempt. Lot going well for her. Weighed in 78.2 kilos in the 84 kilo class, so way toward the bottom of that 84 class. Some tells us she's not going to be bothered. Nope, not at all. Eric Robinson, 142.5, and with more in the tank still. Third squats coming up for Flight A. Kathleen Allegretto is going to choose to retake at 62.5 kilos. She was the one miss of the entire flight so far. That's just how pinpoint everybody's been with their attempt selections. Kathleen Allegretto, 62.5 in a moment.
Oh, did I do that? Oh.
Bars loaded.
Oh, like
Come on.
elbows.
You got it.
Nice for that.
Let's go, Cap.
All right, Kathleen Allegretto back up, retaking at 62.5 kilos.
Grind that out. Let's go. Come on.
Takes a little bit longer to settle this time.
Squat.
Squat command comes. Oh, that's so sticky. Did she really? Now, wait a minute. Let's find out.
Oh. I go again.
Okay, we didn't quite see the lights. Oh, she's got enough of them. Wow. That was gutsy. It went. Oh, no, she got all 3 white lights. From our angle, the only thought we had was maybe some downward movement. That is one of those that can disqualify the lift. Man, what a fantastic third squat grinder. You wouldn't have necessarily believed it when you took a snapshot of right in the middle of that attempt and see, yeah, that was something like an 8 to 9 second grind. It's fantastic. Michelle Leto, jumping by that minimum of 2.5 kilos. She's got the low top Converse on. Nice. Black and white everything. And it's clearly black and white because that, everybody knows that's a good lift. We still have just a single missed lift so far, and we are cooking through the third attempts for flight A. Remember, folks, we have 4 flights, A, B, C, and D. They're so cleverly named. Our biggest squat opener is 320 kilos. Devin Merval down in flight C. We'll tell you all about that guy. Absolutely world-class powerlifter.
All right, let's make some noise for Beth, everyone.
Beth McCauley back up to just re-break that record. She says, yeah, I've had it. I've already got this record in the bag. Let's just slap on a little bit more. 5 more kilos here to 92.5. Beth also has a big bench opener coming when we get there of 60 kilos. Another state record attempt to slap on another 5 keys. Beth McCauley, 59 years of age. Beth McCauley, grinder. Wait on lights, she got it. All right, well, so just put that record out of reach for a while, why don't you? So her coach comes over and says, Beth, that was amazing. He said it better than we could. Ashley Hoover coming up, 105 kilos on the barbell for her. So she took a 12.5 jump first. Now a little bit smaller here for the second at 7.5 kilos. 97.5 to 105 here for her third attempt. And she'll unrack with a split stance. You very rarely see that. She had the right foot in front of the left. Ooh, she hasn't gotten that squat command. Man, that was quite a weight. And yet still unaffected, unbothered. That is all about practice. Coach comes over to the table and says, hey, we're good, right? We got all those white lights? Yes, she did. Don't you worry. Ashley Hoover with, again, a really convincing squat. You love to see the zero question depth kind of lifters that will bottom out that squat. Again, what you have to have on the squat depth is the top of the knee joint below the top of the hip joint. And that's one of the reasons why that lifting costume, that is, the singlet, is so important, to be able to view exactly where that hip crease is. Bunch of big squats. The third attempts of flight A. Here's Tegan Betzold, 117.5.
Big race.
259 even. Tegan Betzold. Boom. A little bit easy. Although it's easy for us to say. Little double fist bump. That's all you need. Not too much more to say. Great third attempts. Everybody really in the correct range for them. So far, you haven't seen too many crazy grinds. Your best grind, of course, Kathleen Allegretto up at the top of the third attempts here for Flight A. Beth McCauley, very, very solid one for her, extending her state record at 92.5 kilos in that women's Masters too. Alexis Bergsma is going to take another just 2.5 kilo jump. This is 120 on the barbell. All right. In the right range for the third. That's exactly kind of what you want there. Did get the one red light. Your most common cause for disqualification or for any red lights on the squat is, of course, for depth. We speculate that's what it was, but sometimes you've got to go to the judges yourself and ask, hey, what exactly did you see there? What exactly caused you to give that red light? Christine Cranford is going to take a lifetime PR at 125. Friends know her as Cece.
Let's go. Baby weight, let's go.
Baby weight. Now that is a real fun call from the crowd. Christine Cranford, 5 kilos on the PR squat. Will it go down right now? Will it come up right now? Oh, yeah. Well, you know it's going to go down. The question then becomes, right, does it come up? The answer is yes. Madison Newberry is making another big jump here. So you had 20 kilos from her first to second, 105 kilos on the first, 125 kilos on the second. This is 140. It's no joke to jump 15, especially when measured as a percentage of your PR or even a percentage of your total. Big jump for her, but had zero problems so far. She also elects sort of for a very slight split stance unrack. 140 on the bar. Oh, butter. Silky smooth, whatever kind of sensory feeling that you need to evoke there, that was it. Madison Newberry with easy gas on the 140. Ariana Edwards is going to go up 10 kilos. Her second attempt was 135, and now 145 loaded for her. Weighed in 86.2 kg. And that women's heavyweight is anything 84 plus. That's exactly where she is. An 84 plus raw open competitor. Ari Edwards. A big old 145 on the bar. Ooh, she got pitched over and just said, I'm going to get this. Don't care how. 145 is smoked. And now our final two competitors are going to take the last third attempts of 150 kilos. We tried to tell you, folks, there's a bunch of monsters out here in Grand Rapids. Now, those of us who are biased and say, well, actually, Powerlifting America is just, our favorite federation, and we know that there's all these monsters around here all over the state and all over the country. I wouldn't argue that. Incredible competition. It's clean, it's tight, it's intense, it's competitive. And we love you, Powerlifting America. Erica Robinson, 150, third attempt. Okay, so that third is like an opener, and you're like, man, could we have slapped on a little bit more? That's monstrous. E-Rob. She says I should have went up as I was standing there. And this is her first competition. Tells us that she wanted to just do the best that she could. Well, now she's probably gotten the very back of her mind like, there was more in the tank there. No doubt. But a big old third attempt at 150. Allie Perna also taking that 150 keys. Will she take it for a ride? You bet. Whoa. Little belt flick never hurt nobody. All right, all right. A show put on by the Flight A squatters. You've got a couple more female competitors to come up here in Flight B, and most of them will be toward the beginning of it. But what a showing from that Flight A. Your best two squats, both 150 kilos, knocked out of the park. There will be big deadlifts. For sure will also be big deadlifts as when you look back up at Flight A, some of our competitors there opening well beyond 2 reds. I'll tell you all about it when we get there. Of course, nowhere near the deadlifts because this is just the second of our 4 flights today. And the second flight to go through the squat events. Janine Marshall, everybody's looking around like, hey, where you at?
Can I get everyone from Flight B up to the front? Janine Marshall is up next.
You really hope as this attempt timer is running down that everybody's aware of it. We're still trying to flag down our competitor here, Janine Marshall. Her attempt timer is running. And if she doesn't come out in time for that attempt, then you're automatically going to move it over to the next lifter up, which would be Ethan Kipp. Well, happens. You know, sometimes you get caught in the bathroom, you adjusting your equipment, what have you.
Marshall.
I don't know that she's going to make it out there in time. I think Janine's headed out right now, and we'll have to scratch that first squat. Oh, I think they might allow it now. Nearly in range. Was a few feet from the platform. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Janine will have to scratch that first squat attempt. Again, your 2 options when you miss a lift for any reason, you can retake at exactly the same weight that you had entered, or you can go up by as little as 2.5 kilos or as much as you should choose. That's the very first scratch that we've seen. Typically, again, a scratch is more of a conscious decision. That, not so much. Janine's another one of those Masters 2 competitors, right? Again, that's the age of 50 to 59. All right. Well, not quite how we thought this flight would start, but here we are now. Ethan Kipp up to the barbell. He's going to open with 122.5. We'll have male and female competitors in the flight here. This is 270.1. We'll tell you all about the useful tip he just got in a moment. Well, he's got a real nice looking squat. He really does. Ooh, it is red lighted on depth. I think he's going to now look around for a moment. Hasn't gone over to the table. Now here comes his coach, and they'll go and talk about it, and they might choose to retake that. Shauna Stoneburner, a raw strength trainee, also a University Nationals competitor in this April's University Nationals in Atlanta, Georgia. Shauna, an 84-plus junior competitor. Her PR total 340 kilos coming into today. She will open above her all-time squat PR. Gets stronger every time out there, does Shauna. Her opener at 125 kilos, beyond anything she's put on the platform before, even at that nationals level. A narrower stance, the Olympic lifting shoe, A7 everything. Got it. Already scratch up PR for Shauna Stoneburner. Shauna checks over at the table one time. She's coached by Jaquise Robertson. That's who you see at the table right now. Jaquise Robertson going to be a coach of a number of trainers out of Raw Strength. That is the Kalamazoo-based gym where many of our competitors are coming to us from today. Corey Perderis will take that same weight at 125. Corey's opener is convincing. Now you see him with the knee wraps. He is, I believe, our one equipped squat competitor. He's also a Masters 1 competitor. That's from, again, your ages of 40 to 49. He goes and checks in at the table. So distinguishing between your different equipment, the knee wraps for him as an equipped competitor, as opposed to in the raw divisions, you've got just knee sleeves. Those are typically made of neoprene. You've got legal thickness up to 7 millimeters of those knee sleeves. But the knee wraps, a little bit more aggressive, much more compressive. Andrew Bolcom is opening at 150. And we are nearly halfway through the squat 1 attempts of Flight B. Cherry red face from Andrew. Hey, that's what it takes when you build up all of that intra-abdominal pressure, when you brace, when you clamp those ribs down, and you make sure that you're not overly extended, especially in the thoracic spine.
On deck is Nathan.
Comes over and says, hey, was that good? You see, a lot of the times the lifters themselves aren't even quite sure about the lights. They flash up there real quickly, and then you got to just forget about it and move on, no matter what that attempt was, and know what you're taking next. Jason Fan coming back out, 152.5. Money of an opener, man. I'm convinced. Are you? Jason Fan also competed earlier this year at the Powerlifting America Motor City Muscle. Got to see him there, and he set a very high bar for his first competition at 485 kilos as an 83 kilo sub-junior lifter. That's up to the age of 17. Deadlifted 195 kilos. His best squat at that Motor City Muscle was 180. There he opened with 152.5, so he might be a little bit lighter today. Nathan Clark from the Western Michigan University powerlifting team. Nathan takes 175 to open. Real narrow stance for him. Squat commands. Nathan Clark. Money. Another one of those raw strength trainees. He gives us a little belt flick gratuitously. Nathan and his coach, Jaquise Robertson, at the table. Guy's all-time best squat is 182.5. He hit that at University Nationals. Was another one of that contingent from that Western Michigan University powerlifting team that went to those University Nationals in Georgia in April. Camden Frederick, he's going to open at 185. Big number for him. A 185 attempt coming over 408 pounds loaded. Another member of that WMU powerlifting team. Little hitch beyond midway in the squat, but it looks more than good enough for the three whites. All right. The final squat coming for the first attempts of Flight B. Sherry Wallace is, wow. If we're seeing this right, that is 192.5 kilos. That is a huge number. You're talking in the neighborhood of 424.4 pounds. Tremendous number. I think we're going to get rack heights changed a little bit right here before this attempt comes. Yeah, I tell you what, I would want to have everything set up perfectly. I would want to have the squat stands put in a little bit. Now, it's interesting. We're having the weight changed here. It doesn't look like that 192.5 attempt from Sherry Wallace is coming. Oh, excuse us. It's been put all the way down to 135. We're not quite sure what happened to that, but yeah, so now she's being stuck in. And again, typically you progress through the flight purely on the weight of the attempt. Well, okay, well, we'll sort this out in a minute. No worries. 135 opener, Sherry Wallace. Well, I'm still convinced. You wonder, was there some sort of state record or PR or something that they had in their head that, okay, this is why we want to take that specific weight? Well, we'll probably never know. However, that's still a tremendously heavy 135 opener. And she is a junior, too, in that 84-plus class. Her and Shauna Stoneburner, those two 84 juniors. Shauna has entered just a 2.5 kilo jump to 127.5. Janine Marshall scratched on her first squat, didn't quite make it out to the platform in time, so she timed out, in fact. Technically a little bit different than opting for the scratch. But now she's going to take 107.5. All right. Works for us. Here it comes. Janine Marshall. Went real quick after that squat command and then just buries this thing like no big deal. So she clearly shrugged that all off, and she's clearly got more to go up. But, of course, it probably does factor into your total. Oh, excuse us. She's actually red-lighted. Ooh, we just saw that. She's got a couple of different cards. When those referees do make a downvote on the lift itself, there's a few different technical reasons, and really a tremendous number of technical reasons that they can choose to disqualify a lift for. She's got a red card and a yellow card. We'll tell you more about what those mean in a moment. But Janine will have to retake one more time at 107.5. Ethan Kipp will also retake, missed on depth on his first. So he just sinks it. He says, okay, I know I've just got to bury this thing, and I've got it. And he does with 3 whites. Shauna Stoneburner is going to be going a hair beyond 2 reds at 127.5. A member of that Western Michigan University powerlifting team. A ton of members of the team here to cheer Shauna on. Literally gets stronger every time out there, and every day out there. You've just been seeing in her training footage on Instagram and things that her total blows up and has been for quite a while, ever since April and her University Nationals appearance. Probably going to be pulling in the neighborhood of 3 reds, could be even more for her third deadlift. She's opening at 160. You can do the math there probably, but if not, we'll tell you all about it once we get there. Shauna Stoneburner already opened with a PR. She'll throw 2.5 more on if she can knock out this second squat. Ooh, a little bit too quiet. Don't like that. 127.5. Shauna Stoneburner. Already a crowd favorite. Second squat, money. Okay. Well, so she's got a lot already banked up here. Our head referee does go and tell her a little bit of something. Couldn't quite hear what it was. But she's got the 3 whites anyway, and she's got the big PR already. And then you can still go up by something. Again, those minimum jumps are 2.5. See what her and her coach, Jaquise Robertson, elect to put in. Get a real good look at Shauna there. Hey, how you doing? All right. Gives us the thumbs up. She's ready to roll. Corey Perderis up next. Hey, Jaquise. Jaquise, heads up. Thank you. No worries. Corey Perderis, 140. Yeah, convincing. Again, Corey's your 1 equipped Masters 1 competitor. That squat was 140, and it was buried. So now Sherry Wallace is where she should be, as it were, within the flight, because you should progress down all the way through the flight in order of purely the weight on the bar. Sherry Wallace had planned at first a 192.5 opener, had to drop it real quickly all the way up to 135. Sure, she wasn't really expecting that, but you never know what it is. Did you tweak something in the warm-up room? That happens often. Were you feeling a little bit queasy? Is it a nerves thing? It's tough to say, but still a 12.5 kilo jump, and this is still a tremendous 147.5 on the bar. Settles it. Here comes a 147.5 seconds. You bet. Sherry Wallace. Bingo. Okay. These squats are about to get nice and fun and heavy. As if they weren't already, right? Was that not enough for you? Well, don't you worry. Andrew Bolcom is going to jump 10 kilos to 160 for his second attempt. An 83-kilo raw open competitor. Again, so those different descriptors within the divisions there, we'll tell you more about them. Raw, meaning you've just got the knee sleeves, you've got the belt, you've got the choice of wrist wraps, should you want to. Sorry about the camera frame here. Do the best we can. And just in time. 160, second attempt is smoking Andrew Bolcom. Smoking. If you ever seen The Mask, come on, people. Get with it. So Jason Fan, we told you that he competed back in June in the Motor City Muscle Meet. That was another fantastic Powerlifting America competition put on. Yours truly was so thankful to be there and see a whole bunch of monsters over there on the east side. Jason a little bit behind his PR squat pace, probably, of 180. Takes 162.5 here for his seconds. But again, a sub-junior Jason Fan, here he comes. Big brace for him. And so that's scalded on the seconds. Could have jump squatted it. Matter of fact, I'd love to see somebody try and do that. And I don't know that that's cause for disqualification. I think as long as you would land afterwards and have the knees locked and you're standing upright and all that, I think it should count. Never seen anybody try it, but I'd love to. Nathan Clark is going to take just a 2.5 kilo jump. Again, this is your minimum, but it could still leave him within range to take a PR on his third. 182.5 was his PR. Nathan Clark, 177.5. Okay, so minimum jump, yeah, it really left a lot in the tank. We speculate he's going to come over and say, ooh, we can take this PR. Again, he's also coached by Jaquise Robertson. You just saw her with that raw strength hoodie on. Many of our competitors have made that trip from Kalamazoo. A little bit less than an hour here up north to Grand Rapids. Thanks again to our venue today, Unreal Fitness. And thanks again to our gold level sponsors, A7, Notorious Lift, and Eleiko. Camden Frederick wants a 195 second for his squats. Another member of that Western Michigan University powerlifting team, WMUPL, you're going to see on those shirts. Goes by Seafred. Camden Frederick taking 195. About 429, like you just heard from our PA announcer. Money. That guy's got more juice in the tank. And that's your second attempt. Camden Frederick, he's going to be called over to the table. There you are. He's coming. Being handled today by Jackson Ambergy, another member of that WMU powerlifting team. See Jackson's hair in the camera frame. Jackson, you want to say hi for us? Hey, buddy, how are you? What a perfect spot we've got. Directly in range there to talk to our competitors, get some insights from them and all these kinds of things. Now, Janine Marshall must put this squat up, must have this be successful in order to post a total for the meet. 107.5 the third time through, timed out once, missed on the second. It looks like, ooh, I think he had the downward movement.
Good attempt, Janine. Really good attempt.
And that should be 3 reds one more time. Looks like Janine Marshall will not post a total for this one. Colloquially known as a bomb out. Not just a colloquialism, it is, also in your rule books and things. But if you don't get one successful attempt for each of our 3 disciplines between that squat, bench, and deadlift, you will not post an official total for the meets. Ethan Kipp made a nice comeback on his second squat. Originally missed 122.5 on depth. Got it on his second, and now he's jumping 12.5 kilos. It's a pretty big jump considering, again, missed that first one. He's going up to 135. Call it 297.6. Because that's what it is. Still hasn't gotten that squat command. They're probably looking at him to stand upright. He had that issue on his second as well. Makes the correction. Now grinds on through. Ethan Kipp, weight on lights. Ooh, it's 2-1, no lift. So that's just about the first time that we've been able to say that so far. When you do get 2 white lights, that lift will still pass. When you get 2 reds, not so. And then, of course, the 3 red lights, you know that that's a disqualification. We've seen a number of those. Shauna Stoneburner. Oh, are we seeing this right? 137.5. That is a huge jump. She went up 2.5 for her first. Now she's going up 10 for the third. Shauna might slap 17.5 on the all-time, the lifetime best squat. Oh, don't tell me. RPA announcer says it's a little bit quiet in here. Yeah, we can't have that. We can't have it be too quiet in here for a 17.5 kilo PR. A monster third squat coming. Shauna, what do you got? 137.5. And she got it with more in the tank. What? That's absurd. I thought we were seeing that wrong, that she had entered a plus 10 from her second to the third. Wow. And again, Shauna's opening at 160 on deadlift, and she's got a plus 17.5 on the squat. And now all of her openers are beyond what she hit at her Nationals debut just 7 months ago. Unreal, that kind of progress in that little time. Corey Perderis is going to take 150 for his third squat. He's our equipped competitor today. He's changed his knee wraps. He's got a different one, a different set on than he used for his first 2 attempts. Interesting. Well, it didn't seem to make a whole lot of difference. He's still money on that third. That'll work. Corey Perderis at 150. He's got 3 good squats in. Everybody has posted at least 1 successful squat so far, except for Janine Marshall. And we do mean across both of our first 2 flights. Sherry Wallace is going to take 157.5 now. So what we thought was going to be a ridiculous, unreal opener of 192.5 was moved all the way down to 135. Okay, but she smoked that and then smoked 147.5 for the second. Now it's up to 157.5 for the third. A tremendous squat number, especially for a junior. 157.5. Yeah, well, what'd you expect, right? Money. Now, granted, a ridiculous deadlift opener coming up at 190, so she will probably keep that deadlift in the range that she had planned for. But it looked like they just had to, for whatever reason, her and her team had to make a late adjustment on the squats. Wow. 157.5, though, as a junior was just not a whole lot of issue. Andrew Bolcom will go well beyond twice body weight for his third squat. Really really good numbers. We're starting to get into those kind of freakish ranges. Nathan Clark has put in a 185 PR attempt for his third squat. He'll be in the hole right now with Andrew Bolcom up and Jason Fan on deck. Jason's put in a 15-kilo jump. A very, very wide unrack for Andrew. We're just noticing that. Nearly sets his feet at his complete squat stance width. Wow. Well, still, he got it. There's always the thought in the very back of your mind, if you can hit that PR with a little bit less grind, then you might be in just a little bit better position to really continue to have the day that you want on your bench and your deadlift. If the squat is a little bit, you don't want to say easier because, well, that's not the word for it, but if it's a bit less of a grind. Some people just don't have that luxury. They're just inherently kind of grindy squatters, and it takes them a little bit longer to squat their PRs. You know what we mean? Jason Fan up to the bar at 177.5. 5 months and a day since Motor City Muscle. Jason going just 2.5 under should he make this of his competition squat PR. Settles it, squat command. Ooh, that was sticky. A great catch over there. Seriously, our spotters are in danger on each and every attempt. They are utterly brave, utterly unafraid, and they make great saves just like that all the time. We got 2 more flights of this, folks. We're treated. We really are. Nathan Clark is going to take that PR attempt at 185. He's up next. Camden Frederick is in the hole, rather is on deck at 205, and then we'll be turning it over to the top of Flight C. Nathan Clark is going to bring everybody not quite up to their feet. It's a shame. Nathan Clark for the lifetime PR to add 2.5 on from University Nats in April. 185. Bang! He got all he was going to get today. Nathan Clark, lifetime PR secured. Camden Frederick is now going to go to, a gnarly 205. Nathan is a tremendous deadlifter, too. His PR total coming in on the platform was 510 kilos. You've got 185 of those secured. So we'll see how much more he wants to push his other PRs in terms of the bench and the deadlift. Camden Frederick with his WMUPL team all looking on, cheering him on right now. 205, third squat. 185, good. 195, arguably even better. And can he smoke one more? Having some trouble steadying this. Man, this is going to be gutsy. 205. Camden Frederick, yeah! I had to turn down the microphone, folks. I really did. You had a feeling the kid was just going to explode with the difficulty of that. The walkout being sometimes the hardest part. It really can be. Man, that was a clinic. Well done for Camden Frederick. And now we are on to Flight C. Take another moment, folks. Go ahead and drop in the chat. Who are you rooting for today? Who's your favorite lifter? Who impressed you most throughout those first couple of flights? Who else are you still really looking forward to seeing today? Engage with us. Whatever you got to say, go and tell us. Ronald Madison is up at the top of this flight. A Raw Masters 2 competitor. Again, that's your ages 50 to 59. 51 years of age, weighed in at 92.2. A little bit under the cap for that 93 class. Opens 157.5. First squat, flight C. Money. Well, so he's fooling us with those facial expressions. He's just making us think about it.
All right.
Nick Ford is up next, and it's funny. Ronald just said, yeah, I only needed this to qualify. Presumably then he means for nationals.
Nick Ford is up next.
And so he says, yeah, I'm not going to take my next 2 attempts. He already knows that he's going to scratch those. So presumably he just hits openers, and that'll be what he needs. Just needs to post a total. Alrighty, works for us. Makes us get through this flight C a little bit quicker. Nick Ford coming up. At least should be.
Nick Ford.
His attempt timer is running down, so always got to have that in the back of your mind. Under 45 seconds. Again, you get a whole 60 from when that bar is loaded call is made.
Nick Ford, if you're out there, now is your time.
Come on, Nick.
He's headed out right about now. He'll have time, but under 30 seconds, it's going to start ticking. We've already seen one lifter timeout. You've got those 60 seconds to start that attempt. Don't know that he's going to get here now in time with about 15 seconds. Nick Ford is another one of those WMUPL members, trains out of Raw Strength there in Portage. His coach, Jimmy Perucci, coaches a number of those Raw Strength lifters. I don't think he's going to get here. Yeah, that attempt is going to time out. He's another one where he actually came pretty close to the platform. We're not going to be able to get him quite in the camera frame because he wasn't quite that close. But that's the second attempt that we've seen time out so far. Now, he still has got to come to the table, and they've got to talk about what they want to do. Again, here is his coach, Jimmy Perucci, in the camera frame right now. Jimmy Perucci and Nick Ford at the table right now.
Thank you.
Tyler Horton is coming up. Tyler's going to open with a 177.5 as a 93 junior. Big number for him. Oh, my goodness. Okay. That's the quickest opener so far. That is unnerving. Another member of that Grand Valley State Strength Club says his best best gym total is 550 kilos. Well, he just opened there, if you're starting to do the math, at 177.5, and it looks like well beyond 200 is going to be in the tank there, and his deadlift opener is 197.5. Probably going to be able to hit well beyond that gym PR. Appears to be feeling oh so good today. Now, Alexander Kelsey, an absolute wonderkind in the sport. This guy competed 2 times in less than 2 months, both in Powerlifting America here at the Motor City Muscle Meet as well as the Umbra Classic, both in the men's sub-junior age divisions. And the guy just nuked his total from one to the other. Taking a little bit longer to settle this down. He opens 5 kilos under his PR, and then he blasts it as if it were, maybe a last warm-up, maybe. This kid just keeps getting better all the time. Absolute phenom. And by the way, his deadlift opener is 265 kilos. Oh, boy. Alex is going to come over to the table and put in his second attempts. Joe Larger is up next. We also like to ask all of these competitors, right, how to say your names. And Joe had a real funny response on that. He says larger, as in bigger than large. Well, sure, that describes him. All right, he's a 120-kilo competitor. A big hoss. Also a Masters 1 competitor at that age of 40. Best competition total, 1,559 pounds for him. He will be a Powerlifting United Nationals competitor. Also told us that. Opens here at 220. And 220, buttery smooth. There's a lot of big squats. We're really looking toward the final 3 of them where it'll start to get ridiculous. It'll start to get way beyond 4 reds. We're just hitting that 4 reds barrier right here with Evan Saifan. 225 kilos. That's what you're going to see loaded, right? It's those 4 red round things and then those competition collars. Each of them 2.5 kilos, so a pair makes 5. And your barbell is that Rogue Ohio Power Bar. It's 20 kilos. Feel free to drop those questions in the chat, whether you want to know technicalities, whether you want to know commands, whether you want to know, people's PRs and where records are. Whatever you'd like, we'll tell you. Just keep it in the chat. Evan Saifan opening at 225. 4 reds. A 93 junior, by the way. With way more to be had. Evan called back to the table, as you see a number of competitors have before. So that first attempt at 4 reds that we've seen all day was money. Travis Smith is now going to open at 225. Travis Smith ready to get under the barbell. Same weight here, 225 kilos. Travis, good looking opener, took 3rd in terms of those best lifter standings here last year at this West Michigan Classic. That was the first iteration of it. This year is the second. Travis squatted 235 for his best at that competition. Already opens here at 225. All that to say, more to get.
235, 518 pounds.
There is Travis in that camera frame. All right, Zafar. Zafar warned us all about his name. Tells us that his preferred name is just Zafar because, good luck on pronouncing it per se. Abdivokidov or something in that range. So sorry. But hey, he's a fantastic squatter. He's going to open at 235 keys. Convincing too. Another kid that's got a real bright future in the sport. He is a sub-junior at 17 years of age. And in that 120 class, he just opened with 235. Weighed in even pretty light for this class at 111.7. So he's well over twice body weight. Hunter Thomas Norman now is going to take that same weight at 235 keys. Real big numbers being thrown around. And again, we got another flight where it's just going to stay heavy. Ooh, the trickiest squat opener that we've seen. And couldn't get it. Rips off the belt. Not going to be super happy. He's going to have to go and make some adjustments. That's the first missed squat that we've seen since Nick Ford timed out. And Nick Ford did put in a jump, by the way, of 7.5, even after not taking that first with the timeout. McAllen Butzer coming up, 257.5. Yeah, that's his opener. Don't worry about it. All right, Mac Butzer is going to be a 125 competitor. He's a junior. Trains most often out of Tillison Fitness Warehouse, he tells us. This guy's best competition total, 755 kilos. His best competition squat, 267.5. Says his goals today are an 805 kilo total. You got to open with a big squat in order to get there. And 257.5, That fits the bill. Weighed in at 99.6 kilos, over 5 under the cap for his weight class. Oh boy, 257 and a half is just not quite supposed to move like that. That's concerning. Man, there is a lot more to be had again. Again, he says his competition squat PR is 267 and a half. Alonzo White is another one of those University Nationals competitors and another member of the Western Michigan University powerlifting team. Alonzo's best squat, it currently sits at 265, but has attempted a number of times as much as 282 and a half. Opens here at 270. For Alonzo, this is his heaviest squat opener of all time. Hit his opener at Nationals of 270, rather of 265. Alonzo's PR total is 700. He's talked to me about wanting maybe as much as 800 today if it should happen to be in the tank. Alonzo White. Find him on Instagram at Alonzo White 93 kg. The 93 kg, as he would probably tell you. Entered both open and junior 93 class. Weighed in 91.1. Opens almost 3 times body weight at 270 kilos. Bar moves around a little bit. He settles it. Here's 270 for an opener. Wow, you've got a lot of spotters touching the weights there. I mean, I would too. Don't get me wrong at all. Because if something goes wrong and that's 270 on the bar there, man, I can't really envy anybody in that position. All right. Lonzo talking at the table. He says maybe 282 and a half, maybe 280. But he's got that opener up. That's his heaviest opener of all time. I tried to give him the fist bump, and he's too dialed in. He walks right past. He's another one who is coached by Jaquise Robertson. Now comes the heaviest squat opener many of you have ever seen, as I can absolutely relate. Devin Mervow, an absolutely world-class competitor, has competed across the USAPL, WRPF, and Powerlifting United for his last couple of meets. His last time out squatted 320 kilos. His all-time squat PR is 337 and a half. He opens here at 320. Devin Mervow, absolutely ridiculous. World-class lifter. He shows up here in Grand Rapids thinking, man, let's do damage. 320 opener. No, seriously. Knock it off. It's world class. That is no exaggeration. That is absurd. Devin's going to come over to the table in a moment. And Alicia Lewis, our meet director, says, hey, should we just put whatever he needs for 800 pounds on the bar? Should somebody just do the math there? And that's what we slap on. Wow. That was a spectacle. He's still debating, still going back and forth a little bit. Got to make a choice pretty soon here. You get that next 60 seconds of the attempt that follows you to decide what attempt you're going to put in for your next one. Nick Ford timed out for his first. Nick Ford to come back after the timeout and get that 175 like butter. Okay. Don't call it a comeback. Again, it's one of those, was he in the bathroom? Were they taking a little bit long in the warm-up room? Were they just yapping with friends back? Right, because people don't talk about that enough. But the community aspect, the ability to come out and compete with your friends, sometimes against your friends, and have everybody shouting for you, everybody screaming for you once you're on that platform, it's magical. Tyler Horton had an absurdly fast opener at 177.5. He is jumping 15 kilos to 192.5. Nick Ford just hit that second squat attempt of 175 after timing out on his first. Here's Tyler Horton from Shelby Township over on the east side. First competition, the guy is out here looking to put down 192.5 plus more on that third. Oh, boy. That's unnerving that the second might have been better than the first. I mean, this guy's going to come over here and say, yeah, we might throw on 20 or more for our third squat. And the guy weighs 86.9 kilos. Well, rather weighed in at 86.9. Of course, when you might cut weight, you might, not eat in the morning. You might taper your water off a little bit to weigh in a little bit lighter for the relative strength purposes and things. Man, 192.5 was far too fast. He has now put in a 205 third squat. Alex Kelsey, 215. This would be a 10-kilo squat PR, and it would be from his first meet 5 months ago plus 30. What is this kid all about? Alex Kelsey. Yes, again. A machine. Plus 10 lifetime, Alex Kelsey. He's finally real close to filling out this weight class too. Again, we mentioned that this morning Alex weighed in at 92.1 and still a sub-junior. This guy has a whole lot of time to maybe eventually go up to that 105 class, tall as he is, add a ton of muscle to that frame, and he's already one of the best deadlifters, frankly, that you can find. Guy pulls conventional and probably has the thought in the back of his mind that beyond 600 is very much attainable, as he's opening with 265. 265, that is 584 pounds. Joe Larger. Joe Larger at 230 for his second squat. He's got it. Seemed easy enough. Joe doesn't need an absurd jump, probably. He's coming over to the table and talking about it. Again, he's one of those 120-kilo competitors. That's your last before you go 120 plus and are into the heavyweight. Thank you. I think he just put in 2 linear jumps. I believe he said 240. That's exactly what he's got. That can often be the best course of action when you feel kind of right exactly in line with the plans that you had. Hey, let's just take 2 linear jumps. Let's go up by the exact amount each time, the exact same amount that is, and not shock your system too much with any one jump. Hunter, Thomas, Norman is going to be back up. He's got a retake at 235. It was clearly heavy, but remember, you cannot go down. When you miss, you can only retake or go up by as little as 2.5. To come back and get a number on the board, he's good at 235. All right, it helps. It helps a whole lot. That's a 518-pound opener on squat. Nobody can take that away. Travis Smith is now going to make a big jump of his own to 242.5. Wow.
534 pounds.
So what did we tell you? Last year, at this very same meet, the Powerlifting America West Michigan Classic, Travis squatted 235 for his third attempt. Now here, 242.5 on his second. And he's a ridiculous deadlifter too. We'll tell you all about when we get to deadlifts, but just know he's going to squat a lot, but his deadlift is even more ridiculous. 242.5. Squat command. Ooh, bar is moving around a ton. Wow. Our spotters really are so dialed in on that. But that's way more movement than you want to see with that bar on your back. Even so, he survived it, and he threw on 17.5. That's a really big jump from the first to the second. Wow. Speaking of jumps, Evan Saifan is going to go 225 to 250. Jeez. It's one of those sports that reveals the freaks. It reveals who is insanely, genetically just a standout. Evan Sifan as a 93 junior, 250. Oh, man. Okay, not a whole lot more probably to be had based on the bar speed. That's always one of the biggest things that you want to use to inform your next attempt. I think he's going to come up and looks like he's got a number clearly in mind. Wow. A fantastic squat at 250. Zafar Abduvokadov with 252.5. Again, he's a sub junior. Don't forget that. Zafar is a 120, coached by Joe Larger. His best competition total, he says, is 653 kilos. He says his goals he has for today are become a super heavyweight, take up space, and heat up rooms. Well, let's get everybody a little bit louder for this 252 at 17 years of age. All right, that really warrants a follow on social media. He says follow at Manic Zafar on Insta. That's at Manic, MANIC Zafar, ZAFAR on Insta. This guy said 260. Okay, I'm okay with that. But I want you to know, you know what I hit at my last competition? 260. My man, I was so thankful to have Zafar as a spotter and loader for that one. And yes, yours truly competed at Powerlifting America's Iron Getting 2 and sets a squat PR there of 260 kilos. But today, so happy to have the best seat in the house, not have to get all beat up and sore, because I get to do this. And thanks so much for letting me talk at you all day long. It's going to be a long one. Okay, Monster 277.5. This is a 20-kilo jump for McAllen Butzer. Mac, like a Mack truck. You with us? Mac Butzer, 277.5. Oh, he's got it, and more is in the tank. This guy's a junior. He just smashed his comp total by 10 keys. Mac's coach over at the table right now, Miguel Mejia, a native of Worcester, Ohio.
Alonzo and Devin.
All right, you know who our two squat monsters are? At the very bottom of this flight, where they belong, Alonzo White and Devin Mervow. Alonzo is going to take 280 kilos for his second. He's going to crank everybody up. Alonzo White for a 15-kilo PR all-time on the platform for his second squat. Didn't have the day that he wanted out at University Nationals. Now he's going to put himself in range to have everything he wants today at Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2. Jocking that bar in the rack, making sure this thing is going to come out and feel light on his back. Alonzo White, 280, second squat. 280 keys is 617.3 pounds, but would you know it? By the way, this man keeps it on his back. Would you know it? By the way, he squats it. Would you know it? Plus 15 to the all-time best squat. We've got the head referee saying a little bit of something. I think he might have been looking at his wrist wraps maybe and how they were wrapped or something like that. Coach Jaquise Robertson over at the table now. Alonzo plus 15 all-time to the squat. My man. All right. Alonzo's got thoughts in the back of his head. He said, maybe if I have my best day, that 800-kilo total is going to be there. He said, I kind of want that. That's kind of a goal I have in mind, maybe. Ooh. It's tough to say what kind of combination that he could take to get there. It's, of course, going to have to be a massive deadlift that will be beyond his squat to get him there. It's going to have to probably be a PR bench by a good deal, too. But, boy, he wants it, and the squats are flying. Devin Mervow. Wow. That was emphatically called out for Devin, but here he is. Oh, he just said he's going to scratch his 340. All right, so Devin's not going to take this. That's what he's just told us. Again, 340 is the one that he put in, so then for his third, if he's not going to take that, his only options will be to retake at 340 or to go up even a little bit more. Those are your only two options. Man, I think he just said 360 at the table. That is unnerving. Wow. Seriously, we don't need to tell you that 360 kilos is absurd, but if you are, again, not looking at a conversion chart, that's 793.7 pounds. Devin is a 93-kilo junior competitor. Enough said. Okay. Okay. Devin's dropped that gauntlet down. It's, man, he really entered a 360 attempts. Wow. Mac Butzer put in another 20-kilo jump, by the way. We'll tell you about that when we get down towards the bottom of this flight because that's where he's going to be. Nick Ford, 187.5, got 175 on his first. Again, I am convinced. Are you? Bang. Open 105. Nick weighed just 95.7 kilos. He is way, way under the cap. And so that is, in fact, a over twice body weight. Oh, no, not quite. It's a hair shy. As he weighed in 95.7, you multiply that by 2, and I believe you're talking 191.4. Stay in school, kids. Tyler Holton, 205. Tyler Holton, back under the barbell. Junior, 19 years of age, best gym total, 550 kilos, first time out on the platform. And so he's just going to sling around 205 like it's no big deal. No, seriously. Oh, the grind towards the end. All right, that'll work. Hey, don't you worry. You don't have to come over to the table. That's a successful third. What are we doing here, as Coach said. That was good. First time we've heard that today. Man, that was fun. His coach is Josh Fulford. All right. Count another one. Alex Kelsey is going to take 222.5. So a smaller jump this time. Went up 15 his first time. Now 7.5 from his second to third. Pumping everybody up. This is going to be plus 17.5 to the lifetime best squat. And from his first meet 5 months ago, even more. Wow, you're talking 185 all the way to 222.5 plus 37.5. Here it comes, Alex Kelsey. A teenage phenom. Bang. I mean, just every single attempt that this guy takes is oh so much better than anything he's ever done before. His ascension is, I'm kind of running out of words for it. Joe Larger is going to come back out. At Powerlifting United Nationals, that is last year, in that men's 40 to 44 category, that first Masters, he hit a 245 squat, missed on his third at 255. Now, his third squat here is 240, just a hair lower, but again, he's still going to the Powerlifting United Nationals in this upcoming year. Joe's got a real narrow stance for a man of his stature. And Joe's got a sticky third, but he's got a good squat. This guy said he's having some mid-season fun before those Powerlifting United Nationals. He looks like he's having fun. Are you convinced? I'm convinced. Go larger. Good on that 240. Man, all of these third squats are just the right calls right now. People have been in that exact right range to keep them progressing on their totals. Many have hit those big PRs. Shauna Stoneburner, we want to flash back to her with the 17.5 kilo PR. That was one of the biggest ones that we've seen. Alex Kelsey also threw 17.5 on to his all-time PR. Ooh, again, a little bit too quiet. Don't like that. Can't have this, folks. All right, Hunter Thomas Norman missed his first, maybe just lost tension there in the hole a little bit. 242.5 here is his third attempt. It's slow, it crawled, and it's a great save once more. And again, if that first one had gone up exactly how he wanted, then maybe the plan would be a little bit different, and maybe you would have saved a little bit of energy to hit that third. Nonetheless, can't take away anything. That was a 235 opener. By the way, he weighed in 83.4 kilos, nearly at that 83 cap, and is competing in the 93s. Barely at all over 83. Travis Smith, 250 kilos. Squatted 235 here last year and is going up 15. Absolutely hard to miss this guy. Dominates the bar. He's going to stalk it. And then, like a predator, comes and approaches and attacks it. Travis Smith at 250 kilos.
Let's go. Lock your knees.
Squat commands. Travis is folded a little bit. Is it going to creep and crawl and grind all the way up there? He got it. Wait on lights. 3 whites. Wow. Wow. There will always be some degree of technical breakdown at the absolute maximal weights, at weights that you've never hit before, weights that you are probably in the back of your mind and your subconscious not certain that you can hit. When that happens, that utter determination is revealed. That's exactly what Travis Smith just found. He found the absolute limit of his squat today. Probably wouldn't have gotten another 2.5. Got everything he could out of it and got a 250 squat. Heaven, Sci-Fan, man, he's got 255 on the bar. His 250 was a little bit slower. His opener absolutely flew, so that made him take that big jump. 255 now. And he is through it. He is good on 255. Numbers flying around here. That's 562.2 pounds. Another junior, by the way. A junior weighing in 88.6, so way under the cap, right about halfway between your 83 and your 93s. Zafar Abduvolkadov, again, if that's not entirely right, the guy warned us about saying the name, and we knew it was going to be difficult. He takes a much smaller jump from his second to third than he did from his first to second squats, but this is 260 kilos. Zafar's best squat coming in was 250 kilos. That was hit at high school nationals, also back in April. And now he will look to put 10 kilos on that all-time squat PR. Manik Zafar, he knows he's got it. He says, I'm shaking my head. Yes. All right, Zafar, that'll count. Guy told me, hey, whatever you just hit, again, as I had him as a spotter and loader at Iron Geddon 2, he said, I want to hit anything that you just hit. I said, dude, I don't know. I think you've got me by a whole lot there. His best competition total, 657.5 kilos. And then you just slapped 10 onto your lifetime best squat, and You can do the math there saying, man, he got a lot better real quick. Also went up a weight class, was previously a 105 kilo competitor. Alonzo White is going to go up just 2.5. A little bit surprised about this. However, this is a squat number that he's had in his head for a while. He took this twice at University Nationals, wasn't able to hit it, weighed in a little bit light there, had issues with travel, had a lot of things just not quite working his way. Here, when he's feeling much better, when he's much better rested, the stress is lower, what can he do? He's already got a 15 kilo squat PR in the bag. He's going to try and toss 2.5 more on. Alonzo White. This would be 17.5 beyond his all-time best squat. 282.5 on the bar for Alonzo White. 662.8. Alonzo is so silky smooth. That attempt timer was running way down, too. All right, that counts. That counts, and he puts 17.5 on the lifetime best squat on the platform. It's one of those major hurdles. It's one of those things that he kind of had to get over, having a mental barrier of a number. And 282.5 was that number for Alonzo. Now it's done. His best bench, 162.5. His best deadlift, 285, but has attempted as heavy as 295 a couple of separate times. He still wants maybe somewhere in the range of that 800, and he's on track roughly with that 282.5 squat. Mac Butzer has, 297.5 loaded. This guy's best squat coming in was 267.5. His best squat in the gym was 290. He's going to try and blow that all out of the water. Mac Butzer to add 30 keys to the platform PR. He did what? That's just comical. Oh, boy. So you thought that was good, right? As did I. You thought a 105 junior with that 297.5 at nearly 3 times body weight squat was good. So did I. Now Devin Merval is just going to blow everything else out of the water. He's loading 360 kilos. This would slap 22.5 on his best competition squat of all time. His heaviest attempt of all time was 337.5 kilos. He missed that back at the Powerlifting United Tested American Pro 3. That was his last competition. By the way, guy's 22 years of age. And his one successful attempt at this at 337.5 was from the drug-tested Surge's Iron Rebellion 3. That was a WRPF competition last year in March. Devin Merval has 360 kilos on the bar. That's 793.7 pounds. It's as ridiculous as it sounds. Devin Merval, heaviest squat of the day. Oh, man. Just the unrack could snap a man in half. 360, not quite. He scratched that second squat at 340. Maybe he'll have in the very back of his mind what could have been. But literally, that unrack could fold a man and forever put them out of commission. Devin is going to take a 320 squat. I'm told that's still pretty good. 705.5 pounds. He is our one competitor to go over 700 today. Now we'll turn it down to the very last flight for the squat event. Roger Tanis is going to be your opening squatter of Flight D. Roger is going to open with 125. He is a raw open competitor. Interesting, as he's at the age of 41, he had the choice to enter this one as a Masters competitor, decided not to. He said, no, let's go open. Let's go with all these young bucks, all these big 120s, and let's see what we can do. At the age of 41, oh so many are still able to hit lifetime PRs when they've really stuck with it, when they've lived a lifetime of iron. So many of them find that they can still, into their 40s, hit those all-time PRs. By the way, folks, we just had a 360 kilo attempt. Let's not forget that. Let's give another just tip of the cap to Devin Merval, who could have had a nearly 800-pound squat still had to settle, quote unquote, for the 320. That was 705.5. Roger Tanis weighed in 118.7. Another tremendously leggy lifter and tall. And he's just such an aesthetic squatter. Look at that. I heard from somewhere off to my left, I think it might have been in the back spotter, that said, beautiful. Indeed it was. That's the first squat of Flight D. Folks, these are the final squatters of the day. In Flight D, you look down and the heaviest squat opener is Lee Kenyon. The guy told me, said, hey, are you the announcer for today? I said, you bet. He said, all right, cool. My wife is very, very pregnant. I really hope that she's not delivering today, but hey, if she is, then I might have to step out of here and scratch. What dedication that is. Matthew Farr opens at 162.5. He's a 120. And he is silky smooth. Couple 120 open competitors to start it off here. You've got all 105s and 120s and 120 pluses. All big hosses here at the very bottom of the flight. Tyler Simons is up next. A gentleman I was so thankful to call my handler at Powerlifting America's Irongeddon 2. Tyler is going to open at an all-time squat PR. Hasn't been up on the platform for 2 years. It was a USAPL meet at Michigan's Strong Enough. Now at the age of 26, he's getting better all the time. He's a 105 competitor today, and this will be a lifetime PR on the platform to open for Tyler Simons, 167.5. Ty has got it. 167.5. That is a good start for him. He's also coached by Jaquise Robertson of Raw Strength KZoo. 369.3. Tyler might be thinking, okay, maybe a little bit conservative of a jump here from the first to the second. Don't want to gas myself out too much. However, he already has the lifetime competition PR on the squat. It's nice to know that you have that in the bag. It's nice to know that after a couple of years off from the platform, that he has gotten better, that he has gotten stronger, and has already got that in the back of his mind. Bryce Minor stepping up here. He's an open 105 competitor. Bryce at the age of 25. He's going to open at 170. Oh, man, you want to talk about he could have jump squatted it. He could have, I think, thrown that thing through the ceiling. I think he could have snatched it, clean and jerked it, whatever. Wow. Bryce Minor just, I mean, it's tough to say who's had the very fastest openers. There's a few that come to mind. Still, that was a display of an opener. Christopher Bravo. He's going to come open up at 180. Guy last competed at the Umbra Classic meet at Umbra Strength on the east side just a couple of months ago. And he is all good. Christopher Bravo, 3 white lights. Jason Tunstall is coming up next. You'll see a couple of 120 pluses, the heavyweights, coming up now. Jason Tunstall is the very first of them. Then you'll have Michael Carter Jr. And the very last squatter of this flight is Lee Kenyon the second. Again, if he's got to dip out, if his wife's got to deliver, then that's going to be what it's going to be. And at that point, his day will be done. But he's got absolutely massive numbers.
Sorry?
Jason Tunstall, 187.5 is coming up. Another guy I've had the pleasure of seeing before. Jason competed at Raw Strength's No Frills meet. That's another Powerlifting America competition put on by Alicia Lewis. 547.5 is his best competition total. 197.5 is his best comp squat. Here he opens 187.5. And smooth as can be. Jason Tunstall, good opener. You've had everybody hit their openers so far here in Flight D. Very, very few squat issues among all openers. Here's the entire list of everybody that's missed a squat opener so far. Hunter Norman, Nick Ford, who timed out, Ethan Kipp, Janine Marshall, who also timed out. That's it. Everybody making some really good selections in terms of their openers, especially for the squats here. You do have, you know, sometimes people could be tempted to open a little bit heavy on bench just kind of for the ego of it or for chasing a number, and especially on deadlift because you think, well, okay, I know that when I finish deadlifts, I'm done for the day, and so I can really let it all hang out. But the squats have been in a very good range for almost everybody's openers so far. Michael Carter Jr., 192.5. A real slow and intentional walkout here. He gets set. He gets a squat command. Oh, my. That's concerning. In the best way. And his coach is probably going to say, yeah, we're going to do a whole lot more than that. I expect.
Lee on deck. Jake and Lee.
17.5.
Man, that was a display of an opener. Rack heights are flipped, and we are nearing the bottom of this flight as Nicholas Kuiper is going to open with 197.5. Also competed at raw strengths, no frills. His best squat there was 220 back in January. And his opener for the squat here, 197, is good. He's going to be well within that range to take that 220 or maybe even a hair more, whether it's 222.5, 225, something like that. Exactly what you want to see out of your opener. Bar loaded for Jake Pace, an elite lifter by every measure in his own right, competed last at Motor City Muscle 5 months ago on June the 7th. His best squat there was a 260. Jake Pace here opens 232.5. And leaps as if, again, he wants to jump squat this thing and would probably be able to do it at 232.5.
His wife may be giving birth today, so I need a big round of applause between Lee and his wife.
A big round of applause for Lee Kenyon's wife. That's what our PA announcer said. We'll crank up that mic for you a little bit so you can hear that too. Yeah, if the guy should at any point have to just dip out today and go see the wife in the hospital giving birth, well then, that will be what it's got to be. By the way, he's a monster. Lee Kenyon opens here at 245.
Make some noise for Lee, guys. Come on.
245 just as an opener. All-time best squats 265. And that is his best opening squat of all time, we might add. It's a great way to start it. Pardon us, that was, we misspoke there. His best squat, in fact, is 272.5 all time. And that's right in the range of openers that he was probably expected to take. At the age of 42, he continues to hit some of those lifetime PRs. 712.5 is his lifetime PR total.
All right.
Jake Pace put in a 250 kilo second attempt. Lee Kenyon put in 262 and a half. Okay. So if he were to take even a smaller jump than that, he could still go probably beyond that PR, man. If he wants to push it on the squats, we'll find out. Does have a deadlift opener that was equal to his squat opener of 245 kilos. Roger Tanis back up, his second squat ever out here on the platform. And at 140, it really is a work of art, his squat. He's got no knee sleeves. He says, man, I don't need them. I am simply too strong for all that jazz.
Up next is Matthew, 167.5
Matt Farr out of Cadillac. You know, it's funny. You ask declared weight classes, right? So what class do you plan to be at? And he says, I think like the 162 kg one. Interesting, as such a thing doesn't exist. Not sure at all, because you don't even have a 162-pound class. And really can't tell you where that thought came from, but nonetheless. Guy said his goals are to beat all of his PRs. His gym total is 487.5 kilos. 167.5 was that best squat. So he is tying the lifetime gym PR, if you follow us. And with way more in the tank, might he go another 5, another 7.5? That's money. Matthew says it felt good. His coach says it looked good. Kind of all that matters. Says his favorite lift is the deadlift too, so he might, if he wants to milk a little bit more, make that up in the deadlift, but has a tremendous best gym deadlift of 205 kilos. Oh, pardon us, we're reading this wrong. In fact, that is a competition total for him of 205. All right, Tyler Simons back out. Already secured the 2.5 lifetime squat PR. He's going to slap 10 more on that if he's able to hit this 177.5. Able to watch this guy train with him real often, and it's always a pleasure. The guy is so technically perfect. 177.5, Ty Simons. Little slower, little stickier, still counts. Plus 12.5 to the competition best on the squat. He'll call Coach Jaquise Robertson over here one more time. Repping that Raw Strength KZoo merch. There's a lot of deliberation happening here, but Tyler did just hit that second squat at 177.5. All right, everybody's had their laughs. Go on, get out of here. He put in 182.5. Should he hit that, that would be 17.5 up from his best competition squat. Bryce Minor is jumping 20 kilos and nearly jumped out of the gym with the barbell on his back on his first when he opened at 170. This is 190. Bryce Minor with a major second squat. All righty then. Christopher Bravo. We told you he competed at the Umbra Classic meet. That was back on August the 3rd. Also in Classic Open Nationals. Was a 120 in both of those and came out with a best squat in each of them of 202.5. Christopher's at 195 here, could definitely take that or maybe go all the way up to 205 depending on how this second goes. Christopher Bravo. Dunked. Nice. 182.5 is, in fact, that third attempt that Tyler Simons has put in. Thanks for dropping that in the chat. And again, we expect Christopher Bravo to come over and say, yeah, I want that 205 for the PR. Jason Tunstall is going to take 197.5. That would tie his competition PR set at Raw Strength's No Frills meet back on January the 25th of this year. Now here is Jason Tunstall. 120 plus, weighed in 131.7. So not way into that super heavyweight kind of range. And he's got 197.5 on his back. With the mouth guard in. With all the power in the world to jump. What's he want to go to next? Because he's got 3 whites there. Jason Tunstall. Bingo on 197.5. Nicholas Kuiper. Ooh, a big jump for him coming of 20 kilos. 197.5 to 217.5. Folks, these are the second squat attempts. This is Flight D. It's the final of our 4 flights. It's Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2. Tanner White, so glad to be with you. And thanks once again to Meet Director Alicia Lewis for bringing me in, and to our gold level sponsors, A7, Notorious Lift, and Eleiko. Any other questions? Drop them in the chat. Nicholas Kuiper. Best squat from Raw Strength, No Frills, of 220. Guy got nearly 10 full months to train. How much stronger can you get in that amount of time? A lot. Let's see. As he goes up 20 kilos here, first to the second. More in the tank. He's another one of those that gets the real red, the cherry red face. Again, from building the tremendous full body pressure.
Michael is up next. Staying weight for 217.5 kgs, 479 pounds.
The biggest jump of the entire day is coming right now. Wasn't expecting this. Michael Carter Jr. is going 192.5 to 217.5. That's a 25 jump. It's a bit absurd, and yet when you just feel it with the opener, when you know absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt, I'm stronger on this day than I've ever been in my life, sometimes you let it fly. Michael Carter Jr. putting in a 217.5 second. Here it comes. Goes with those Inzer Advanced Designs knee sleeves. Everybody loves them. Ooh, now that was slow right toward the top. It's still buried. Michael Carter Jr. good on that second. You might see, we speculate, a smaller jump, though, for the third one. Michael and his coach over at the table. Ooh, Jake Pace is going to 250. Big number for him. Jake would undeniably be within range of a squat PR. This guy got insanely strong in a rather short amount of time. Been doing this from the age of 27 now. Jake comes in at 32. His first competition total was 635. And then just 5 months ago at Motor City Muscle, another Powerlifting America competition, where he won the 105 class, his total was 710. Added 65 kilos in that roughly 5-year time span. Rather, roughly a 4-year time span, excuse me. Jake Pace at 250 kilos. This would be his best second squat of all time, but his lifetime squat PR has got to be in the back of his head at 260. Jake Pace, 250 kilos, over 550 pounds. Ooh, little stickier. That's going to work. The guy is a grinder. He does have longer attempts sometimes. Some people just simply lift that way. Again, expecting him by some measure, by some margin, to take his all-time best squat. Is she in labor yet, says our PA announcer. Right, that's crucial. You've got to kind of check with him between every attempt because, man, if it were to happen today, well, yeah, that does take precedence. Even if you're a squat monster. Lee Kenyon is going to take 262.5.
All right, let's go, Lee. 500.
This could bring him maybe within range to take 275. That would be a lifetime PR. His best competition squat is 272.5, or almost 600 pounds perfectly on the dot. This 262.5 is about 578.7. Lee Kenyon. So technically perfect. Could watch that all day long. The knee sleeves say it best. Stoic. One of my favorite brands, a sleeve that I have used extensively and I absolutely love. And of course, to be stoic in this sport is sort of a task that everybody must practice. You can't be too emotional. You can't react too disastrously when something doesn't go your way, or maybe get too psychotic and amped up when something does go your way, because you know, well, it's going to be a really long day. And you've always got to manage your fatigue, your energy levels. Roger Tannis is now going to take a 25-kilo jump of his own. So again, this will tie the biggest jump that we've seen anybody take. Michael Carter Jr. just hit his successful 25-kilo jump. Roger Tannis is taking a 25 jump of his own. Tremendously tall competitors on average here. Roger Tannis at 165. Depth is going to be the one question. The speed is not. Roger got 2 for 3. That'll work. The one red light came from the head referee, Ryan. You got one in the center. You got one on each side for your 3 judges. And again, you need 2 out of 3 white lights for that lift to pass.
On deck, I need Tyler. Bryce,
Matt Farr. He's headed back out. Trains out of Anytime Fitness in Cadillac. Says his all-time best competition squat was 167.5. And here he's going to take 172.5. Breaking that. Should he be successful here by 5? Matt Farr, but Matt is near to that PR. So sorry you had to endure that. I apologize. Lifetime PR achieved. That's one of those things that you've always got in the very back of your mind. And you never know if you're going to be within range of that PR until you have gone through all of your warm-ups and then gauged how both of your first and your second attempts moved. You can think, yeah, I'll probably have this number. Yeah, I feel really good. Yeah, maybe I feel stronger than I've ever been. That's all well and good. But meet day, you must make that determination based on those first 2 attempts. Speaking of, Tyler Simons had a rather slow second. First one was good, convincing. This might require a good deal of grind. 182.5 to jump over 400 pounds. To slap on 17.5 to the all-time best squat. Here it comes. Tyler Simons. Tyler, what do you got, man? Yes, he did. Okay. All right, I'm convinced. All right, folks, am I biased to say that's my favorite squat grind of the day? I think if we put the clock on that one, it's the slowest. And I think it's the most satisfying to take 2 years off from the platform. His last time out was USAPL's Strong Enough back on November the 11th of 2023. Take 2 years to recomp your body, to add a bunch of size, to move up, as it were, sort of a couple of weight classes. Was initially a 90-kilo class competitor. Now he's a 105 here. Different federation, different meet locale, everything. And to just slap on 17.5 to the best squat, that's a core memory. Bryce Minor, here he is. Bryce, for his first competition, he had the downward movement, so that's going to be no lifted, that is. And it really moved fast, too, through the great majority of that range of motion. But then towards the top, it looked like maybe lost his balance. Usually you see that shortly out of the hole. But nonetheless, you can't take away from anybody in their first competition and putting that first comp number up on the board. For him, it's a 190 squat that he'll have to take from his second. That's the first missed third squat that we've seen down here in Flight D. Again, this is the last of our 4 flights. A, B, C, and D. We call them oh so creatively. Christopher Bravo is taking 207.5. This would be a 5-kilo competition PR. We figured he was probably going to be within range and probably wasn't going to be able to resist taking it, and we're exactly right. Christopher Bravo, 29 years of age, a 120 competitor, and here he is taking a 207 PR attempt. Will open at a 205 deadlift too. Good deadlifter. 207.5. Slow, deliberate, and perfect. 3 whites for Christopher Bravo. Count the PR. And those jumps too. It was 15 at first and 12.5 for the second. And some people might say, man, that was a little bit aggressive. And I think his coach is saying, no, we made exactly the right call. Well done for Christopher Bravo. Jason Tunstall is now going to slap 12.5 on should he complete his third squats. This is 210. His best all-time coming in was 197.5. When we finish this flight, again, we're going to have about a 10-minute break before we turn it over to the bench discipline. Jason Tunstall at 210. 4 more squatters to go. 12.5. Lifetime PR on the bar. Jason Tunstall will not stall out. He's got it. Wait on lights. All 3. They're white. Lifetime squat PR. Obliterated. That's 210 and plus 12.5. Jason's also got a big deadlift on him and might bench a great deal over his lifetime PR too. It's tough to say. The bench opener that he's put in is 132.5 if we're seeing this right. Well, we'll tell you more about bench when we get there. Again, we have a couple more squatters. There's 4 more here. Nicholas Kuiper is the first. Nick's going to take 230. This would slap 10 kilos on his best squat. Came out for raw strengths, no frills, back in January. Can he slap on 10 kilos in that amount of time? You bet he can. And such convincing depth. He's more upright than you'll see your average squat competitor. He's more deliberate in that descent, and he is good on that lifetime PR squat. Plus 12.5 for Jason Tunstall, plus 10 for Nicholas Kuiper here. Man, the vibes immaculate. Once again, thanks so much to Unreal Fitness, our venue here for the day in Grand Rapids. Michael Carter Jr., not to be confused with the Arizona Cardinals running back. I believe he's still in the Cardinals, although somebody correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. One of those guys you pick up in fantasy and then doesn't really get the opportunities, doesn't get the carries. Hey, focus up. Here's 232.5 on the bar for Michael Carter Jr. Oh, and it's gonna count. All right. Michael Carter Jr. went 25 from his first to second. Goes another 15 from the second to third and is all good. 232.5, 512.6 pounds. And he opens with a 235 deadlift. Man, his deadlift opener, a number of competitors you will see that will have their deadlift opener be a little bit beyond even their third squat. Many people able to just due to leverages, due to their preferences, their allocation of training volume, and all those kinds of things, are able to squat a little bit less than they can deadlift. Or, to say it nicest, are able to deadlift a bit more than they can squat. Jake Pace isn't going to quite take the PR. He's pulling the reins in a little bit. I'm sort of surprised by this. His best squat all time is 260. This is 255. Even so, Jake Pace would have the heaviest squat so far of Flight D. 255 on the bar, Jake Pace. And with great pace for Jake Pace, he's got the third. Don't recommend saying that 3 times fast, though you could.
Kenyon the second, 275 kilos, 606 pounds.
Just like what you heard the man with the microphone say, our final squat of the day. We've been treated in oh so many different ways. Tons of PRs flying around everywhere. Your heaviest squat was Devin Murbow. Hey, remember, his opener was 320. His heaviest attempt was 360. So many big-time PRs all around. Some of my favorites. Tyler Simons plus 17.5. Shauna Stoneburner plus 17.5. Jason Tunstall there has 12.5. Nicholas Kuiper adding 10. Everybody just smashing all-time best. And Lee Kenyon the second. Wife waiting in the wings. All of that. Block it out right now. And one chance for a lifetime squat best of 2.5. 275 kilos on the barbell. Lee Kenyon. Lee, can you feel it? A squat PR for all time. And what a way to end it. We want all exclamation points and no question marks. That's exactly what we got. The 3 white lights for Lee Kenyon the second, 275 kilos, successful on his final squat. Folks, that's all the squats of the day. Again, we've got about 10 minutes. As we change this over, we'll strip that weight off, put a 10-minute timer up there, and then when we come back from those 10, it will be time for the bench press discipline. Come back and catch us at about 11:26 a.m. or so, maybe a hair beyond that. But hey, thanks so much for joining us. You have witnessed some absolute awesomeness in those squats. All 4 of our flights saw tons of competitors setting PRs. You had only a handful of misses, especially on the thirds. And those were usually some aggressive, absolute huge swings. What a treat it's been. This is Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2. I'm Tanner White. Our meet director is Alicia Lewis. And you're looking live at Unreal Fitness in Grand Rapids. Back in about 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Are you okay? Hello? I got it.
Nobody saw that, right? Now we're going. Yeah, that's how
What? What?
Like this.
Oh, I tried it. Oh, awesome. Oh, that's the question. That's so good. That's so tough. Hold on. That one Alonzo? Yeah. That's so tough. Oh, that's so good. I got that's great right after this. Wow. Great work, man. Thank you.
I might have a process. I've like next level.
You said you got like AI and like talked about.
Yeah. Like, so far, I got.
Yeah. Not much. Yeah.
Shooting all the same, like every single shot and then exact same setting. So why do one up for?
Enjoy his done in like 5 seconds. I want to know.
Oh,
Grip.
I was looking for you. I specifically. Okay.
It's scary.
Did you get snacks and stuff? They got snacks out there at the moment.
Everywhere.
Oh,
Bulldog grip allows you to get a looser grip. Your back is tighter. Long squat. It's called a suicide heel. And the headlift is called a pulse, which allows for it. So at this level, does it really make a big difference because they don't know why they're doing it? The reason that they're doing it at this level is to be emotional. But as far as I know, it's okay. Oh, yeah, let's go. Which one's the next? So, competing today, Ty, Shauna, Nathan, Alonso, Camden, Sissy, Greg, and last.
normally I'm at the door thinking watching.
I didn't recommend it.
All right, attention real quick, please. For anybody who's interested, the food truck is out in front of the building. So anybody that wants to grab some food, please go ahead. They will be here until between 2 and 3, something like that. So please go grab some food now if you want it.
I didn't think you could make it.
And I need all Unreal spotters and loaders to the platform, please. We'll be starting bench in about a minute and a half. So please come to the front. All Unreal spotters and loaders to the front.
Oh, no, you're good. I have a standing here left. I do. Leonard is not a good person.
Ready?
No, I'm not gonna do that. Why do you not have an intermission screen going on? That's poor. That's poor media quality.
I need all Unreal spotters and loaders to the front, please.
I bet there's one on my desk. Yeah.
Oh yeah, literally half a mile away.
I like them. Okay, so I'm gonna need some help adjusting rack my stick up.
I can take this side back.
I can't. Yep.
Who wants to do lift off?
At least for lighter weights. Maybe Kirk for heavier weight. Okay. The whole thing. Then maybe Kirk.
He'll eat it for you.
You can have the whole thing if you want. Yeah, I would take that too. I'll remember that, by the way. I'll remember that too.
Good.
Okay, so what I'll do, I'll yell plates, and then I'm just gonna do 6 forward, or whatever.
Like 3 minutes away.
Well, it's one of the, it's gotta be the one. And I can do it. I should just come to the agreement now. One person will have it.
Light A events, we are going to be starting. So I need Michelle. I need Kathleen. I need Ashley. And I need Tegan.
And we are back for the bench press. Ooh, and we are right into the first attempt here with Michelle Lato up at the very top of it, 32.5 kilos on the bar for her. Hey, folks, welcome back. If you're just joining us, man, you picked a good time, too, because here is the opening bench attempt of Flight A of West Michigan Classic 2. And Michelle Lato looks like she's got a good lift to open it up. All right, very first attempt, very first good lift. We love to see it. You've got 3 commands. That's why people will call bench press the most technical of the lifts. You have your start, your press, and your rack commands. Start signals that you may begin to lower that bar toward your chest. Press, like you might imagine, that's after the bar has been, for some degree of time, appreciably paused upon the chest. The press means, all right, you can begin to press this thing up. And then the rack command is once that rep has been finished, you can now replace the bar in the rack, and that'll finish out your attempt. Hope you had a drink and a snack, something real nutritious, as all of these lifters and all the loaders and spotters have to do as well. We get not a whole lot of time. When you say 10 minutes between those changeovers, it never feels like a full 10 minutes.
I don't need to now. But like, when I
Bars loaded for Kathleen. 42.5 pounds, 93.7 pounds. On deck, I need Ashley, Tegan, and Alexis. Ashley.
Kathleen Allegretto. Kathleen's going to set up with a 42.5 kilo bench press for her opener. This is 93.7 pounds. Sets the arch, lowers it to the chest. Now, the one thing we might see about her technique is, did her head come off of the bench? You will see in most federations a requirement that that head remains fully in contact with the bench. However, we're saying no issue here. All right, count it. 3 white lights on Kathleen Allegretto's opening bench at 42.5. Ashley Hoover comes up now with 50 to open for her. Ashley's right in the middle of that 84 kilo weight class, weighing in at 80.4. Ashley Hoover up, Tegan Betzold on deck, and Alexis Bergsma in the hole.
Bars loaded for Ashley Hoover.
I mean, it's a good question. Oh, wait, since we don't have a
Up next is Tegan, then Alexis, then Allison.
Ashley Hoover opens at 50 on the bench. It's a green and a black. Again, we'll tell you all about how the loading goes. So that power bar that you see, as we do have 1 red light here given to Ashley, but again, 2-to-1 that will pass. So that barbell that you see is 20 kilos. That is a Rogue Ohio power bar. You've got, in terms of your different denominations, a red plate is 25, so a pair of those is 50. A blue plate is 20, so a pair is 40. A yellow plate is 15, a pair is 30. A green is 10, a pair is 20. And a white is 5, a pair is 10. A black is 2.5, a pair is 5. And your smallest denominations that we have today are going to be silvers. Those are 1.5 kilos apiece. Here's Tegan Betzold. Her opener is 55 kilos on bench. Tegan's got it.
Add a silver, 8-5. Add a silver, 8-5.
That was 5. Hard to start at 6.
Good looking opener for her. She's going to go up to 60 kilos now for her second. That's going to be 132.3.
Our favor from Lexus, 57.5 kgs, 126.7 pounds. On bench is Allison Erica, and then
Alexis Bergsma, 57.5, and Ali Perna will be taking that same weight in the hole, rather on deck. Love those super audible commands from our head referee, Ryan. Ensures zero questions on technical standards, or at minimum on the commands. At any time, should you miss one of those commands, an automatic cause for no lift.
What do you think?
But I can go back down if I know. You don't think
It's 11 pounds. Move that away. You don't think that?
Bar is loaded now for Ali Perna. Same exact weight here, 57.5. Then Erica Robinson and Beth McCauley, who's already got herself a state record in that women's Masters 2 age division. Beth will open with 60 kilos on bench as well. Ali Perna, 57.5. Boy, a longer press command there. You saw the bar was motionless on her chest a little bit longer than you might see on average, but it is a good opener at 57.5.
All right, Erica Robinson is our next lifter, 60 kg, 132.2 pounds. On deck, I need Beth, and I need Christine. Beth, and then Christine.
Thank you.
Got it. You want to lift off?
5.
Lift off. Ow. You got it. Yep.
Bar is loaded for E-Rob, Erica Robinson. Weight in real light for 84. And pressing like an 84 plus. She should have it. The opener at 60 keys is good.
7-4.
She takes that opener, makes it. Beth McCauley will take that same weight at 60 kilos, and then Christine Cranford on deck with 62.5. And then Madison.
That was only 133 pounds? Oh, shit. I was going. Wait, what am I going for? Okay. My brain.
Bar's loaded!
Fuck it. 66. 64. Thanks, Sarah.
Beth McCauley setting up very intentionally here. Hasn't unracked this bar yet. Now, finally, ready to go. The ripe age of 59.
Good work, Beth. Good work.
And bingo. She says PRs are a bonus today, that the state records are actually more so her goals. Also said her favorite non-gym related exercise is horseback riding. Awesome.
On deck, I need Madison.
She wants to shout out a number of people who have helped her to get here, like Shivam at Stretch Lab, Kevin and Reed at Cairo Unlimited, Lee and John at Crunch Fitness here in Kenwood. You know, she says it takes an army basically to keep her healthy and being able to do what she loves. Beth McCauley, good there on that opener at 60 kilos on her bench. Now Christine Cranford. Again, a nationals competitor in Powerlifting America's Classic Age Division Nationals. Her best bench is 65. Here she opens at 62.5. Serious, that jump by one single weight class made a big difference for Christine, and she will take A PR attempt likely on her second.
75 kg, 165.3 pounds. Ariana will be our last lifter of round one.
Bars loaded!
You got it.
Got it, let's go.
Come on, nice You got it.
Madison Newberry opening right around body weight here on bench. Weighed in exactly at 76 at the cap here of that 76 Raw junior class. 75 on the bar, a whole red round thing. And good on that. Ooh, no, excuse us. You had both side judges downvoting that one. So, again, we haven't had to see a whole lot of it, which is great. But when you do miss an attempt, your two options, retake that exact same attempt or go up by as little as 2.5 kilos or as much as you would like. Now here is the heaviest bench, at least the heaviest opener coming for Flight A. Ariana Edwards opening with 82 and a half.
Is that okay? Yep.
Madison Newberry did just put in an 80 kilo attempt for her second. Oh man, 82 and a half was unnervingly light. Ariana's got, 100 maybe in the tank or something like that. That is, could think of, okay, probably getting up as high as about 100. Wow, that was a display. That meant something. All right, Ariana Edwards with the heaviest opener at 82 and a half was smoked. Michelle Leto will turn it back up over to the second bench attempts here for Flight A.
Bars loaded for Michelle. Please remember, if you are not an athlete, do not cross over the platform.
Let's go.
You got it.
That's all you. Don't give up.
Michelle will opt for no liftoff. Gonna do it herself.
Push. Good job.
And should be good on that second. So she's 5 out of 5 so far. We love to see all of that green on the screen. Again, where are we seeing that? Well, you should go as well to liftingcast.com. Look for the Powerlifting America West Michigan Classic 2 meet. There you can see all of these successful attempts, and otherwise, although we love the successful ones outlined in green, you can click on a lifter's name and see all of their attempts, the results of those attempts. You'll begin to see forecasted totals once they have posted a successful attempt for each discipline. All of those kinds of things. Start seeing where everybody might stack up. Another one of those coached by Harbin Barbell and Rudy Harbin, a strength legend and coaching a number of our athletes today. Michelle Leto, all good attempts so far. And just keeps rolling. That is a good bench for Kathleen Allegretto. She jumped by that minimum of 2.5 kilos, but hey, it's another successful attempt. Ashley Hoover coming up, 55 on the bar in a moment.
Then Allison. Ashley lifting 55 kg, 121.25 pounds.
I did last time. Yeah. So that would be.
Bars loaded for Ashley.
Got it. Nice feet, Pete.
Ashley Hoover chose the lift off this time. She's got 55 on the bar. She'll elect to bench with a belt too. You wondered, was there any downward movement? That's going to be the only question, I think. Commands are good. Okay, 2-1. That's good enough. Again, I suspect that that's what the one red light was from our head referee.
All right, Alexis is going to be our next lifter. 60 kg on the bar. Followed up by
Another reminder on those lights. You've got 3 of them. a judge in the center, and one on each side, left and right. You've got to get 2 out of those 3 lights to be white, and the lift will pass.
120.
Bar loaded for Alexis Bergsma. 60 kilos for both her as well as Tegan Betzold coming up. Attempt at 60 keys. Pretty silky smooth. That works. Tegan Betzold is going to keep that same thing, 60 kilos on the bar. Ali Perna is on deck, and Erica Robinson in the hole.
Tegan is our next lifter. 60 kg again, 132.28 pounds.
That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, you got 5 pounds.
I told
You would have got it on this one.
137
You would have got this one.
Come on, you got it.
Come on, Tegan.
Tegan Betzold, 60 kilo second bench attempts.
Beautiful.
Tegan, no issues on the second. Will she jump another 5 for her best gym total in terms of, or rather her best gym bench was 60 kilos coming in. And as you hit 60 kilos there real comfortably, you're going to be talking about a lifetime PR on her third attempt.
Let's go.
Ali Perna back up. She jumps 5 from her first to second attempt. She's got 62.5 on the bar. Ooh, that was sticky, but I think she's got it all the way through. The bar came up a little uneven. Let's see if that might be an issue too. That's likely what the one red came for. However, it's just from the center. That means the other 2 are white. That passes.
All right, Erica next up, 67.5 kg, 148. 28 pounds on deck. I need to see.
All right. Well, as this rack height gets changed, let's take a moment and remind you where you are, what you're doing. Well, you know where we are. We are at Unreal Fitness here in Grand Rapids. This is the bench press of Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2. I'm Tanner White. And again, I am an 83 kilo Powerlifting America competitor, a professional play-by-play announcer, and I'll be guiding you through all of the action today. Our meet director, Alicia Lewis, is just a few spots down from me at the scorer's table. All of our spotters, judges, loaders, thanks so much to all of them. Erica Robinson wants 67.5. Ooh, she makes a big jump for her second. And that's buried. Wow, you saw those hooks really, really low. She had to place that bar, sort of let it go almost completely to get that back into the hooks. That was surprised if we don't see the rack height changed at all. Interesting. Christine Cranford will take a lifetime PR bench here. 67.5 is on the bar for her. She's typically a 57 kilo competitor, went up just a couple kilos of body weight, but it did put her up into that next weight class up at 63. Christine Cranford will add 2.5 to the lifetime best bench here that she put up at Classic Age Division Nationals in May. 67.5, CC. Christine Cranford. Got it. Now, what you've seen on a lot of female competitors so far, again, you've got all female competitors here in Flight A, but you have seen very little use of wrist wraps. Those are one of those pieces of equipment that still fall within the definition of the raw division. You're allowed a belt. You're allowed those wrist wraps. And on bench, no other supportive equipment. And, well, it's interesting, as Beth McCauley's elected to keep the knee sleeves on. Technically, you can. It's just not going to boost your bench a whole lot. But here is Beth McCauley with 67.5 on the bar. Beth got a little grind. Again, maybe toward the top. That's that lockout strength that they talk about. That's primarily at that point a tricep movement. You will see a little bit of front delt engagement and involvement in order to finish off those lifts. But largely the strength off of the chest will be, determined purely by the size and strength of the pectorals. And then once you get toward the top, you transition a little bit more of that load to the tricep and front delt. When one struggles with lockout, when the lockout strength is a bit of an issue, you'll typically say, okay, so the training adjustment that we want to make is adding a little bit more tricep volume. Benches flying up for almost everybody so far. Madison Newberry does have to retake. Missed on her first one. It was 2-1, a technical issue. Overturned her first. 80 kilos. Great comeback. Oh, I think she had a rack command twice, maybe didn't hear the first one. Was that what happened? May have been. Well, it still counted. That was a little strange, but it works.
Please remember, your coach do not cross the platform at the end of your lifter's lift. Please go around. Thank you.
He's talking to you. He crossed the platform. Go around.
Oh, my fault.
Bars loaded for Ariana. 95 kg on the bar.
Okay.
209.
We're having a discussion over at the table about coaches and crossing the platform. It's one of those just procedural things, really. Doesn't affect yours truly hardly at all. Nonetheless, Ariana Edwards already has the best bench of the flight, is looking to put that even further beyond what anybody else has done so far with a 95 kilo second attempt. Here it is. Moved around off the chest. Now I think you had some clear downward movement on her right side. I think that would, oh, man, it's good. All right, make it 2-1. That's a 95 kilo second. That's a 84 plus, but well beyond body weight bench. You might go in the range of 100 or so. Her coach over at the table, they're going to have a little discussion. All right, now we're going to turn it back over for Michelle Leto. Bars loaded for her, 40 kilos. Michelle Leto at 40 kilos. Looking to keep her perfect day up so far. She is 5 out of 5. Press command came quicker this time. This is real shaky. It rocked back and forth, and it looks like she's got it anyway. Make it 6 for 6 so far. Now, here's a great time to tell you about subtotals, as we've just had that first successful third bench attempt here of Flight A. A subtotal refers to the sums of the best squat and bench put up so far. So we'll start to tell you about subtotals and where everybody sits as we get more and more of these third bench attempts through. Your best subtotal so far, it currently sits with Ariana Edwards at 240 kilos. She had that 145 squat. That was the best of the flight and currently has the best bench of the flight. Will likely end up that way too with her 95 successful second attempt, and she's just put in a third attempt of 100 kilos. Kathleen Allegretto, just like the music term, 50 kilos on the bar. 34 years of age, still getting stronger all the time, but that one just didn't come off the chest. It'll happen. That was to tie her competition best. Wasn't quite to be today. It was a bigger jump for what it's worth from her second to third attempts. Typically, lifters will do a little bit more, will be a little bit more successful when they take that bigger attempt between the first jump, that is, between the first and second attempts. Easy for us to say, folks. It's been a long morning. but we are nearly out of the morning. It's 11:54 a.m., and we thank you so much once again for joining us. This is Flight A. This is the third bench attempts of that flight. Women's competitors all the way from 47 up through 84 plus. And then we'll have a couple women's competitors being Janine Marshall, Sherry Wallace, and Shauna Stoneburner in Flight B, which will also see men's middleweights 83, 93 competitors. 57.5, Ashley Hoover. Ashley is rocking side to side too, but she stalled. Oh, nearly thought, okay, man, there might be enough gas in that tank. It was still a tremendous grind to get it to where she did. That one is pulled. It's another good catch. Spotters, loaders, referees, thank you all again, but the spotters have been now a little bit more involved, catching a couple of straight here. Alexis Bergsma, 62.5, and Tegan Betzold will take the same. Alexis Bergsma, 62.5. Ooh, a tremendously long press command that really gets in an athlete's head, and it's so hard to come back, and yet she might have done it anyway. That's all about commands. Wow. It took quite a while to get the rack command too, and then so she was kind of holding it a little bit longer. There's just tons and tons of uncertainty to that. But even so, she grinded through the third bench at 62.5. Man. Already hit a 120 squat. That was a very good number. And then that 62.5 took a lot out of her, but that subtotal at 182.5 as a 76. It's a good number. Welcome to Detroit City. That's what we're hearing over the speakers here at Unreal right now. Sure, an M&M kind of day. Why not? Not quite Detroit. Tegan Betzold, 62.5, taking that same weight as Alexis Bergsma. Tegan going for the PR here to add 2.5. You bet. Tegan Betzold, and now that subtotal sits at 180 for her too. Man, there's going to be a lot of these that are in this range of 180 to right around 200 on the subtotals. Christine Cranford entered just a 2.5 jump. She is on deck. Ali Perna is also moving up just 2.5. Typically, you'll see athletes have success having the smallest jumps when it is on the bench press discipline. Ali Perna, 65. Christine Cranford, 70 kilos. And then Erica Robinson and Beth McCauley are both taking 72.5. Ali Perna, here it comes at 65. 19 years old, still a junior, has oh so many years of strength to be gained ahead of her. Allie's best bench could be right here. It came up uneven, and that can sometimes be the death knell. Even so, already had the bench PR nailed down at 62.5. She will finish with just the plus 2.5 on bench. Allie's best squat, however, was 150. If you'll recall, that was the best squat of the flight, tied with Erica Robinson. And so she had already put 27.5 onto her squat PR. I mean, it's kind of tough to complain that you come away with a much smaller PR on bench. Christine Cranford, looking for another PR attempt. She will once again add 2.5. This would be plus 5 to her all-time best competition bench. Ooh, again, don't like that. A little bit too quiet. All right, get the music changed, folks. What's going on here? CC, Christine Cranford, 70 keys, plus 5 on the lifetime bench, and grinded through. A great grind. You know, it's the Cereal City, right?
You can take over while I get.
I'm kidding. That's Battle Creek, folks. Pay attention. Erica Robinson, 72.5 for her third bench.
160 pounds.
She is an 84 competitor, but weighed in just 78.2, much closer,
Erica, let's hear it for her.
as it were, to that 76 kilo class. 26 years of age, also coached by Rudy Harbin and Harbin Barbell. To put the subtotal up to 222.5. E-Rob. It's a little sticky. It's stalled out. Pulled a little bit late, maybe. Again, you continue to see those hooks that are really set very low, so replacing the bar in them is a little awkward. I'm still surprised that we didn't get those rack heights changed. It just doesn't look to be at the right spot anatomically for her when she does have to dump it. I'm not really anything that we can do, but I'm going to continue to think about that and say, maybe something to talk about for their next meet, her and the Harbin Barbell team. Beth McCauley, 72.5. Also entered as a bench only. Here she comes. Another state record, we're being told. What else is new? Beth McCauley, 72.5. Had 67.5 for her second without too much grind. Pink Lightning singlet. Will the bench be Lightning 2? Not quite.
Strong effort, very strong.
It was one of those state record attempts that you just have to take. You know you could have gone up by 2.5, and you know, okay, maybe it could have been there, but even so, she did just say she left it all out there. Got everything she was going to get out of her bench, and got a fantastic one, too. What do you hope to be doing, folks, at the age of 59? Are you still hitting all-time PRs? Are you still hitting state records? Beth McCauley is. Madison Newberry, 87.5 kilos. Big benches at the bottom of the plate. She'll take 87.5, and then Ariana Edwards is on deck with 100 kilos. A red, a white, a silver, the comp collars. Madison Newberry, 87.5. These third benches are fighting, so you just gotta fight back. She got it. Wow. Also, find yourself a coach that cares about your success like that gentleman does. The very final bench of Flight A is coming up with Ariana Edwards.
It's going to be Ariana.
Ariana has a 100 kg attempt coming. This would put her subtotal all the way up to 245 kilos to lead everybody. Already does lead in the subtotals here. But again, it's the 84 plus class. Ariana just now heading out. Got that bars loaded call. Got 100 kilos on there. Going to get everything that she asked for.
You're all Ariana's coach for this one, so I want to hear you guys yelling. Let's go.
Ariana's best competition bench coming in was 82.5. She's already way beyond that to just completely blow that out of the water. Ariana Edwards for the plus 15. Had some downward movement, not quite.
Very strong effort, Ariana.
That is how Flight A will end, with a valiant effort. Look, she's already put the 10 kilos on her lifetime best. It's really, really tough to complain about that at all. All right. Rack heights are going to be changed, and then we're going to be right into Flight B with the opening bench belonging to Ethan Kipp. Ethan, an 83 raw junior. If you don't recall from his squats, his very first squat was missed on depth at 122.5. He had to retake it, did hit that for his second attempt, so he has posted a successful attempt. And then retook, or rather went up 12.5, which maybe was a little bit aggressive from his second to third squat, missed that at 135. This is a 67.5 opener. It would put his subtotal up to 190. Ethan Kipp making his powerlifting debut.
Good lift, Ethan. Good lift.
And that is a fantastic confidence builder of an opening bench. Very nice.
Red, silver, 9, 6. Red, silver, 9.
Yes. Okay.
Gary's up next. 77.5
He just came over and said, hey, was that 3 whites? Indeed it was. Don't you worry. All right, folks, we're on to Flight B. That was the opening bench attempt of Flight B. This is Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2. I'm Tanner White. We're here at Unreal Fitness here in Grand Rapids, and we are in Flight B, our second of 4 flights. They're called A, B, C, and D. Simple enough for you. Sherry Wallace is going to open up with 77.5. Initially had an utterly ridiculous 192.5 squat opener. She lowered that all the way down to 135. Again, you wonder if that was that an injury issue or what exactly it was. Takes the thumb loops off of her wrist wraps. That's another little intricacy that many are not aware of. You cannot wear those thumb loops if you do have wrist wraps that have them up on the platform. 77.5 to open on the bench.
Good lift, Gary.
Good start for Sherry Wallace. No issues.
Red, black, 8, 6. Red,
Shauna Stoneburner is next. She has already put 137.5 squat down, and that was a 17.5 squat PR. Shauna continues to open beyond her all-time previous platform bests. Her best bench on the platform coming into today was 72.5 kilos at University Nationals, and this is 80 kilos to open. 7.5 beyond her all-time best. Shauna Stoneburner, opener here, 80 kilos.
Let's go.
Clean, snappy, and plus 7.5 already. A whole lot banked up. Shauna's, now got room for error. You could think of it that way, or you could think of it as, well, she should really just be thinking, let's blow away everything that we've ever done before and then see where all the totals shake out.
On deck, I need Andrew.
Jason Fan, 95 kilos. He is heading up to the bench.
She made it look really easy. That's what I told her.
Jason Fan's best competition bench is 110 kilos. Is opening a little bit lighter and also had to go lighter on his squats than his PR pace. Plus, he missed his 3rd squat. Granted, it was a big jump at 15 kilos. 95 on the bench to open up. Jason Fan, in his sub-junior years, is still making lots of progress real quick. Waiting on the lights for a moment. I thought we certainly had it, right?
I love this character, actually, so I'll take it.
He's still looking up there with lights. Ooh, and now they are all red. Wow, I don't know what that was about. Might see if we can get explanations from judges at some point on that. But yeah, that's all red lights. And now he'll have to either retake or go up from 95. He's put in 102.5 at the table. Jason Fan, typically a very small jumps kind of guy, might not have that kind of luxury today. Andrew Bolcom, 97.5 to open.
beautiful.
Excellent lift.
Andrew Buttery, that is a great opener for him. That 97.5 was 10 beyond his opener. Competed last year at Irongeddon alongside myself. And in Irongeddon last year, benched 100 kilos. So only has to go 2.5 beyond that. And 5 kilos beyond where he's at right now for a competition PR. Camden Frederick opening at 100. Camden was already kind of turning into a fan favorite with his celebrations. We'll see if he's got a good one here on this opening bench. His friends on the WMU powerlifting team call him Seafred.
Go Camden! Come on.
An 83 open competitor here. He's got 100 on the bar.
Got this.
Oh, that's the quickest bench opener so far. That'll work. Lightweight, indeed. Again, easy for us to say from here. We don't have to lift today.
Red, yellow, silver. Red, yellow, silver. 8-6.
Nathan Clark is heading up to the platform. At University Nationals, just about 7 months ago, Nathan, at the age of 20, benched 122.5 on the platform.
Followed by Corey.
As Nathan opens here with 107.5, he will need a couple of real good convincing attempts to get within range of taking that PR. He's already got that squat PR of 2.5 kilos. 185 was his best squat. Here comes a 107.5 bench opener.
Good job, Nathan.
Picture perfect. There's zero to complain about there. That was the same as he opened at University Nationals. Now you got to have a talk, of course, with the coach, get everybody on the same page. They're really squinting hard at the conversion charts there. Again, it's Jaquise Robertson repping that raw strength sweatshirt, trying to guide Nathan to the absolute best finish that he can, placing, but also keep the PRs in mind and all that. Now, Gary Erdman, this is a special one. I'm so glad that we're here and finally able to show you this now. He is a 93-kilo bench-only competitor at 70 years of age at Ludington Athletic Club, a bench-only competitor here in the Men's Raw Masters 4.
Up, Gary.
Gary's opener is a little sticky. Might have to have it pulled now. I think he had some downward movement.
Very strong attempt, Gary. Very strong attempt.
Gary Erdman emptied the tank, but here's the thing, right? You've only got two options to either retake that or go up, and you probably have to retake considering what you just saw there.
Our last matchup is round one. Right in round one, we're going to have Corey.
Just said himself, okay, so I can't go lower. That is correct. Corey Perderis stepping up to the bar now. Gary Erdman still got that same attempt put back in there at 112.5. Again, 70 years of age. Corey Perderis, a 135-kilo opener. His best competition bench is 140.
Let's make some noise for Corey, everyone. Let's go, Corey.
And Corey is money. Again, Corey is an equipped competitor, so see he's got the bench press shirt on there. It's a compressive shirt that does give you a boost to that lift.
Followed by Shauna, followed by Sherry.
Corey Perderis just put in a big bench jump, man, 135 to 150. He's our one equipped Masters 1 competitor, is Corey Perderis.
Eyes loaded for Ethan.
A lot of conservative jumps. In fact, almost entirely conservative jumps throughout this entire flight. We'll tell you all about them as we get there. Turn it back up over to the top. This is the second bench attempt here of Flight B. Ethan Kipp to take attempt number 2 at 72.5 kilos. You wonder, was he a little bit quick on the press command? It's the only thing we saw from our side. Let's see on the lights. Yeah, 2 to 1. I think that's what they're going to say. Just got a little bit antsy with commands. That's going to be your number one reason typically for missing on the bench, would be jumping that press command, just going a little bit too quick. When lifters train by themselves and you don't have someone else externally calling out those cues, calling out those commands, you begin to anticipate exactly when that press command, quote unquote, would come. And then when you work at your own tempo for all of your training, you don't have a ton of that practice with, okay, what is the command going to be like on meet day? How long am I going to have it pause, that is, on my chest?
Let's go, Shauna!
That's why you got to control everything you can control, and might want to practice some of those commands during your training, especially when you get real close to meet day. Shauna Stoneburner setting all of her hair up on that bench. Opened at 80 kilos. That was already a 7.5 lifetime PR. Hey, she's throwing 5 more on. Here is 85 to blow away everything she's ever done before. 85 for the second. Oh, did she grind all the way? We would have said off the chest. I doubt it. And then Shauna would tell us, I think, shove it. Wow. Already secured plus 12.5 on the lifetime best bench. Maybe another 2.5. I don't think. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. And her coach, Jaquise Robertson, and Shauna there just put in exactly that. Only a 2.5 jump to 87.5. Sherry Wallace back out, second bench, 87.5. Both her as well as Shauna Stoneburner are women's Raw Junior 84 plus entries. Now Sherry's got a good time with her second bench at 87.5, so she's probably going to have more in the tank than Shauna does. Shauna was a double entrant in the junior and open age divisions. Sherry Wallace entering just as a junior.
On deck, Andrew Camden.
This is Flight B. These are the second bench attempts. We've got Flight C and D still to go with the bench. And then we've got our entire deadlift discipline. 12:16 p.m. Folks, we've been lifting since 9 a.m. Clipping off attempts here. And maybe awards 2:30, 3 p.m., something like that. Hey, we can't control the speed that these people lift. We can only cheer them on. 102.5, Jason Fan. And an unassuming second as that thing flew up. Jason's got 2-1. He got 1 red from our head referee, Ryan. Jason at the age of 17. Weighed in real light for his last competition. That was Powerlifting America's Motor City Muscle. Took second at that time in the men's sub-junior age category. Again, that's up to 17 years of age. Jason is maybe a tad behind his paces from that meet. Needs 112.5 if he should want a lifetime platform PR on the bench. He just put in 107.5, so it's a little bit below that PR. But, you know, maybe just a little bit off today of his all-time bests. Unless he wants to pull a monster deadlift and he's just aiming for, okay, what do I need to do to feel good going into that? Andrew Bolcom, 105 on the bar. This would be a 5-kilo PR on the bench. A long press command again. Is that going to stall him out? It might for now. He's got a really good reason to think he can retake that and go and get it, though. Andrew, at the age of 33, again, came out for his first official competition at Irongeddon last year. That one's held at Raw Strength in Kazoo. In that meet, benched 100 kilos, took a third attempt at 105 and missed it. Looks like he's going to take another attempt at exactly that, at 105 kilos when he comes back up. Camden Frederick, 107.5. Camden's subtotal right now sits at 305. That is the best out of this Flight B so far. And he will add 7.5 if he can knock this down. Gary Erdman on deck with 112.5. Whoa. Smoke. There's like a trail of smoke, you know, like those Skyrider airplanes. There's one of those that's left by his bar path. All right, so Camden's got to be thinking at minimum we're going to go up another 7.5. Him and Jackson Ambergy come over to the table here. Jackson handling Camden today. Both WMUPL members. Gary Erdman back to retake at 112.5. A Masters 4 competitor at 70 years of age, 112.5 kilos on the barbell. Are you benching 248 at this age?
Let's go, Gary!
Gary might have just made an all-time comeback. Wait on lights. Oh, it's 3 reds. Weren't expecting that. I think he is real surprised too and is probably going to go ask, hey, what more do I need to do here? I'm guessing, again, downward motion. Again, any downward motion of the bar in any of these 3 disciplines is enough to DQ the lift. We're real surprised by that.
Our next lifter, 115 keys on the bar, 253.5.
Nathan Clark is going to come out with 115 on the bar. Had a smoked and absolutely tossed around opener of 107.5. That's awesome. He's got in the back of his head a 122.5 competition PR, but we'll need a good second in order to get in the range to get there. Yeah, exactly like that. That's what we meant. He did get a red from our head referee. But that's just one. Again, it counts. 115, good on his second. Trying to read his facial expressions and see, okay, do you guys want to take that 125? Nathan, are you taking that 125? Are you taking that 125? Are you taking the 125? Thank you. That's all I needed to know. That was all right, my man. I thought I know your PR. Do you know your PR? He does. All right, that's good news. Nathan Clark will take that competition best for his 3rd attempt. Corey Perderis, 150. Again, he is equipped. You got the bench shirt on here. His best equipped bench was 147.5, so he's got that PR secured. Has also been a single ply as well as a multi-ply lifter. Referring to the layers of fabric there on that supportive material, he opts for a Titan bench suit, or bench shirt, that is. Again, it gives you additional compression among all of those pressing muscles of the upper body. That supportive material adds to, on average, the weight lifted, though there are some who really struggle to learn the intricacies of equipped bench pressing technique. Ethan Kipp missed on his second. He is one of very few competitors that we've seen go up after a miss. That's exactly what he's going to do here. 72.5 missed. Here comes 75 kilos. Ooh, bar was moving around all over the place, and I think that's going to be his undoing. When it takes so long to get that press command, usually it's because that bar is not appreciably motionless on the chest. I think that's exactly what happened there for Ethan. He's going to have to take that opening bench of 67.5. His subtotal right now, again, that is the sum of your best squat plus your best bench. That subtotal sits at 190 kilos. Our best subtotal of the flight so far is Camden Frederick at 312.5. Bars loaded. Shauna Stoneburner, one more lifetime PR attempt. This would be plus 15. Takes a while, again, to put up the hair. You got to be really mindful of that setup, and as you're trying to crank that arch up and mash that head into the bench so as to keep your butt down and maintain the legal lift position, man, a lot to think about. Shauna taking a while to set the grip. Oh, so deliberate. Now Shauna Stoneburner for the plus 15 lifetime PR over what she hit at Collegiate Nationals in April. Shauna Stoneburner, 87.5 was a little bit too much on the day. Again, she's already got that plus 12.5. She really had to grind herself probably a great deal further than she wanted to in order to get to that second bench, which was already a monster PR of 12.5 kilos. Shauna, 5 out of 6 on the day. Sherry Wallace is one of those who has a chance to go 6 out of 6. There aren't very many in this flight, but in flight A, you had 5 of them with Michelle Lato. Pardon, you had 4 of them with Michelle Lato, Alexis Bergsma, Christine Cranford, and Tegan Betzold, all hitting their first 6 attempts. Sherry Wallace, 92 and a half to bump her subtotal up to 250. And it's a sticky one, and it's moving around, and then not going to come up. Came off the chest, but not by a ton. She'll also have to take that second, and will best Shauna Stoneburner by only 2.5 kilos. Both took some third attempts that they had reason to think, yeah, we might be able to hit those, but both had some tremendously heavy squats, some of our heaviest female competitors' squats, and, well, fatigue is cumulative throughout the day, but it's also cumulative from all of the training that you took to get here. So you understand when third attempts are in a range that is, in any way aggressive, this will happen. 105, a retake for Andrew Bolcom. This is for the lifetime competition PR of 5 kilos. And now, Andrew, once more, it's sticky in the mid-range. Not quite. He's going to be stuck on that 100 kilos for a little bit longer. From last year at Powerlifting America's Irongeddon to now, had reason to think, man, that's probably going to be there. Had 2 really valiant attempts at it, great grinds, and came up a hair short on those 105 attempts. We'll have to sit on 97 and a half. Jason Fan, 107.5. Just 2.5 under his lifetime PR. Jason Fan. Beautifully technical lifter. Jason might be stalling a little, drifts down, and man, spotters, thank you again. Getting their workout and then some today.
Camden up next.
Camden Frederick continues to be the best subtotal that we see out of this flight B. He could put it up another 5. It already sits at 312 and a half. Camden had a 205 squat as an 83. Big number there. This is 112 and a half on his bench. Powerlifting debut of Camden Frederick.
Gary, Nathan, Corey.
Gary Erdman will retake his bench one more time to try and post a number up in a second. Camden Frederick, 112 and a half. Camden! That sticking point stared him down, and Camden just punched it in the face, knocked it out. Everybody's got one somewhere. It's often as much to do with your muscular development as it is to do with just your build. What do you look like, and what does that likely mean that is the best kind of technique for you? And then by the way that you change your technique, okay, you're probably not eliminating a weak point or a sticking point. You're probably just moving it around. That was Camden Frederick at 112 and a half. A big subtotal of 317 and a half on the board for him, and he is 6 for 6. He is, in fact, the only lifter of this entire flight so far to go 6 for 6. Nathan Clark and Corey Perderas have a chance in a moment. We got to turn this microphone down for you because Gary is getting everybody up out of their seats and loud. Gary Erdman, one more retake at 112.5 kilos at 70 years of age. A Masters 4 competitor. 70 years of age, 70 years of iron, 70 years of grind. And they had to pull it, and he gave it quite literally everything his body was going to give him. Zero reason to be dejected about that.
125 kg, 275 pounds on the bench from Nathan. Corey is going to be our last lifter. Might be round 3.
70 years of age. We'll tell you one more time. Weighed in light, too, at 90.4 kilos. Absolutely emptied his gas tank, but unable to put a successful bench up. Gary Erdman has primarily been a bench-only competitor, too. All others that you see taking all 3 attempts for each of the 3 disciplines, we call those a full power entrance, entering the full power meet. Nathan Clark of WMUPL for an all-time best bench of 125. Nathan, come on. What do you got? One more time. And it's pulled as that was a hair too much. You get maybe the thought in the very back of your mind, if you did go 122.5 instead, would you maybe have been able to salvage it? Oh, boy. It's tough to say. He swung for the all-time lifetime PR. You totally get it. And he set that at University Nationals when the vibes there are absolutely immaculate and you're surrounded by all this incredibly elite competition. You get it. Of course you get why he did it. And it came close. Corey Perderis will add 10 kilos onto his best equipped bench of his life. It's 147 coming in. He's already got 150. Now he's looking to add 10. 157.5. Big number. Booyah. Corey Perderis at 347.2 pounds.
Round 1.
That is your final equipped bench that we're going to see today. It was a good one. It was a treat. Now, Flight C coming on up. That is our third of 4 flights. Alexander Kelsey is going to open this up. We've told you all about this kid. He is such an absolute phenom. He squatted 222.5. Every time this guy touches a lift, it is a PR. It's insane. And he is one of the absolute brightest up-and-comers in the entire sport. Alex Kelsey, his best bench is 120 kilos. And here he opens at 115. 3 Powerlifting America competitions since June. Motor City Muscle, Umbra Classic, now West Michigan Classic 2. Alex Kelsey, 115 opener. Bar also moved around on his chest a tiny bit, and I think that caused him to get a little bit longer of a press command than he would have wanted. He comes over and he asks, hey, what is that infraction exactly? It did count. We know that much. But he just wants to know again, okay, what can I clean up? Nicholas Ford. Nick's got the butteriest of benches. 117.5. Jimmy Perucci and Nick Ford approaching the table. Yeah, don't look at me. Or matter of fact, you want to say hi in the camera here, Jim? Hey, how you doing? Evan Sifan, 120. His bench opener. Everybody beyond this point is going to be over 2 of those red round things. A monster 255 squat. An absurd 255 squat. Bench here, 120. All right, way more in the tank for him. Good to know. Ooh, he got the 1 red from our head judge as well. As the subtotal is 375 for him. That's the best subtotal so far. That's what happens when you squat 255 there. You get a lot of wiggle room. Our biggest bench opener. You'll never believe who it is. It's Devin Mervow, who also had our biggest squat. He also has our biggest deadlift opener. But what could have been with his third squat is probably what he'll be thinking. Missed on 360. Took an absurdly aggressive third attempt after having scratched his second. 127.5 on the bar for Tyler Horton. Tyler had a best squat of 205. Tyler good on commands. Quiet confidence. His coach said, hey, he's hungry. He identified a 1,300-pound total at his goal.
Up next is our next lifter, 130 kg, 286 pounds. 286 pounds on the bench.
Mark Bergsma stepping up here. Mark is another one of our bench-only competitors. Another Masters competitor at the age of 61. A Masters 3. His team rebuild. Alexis as well as Mark. Both Bergsmas here looking to put up numbers. Oh my. There is so much more to be had. If it's 137.5 or 140 for the second, I would say, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Wow. Well, if you're going to be a bench-only competitor, embrace it and have an awesome bench. I think that's exactly what we're going to get out of Mark Bergsma. Wow. Still stunned at the speed of that. More Masters. More 50 pluses, more 60 pluses, more 70 pluses. That's what the sport is. Maybe you could say that's one of the niches still to be filled in it. It's exploding among the younger generations, of course. But boy, I say it's for all ages. Strength's never a weakness, folks. Ronald Madison at 135 scratched his last two squats and hit his bench opener like nothing. And he says, okay, I only need a total here to qualify. So I expect that he's going to come and say the same thing. Yeah, I'm scratching my next two bench attempts as well. It looks like exactly what he's going to do. Works for us. Again, it just gets us a little bit closer to the end of the day here. We are now heading towards the middle of Flight C. This is our third of 4 flights. This is our second of 3 disciplines with the bench press. The final discipline is the deadlift. Hunter Thomas Norman. Whoa. A huge bench opener of 142.5 for a 93 junior. Ronald Madison has officially said that he's going to scratch those next 2 for his bench, so he'll probably do the exact same thing with deadlift. 1 out of 3 on squat with a very, very heavy aggressive opener. Man, that bar is moving all over the place. Wow. But I still think he settled it down. It's one of those, there's very little control on the chest. That is going to make the lift harder, yes. But when your pressing power is so much as to completely be able to overcome that, well then, maybe you don't have to worry about it too much sometimes. Alonzo White is going to open with 152.5 kilos. His all-time competition best is 10 beyond that. He hit that at University Nationals over in Atlanta. He's doing his absolute best to explain to the gentleman giving him a handoff exactly what he wants. That is your obligation as the lifter every single time that you approach the bench because, hey, they're seeing all these dozens of competitors, 44 of them today, all rotating through. And yeah, they're not going to remember you maybe on each and every attempt exactly what you wanted. Alonzo White, opening with that 152.5, tied as his heaviest opener. This is exactly the same as he opened at those last University Nationals this year. A 9th place finish in that 93 kilo class. Still a junior. Likely the last one here as a junior for him with Powerlifting America. Absolutely. No doubt to it. Alonzo White, 152.5. Gonna come over and talk to the coach. Man, are we putting in a PR for the second? It's probably there if we do. Would that maybe leave us not so much room to go up? And could we maybe go a little bit more conservative? Tough to say for the second and then really take a big swing on the third. He just put in that 162.5. Okay, so maybe 170 would be the high end for his third attempt, roughly, or 172.5 possibly if you wanted to do 2 jumps of 10 kilos. The guy's an absolute maverick. He's unpredictable. He knows that he wants to take a monster swing on deadlift too. Not quite sure. We'll find out. Mac Butzer, 155. These bench openers are getting a little spooky. Ooh, that's real awkward. I think he clipped the rack multiple times. Now you wonder, does he get... You have abilities that the judges can't award him another attempt there. Well, doesn't look like that's what we're going to have there. But I do think that that is the number one reason why that attempt was missed. Even so, looked to be tremendously heavy. Remember, Mac Butzer squatted 297.5. That 297.5 is 655.9 pounds. So it's sort of like that must sap a little bit of your bench as well as your deadlift strength. Oh boy. He's just put in a 2.5 kilo jump. Got to have a successful attempt on all 3 disciplines again to post a total. Zafar Abduvokadov, 162.5. Wow. Oh boy. Zafar's got reason to think there is way more to be had. And that's already a competition PR. 175. That's 3 red round things plus the comp collars. Go for it. A 17-year-old sub-junior, Zafar Abduvokadov. That's a big number for his second bench. Wow. Speaking of, Travis Smith already hit a squat PR of 250. That was plus 15. Now his bench, he's loading 165. He's an unbelievable deadlifter. We'll tell you all about it once we get down to deadlift. A native of Hesperia. Owns his own gym, Juggernaut's Gym. In his best competition total, 715. Oh, no. Nothing is safe here. The guy says, I need the Michigan 93 deadlift record and total record. He says his favorite powerlifting discipline is all of them. He loves SBD all equally. Oh, man. He's got more in that tank. There's no denying it. Uh-oh. We won't call it Hespertucky, though that may be in the back of our minds. Joe Larger, 170. We're nearing that 3 reds territory. Again, if you took the competition collars off and you did just load the 3 reds, though we can't do that, that would be 170 kilos. Joe's all-time best competition bench, 182.5. That was set at the Powerlifting United National Championships. Clean as can be on a 170 opener. That's very much in line with his typical openers. And his all-time heaviest attempts are at 187.5. Okay, so now this is when it gets a little spooky for the spotters because it's Devin Mervow, and he's got this absolutely world-class, well, entire total and all 3 disciplines individually. And so let's load up 200 kilos to open. Why don't we? Dot score is one of those most important sort of strength to body weight ratio measurements He had the best competition dots by a whole lot of anybody coming into this competition at 548.54. He's got an opening bench of 200 kilos like it wasn't a whole lot. His best competition bench ever is 212.5, by the way. Only needs 12 and a half more in order to get to that competition best. 15 to go beyond it, and there's nothing that says to us after watching that he might not be able to. Yikes. Alex Kelsey. His bench best set at the Umbra Classic. That was August 3rd. Another Powerlifting America competition. He won that sub-junior 93 kilo class. Took third in the sub-juniors at his very first meet at the Motor City Muscle Meet. And that was June 6th of this year. And so he just continues slapping on kilos all the time and improving his placings. Alex Kelsey at 120. Ooh, that was much stickier that time. Wasn't expecting that. And that is one of the very first times this guy's ever missed a lift. You just don't expect it. But, of course, you cannot literally get stronger all the time. I'm told that that's not quite possible. Even so, option to retake or move up by as little as 2.5. Alex will choose to retake at 120. Literally one of the most explosive and the most promising teens in the entire sport. Alex Kelsey is going to open with a 265 kilo deadlift. That is 584.2. Will pull likely well over 600 pounds. Nick Ford, 122.5. Not an issue. Nick Ford has already got a plus 12.5 off of his best bench coming in.
Let's give it up for Mark and his new record.
Like we just heard over that PA mic, hopefully you've heard it. We'll crank it up a little bit more for you. But Mark Bergsma is looking to take a Masters 3 bench state record. 91.1 kilos body weight in this 93 Masters 3 class. That's the age of 60 to 70. Here is Mark Bergsma, 137.5 on the bar. Beyond that 300-pound barrier, 303.1. So deliberate and so picture perfect. Some will choose to really let that bar sort of fall onto the chest and let it sink in there. Some will control that descent the entire way. Mark Bergsma is the latter. And then you get a quicker press command almost all the time. As soon as that bar is appreciably motionless, that head referee wants to give you the press command. They want to do everything that they can to have everybody pass as many successful attempts as possible. And when you're just so technically beautiful like that, it gives you every opportunity to have that happen. Mark Bergsma has just put in 142.5 kilos for another state record attempt coming up to break his own just earned record. Tyler Horton, 137.5 on the bar for his second, a 93 junior. Beyond 300 pounds on the bench, went down there, 303. $140 is the next attempt coming up. Evan Sifan. Hunter Thomas Norman is on deck with 147.5, and Mac Butzer wants 157.5 after his bench clipping incident. It's going to be interesting on that one. That would be a tremendous comeback, even to just get that additional 2.5. It posts a number for you. It puts a number on the board because, again, you have to get a successful lift in each discipline, at least one each, to post a total for your meets. Evan Sifan, 140. He jumps 20 kilos from his first to second. Wow. And so predictably, it's going to be real heavy. But maybe predictably because of the guy's gas tank, you knew he was going to hit it. 395 subtotal. Evans over at the table now. Hunter Norman, 147.5. Mac Butzer, 157.5. Alonzo White coming up in 3 attempts. He'll take 162.5 to tie his competition best.
325 pounds on the bench. On deck, I need Mac and I need Alonzo on deck.
He's had trouble controlling this barbell on his chest. Let's find out here. His best competition bench was set at the USAPL Michigan Tournament of Power last year in July, 147.5. He'll tie that here. If and when this is successful. It was a question of when. It wasn't a question of if. Very nice.
2 reds, yellow, silver. 2 reds.
1 for 3 on squat, 2 for 2 so far on bench. Mac Butzer got to post a successful bench here, and the attempt starts at where his first attempt failed. Oh, pardon me. No, he went up 2.5. He did. He put in 155 first, and then again, he clipped the hooks, it appeared to us. And then on his second attempt here, he's got to make that little adjustment, probably in where he sets up, setting down a little bit further. All right. His coach was pushed off of the platform there unceremoniously. Mac Butzer, 157.5 to start the comeback. Oh, he's clipped it again, and he's still got the second bench. And that's not in and of itself reason to DQ the lift. That's not going to draw any red lights.
Alonzo is up next, followed by Joe, then Zafar, then Travis.
Alonzo White is going to take 162.5. This will tie his competition best set at University Nationals in Atlanta, Georgia. A 9th place finish among those 93s. Back at that time. Alonzo knows that was not nearly his best day. And still, on his, arguably his worst day, which he's told a lot of us, he totaled 700 kilos. Did not improve his total from his previous meet, however, which was the Powerlifting America Michigan Classic. Already has a whole lot banked up with the 3 for 3 start on the squats. 282.5. Put 17.5 on his competition squat. 162.5 kilos. This is 358.2. Attempt timer was running down under 10 seconds. Now ready to press. Alonzo White, the 93 kg. Second bench is tougher this time, and everybody's clipping the hooks right now. Oh, no. And then that really probably changes his plans a lot. But again, it's back-to-back lifters there with Mac Butzer and Alonzo White, who are both clipping those racks. And now you got to start asking, okay, does everybody need to change their setup? Is there something about the rack heights that we don't quite like? Do teams, want to have a talk when you go and break and meet with your coach? Do you want to have a talk about, okay, yeah, do we need the position of those changed? Joe Larger and his trainee, Zafar Abduvokadov, are both coming back-to-back with 175 kilos. But one is a master and one's a sub-junior. Joe Larger with a 5-kilo jump. But would you have known it? Second, maybe better than first, so he flies up and off the bench. He vaults himself over.
Zafar is up next. 175 kg, 385 pounds.
1825.
Zafar, Travis Smith, Devin Mervow. Those are our final 3 benches. Everybody is going to be over 3 reds.
Easy work. Take your time.
Zafar's best bench coming into today was 160. He moves up a weight class mostly for performance reasons. Weighs in at only 111.7 in the 120 class. 3 reds, those comp collars, and a 175 kilo bench for the second. At the age of 17, what were you doing at the age of 17?
I wouldn't go for it too, but if you want 390 something, just say one. Where should I go, Joe? So your
Zafar and his coach Joe Larger over at the table. Travis Smith is up next, 175. He'll take that exact same thing with the 3 reds and the competition collars. Again, your barbell is 20 keys.
either 180 or 1775.
Devin, you're up next.
Yeah, what do you want?
1775.
Travis Smith up with the 3 reds. Start command. The 3 reds. Travis Smith is just so perfect technically. Could watch that all day long. And he should be thinking he's got a lot more in the tank too. Both him and Zafar smoking 3 reds. Devin Merval. How much have we told you about him? Probably not even enough yet. It's probably not doing it justice. This second attempt will tie his competition best all time at 212.5 kilos. That's 468.5 pounds. It takes a while just to slap on all of those plates that Devin needs. It's a good problem to have. 212.5. No wrist wraps, a narrower grip. Just the rawest of power. 3 white lights. What else is new? And a world-class bench. Anything beyond 212.5 will be a competition PR. He hits that third at all, and it will be a competition PR. We've still got another flight. However, third attempts here with Flight C coming first. Alex Kelsey is up at the top, Nick Ford on deck, and then in the hole, Evan Seifand. Alex missed on 120. That was to tie his competition best. He'll need to retake that again to get that same number up on the board and still get him in a really, really good spot to take a competition total PR. Alex Kelsey, 120 bench. First, third attempt of Flight C. Figure that one out. Oh, he had the downward movement too. And then gotta dump it. 115, that's the best number Alex Kelsey's going to be able to post on his bench. Again, he's already got the huge squat PR of 17.5, so it's really not a monster drain to his total. And this guy can kind of just pull whatever he wants most of the time. 267.5 coming in was his very best deadlift. That's 589.7 done at the Umbra Classic again in August. So the guy had, 3 months to train for this. And when you take usually at least 1 week off to fully deload and get your body feeling normal after a competition, then you start to count the training weeks and you're talking, okay, maybe 10 weeks or so of training would be about the best I could have in order to get myself in a place where I can hit all lifetime PRs. It's a whole lot to ask for. Nick Ford already got a competition PR. He's going to throw 7.5 more on this thing. Bang! This guy just vaulted his bench from 110 to 130 in 2 attempts. He's standing up there waiting on the lights. Oh, the agony, the torture, but he must have them, right? Yes. That gave me gray hair. That gave me gray hair.
Evans up next.
Wow. All right. It counts. Nick Ford just threw 20 kilos on his bench there. Pretty good day for him. The only attempt he missed was his first squat when it timed out. Squatted 187.5. He threw 22.5 on there and throws 20 more on the bench. That's 42.5 already added on to the total from January of this year at Raw Strengths, no frills. Evan Sifan, 142.5. Evan's got a tricky, sticky third, but it should be 3 whites. Mark Bergsma, 142.5. We already told you that his last attempt was a age division state record. And now he's going to break that record one more time should he be successful here on the third at 142.5. Tyler Horton will take that same weight. Then in the hole is Hunter Norman at 152.5. And Alonzo White down at the bottom, near the bottom rather, of the flight, has elected to retake that 162.5 bench after he clipped the rack. Mark Bergsma, 61 years of age and still getting better. Mark and Alexis out here together. The Bergsmas celebrating success rights. Tyler Horton up now 142.5.
Can you do 4 caps if he's breaking the record again?
That's a good question to ask. His coach just came over and said, hey, so can my lifter there, Mark Bergsma, do a 4th attempt? At certain national and international meets, when there is questions of records, especially world records, the answer is yes. But here today at this West Michigan Classic 2, the answer is no. Tyler Horton, 142.5.
Nice and easy. Come on.
Tyler had way more there, and he taped up his thumb, and he gnashed his terrible teeth, and he roared his terrible roar, and he hit that third bench smooth. He is 6 for 6, 205 squat, 142.5 bench. You have only a couple of competitors right now who are 6 for 6 in this flight. Evan Sifan and Tyler Horton. Zafar, Joe Larger, and Travis Smith all have chances to do that. Hunter Norman, 1 for 3 on his squats, but his benches have been fantastic so far. He has already tied his best competition bench at 147.5. He's going to try and smack 5 more on. Made the transition from USAPL to Powerlifting America. And did that come with it? A boost in strength. Let's find out. Ooh, a little bit better control on the chest, but then it stalled out. And that did dump on him a little bit before it was pulled by the spotters. Not comfortable. It's one of those, man, again, you'd love to see the height of those safeties adjusted probably up 1 or so that the moment that you let that arch out, that bar is not going to still come and rest on your chest. Rest is probably not even the right word, but you know what we mean.
Alonzo with 358 pounds on the bench.
Alonzo White heading back out. It's a retake here. It would tie a competition best again of 162.5. Guy stalks and then attacks this bench. Alonzo White, this would equal his best bench from University Nationals. Remember, he missed this as a second attempt there too in Atlanta. Now to come back and take it when he's already got a whole lot banked up with a fantastic squat of 282.5. At Lonzo White, 93 kg, Mr. 93 himself. Deliberate as ever. Drifting back. Is it going to clip those hooks again? Man, it's got to be in people's heads right now. Alonso is going to have to just take that first bench of 152.5. He's told us he wants to pull for the win. Maybe that just means the 93 open win. Maybe he meant pulling for best lifter. Who knows? And that just made it a little bit more difficult to get in range to do that.
Joe, Travis, Devin on deck.
Alonzo White with his subtotal sitting at 435. He will have a tremendous deadlift opener of 260 kilos. Zafar made the smallest jump that he could of just 2.5, 177.5. His personal best coming in was 160. 17.5 is a lot to add, of course. But to add it on your bench, comical. 391.3. Zafar Zanir to another PR. Wow. 177.5 at the age of 17 years old. Do you need to know a whole lot more about this kid? Unbelievable. This guy's still got another year in high school to go to high school nationals, to put even more up on it. It's just absurd in every way, no matter how you slice it. Wow. Just noticed this on Mac Butzer. He misses the first one, clipping the rack, right? 155. He goes up only 2.5 to make sure he posts a number, to make sure he posts a total. 157.5. Now he says, forget all of that noise. We're throwing 20 on from the second to the third. A huge bench jump. Mac Butzer. This would be 7.5 beyond his all-time best. Man, that's aggressive, and maybe somewhat predictably that just didn't come up. You wonder why exactly that was the number per se. If you were just looking for the PR, you could have gone 172.5. That would have been 5 kilos lighter. If you wanted to tie that personal best at 170, you could have taken that, and maybe that would have been in the tank. But it's a shocking third attempt, really, to see 177.5. Joe Larger will tie, should he be able to complete this one, a competition best. This was set at the Powerlifting United Tested National Championships last year in October. Then crossed over to Masters upon that 40th birthday this year. He says larger, like bigger than large. Yeah, you are. We can all see it. We can all see a nearly completed third bench of well over 400. Travis Smith is going to keep that same weight on 182.5.
182.5 kg, 402 pounds.
Remember, Travis's last meet in Powerlifting America was this same meet last year, the West Michigan Classic. At that meet, benched 175. Also competed at Classic Open Nationals, benched 177.5. He's got a tremendous deadlift, might be in the range of 300 kilos or so. But this would also vault his bench up into that kind of stratosphere that is very impressive for a 93 or otherwise. 182.5. Way too quiet, folks. What are we doing here? Travis Smith, over 400 pounds. Travis just gassed his way on through. 432.5 subtotal. And now, man, could really throw a lot onto his total if he's able to get somewhere near what his PR bench, rather what his PR deadlift has been. It's really tough to say that there's any way he won't get that. He says he needs that Michigan 93 kilo deadlift and total record. He says he's got to take it back. He's got to be known as the strong dad. Everybody needs to know him as that. Well, that helped you a lot to get all of that respect that way. Okay, Devin Murbow, this is the one you've been waiting for. This is 479.5 pounds. This is an all-time competition best of 5 kilos. For the heaviest bench of the day, Devin Mervow. Devin, what more could we ask for? It stalled, was 212.5. Not one of the great spectacles that you've seen in powerlifting here. A 93 junior. Devin comes up a little bit shy. But don't worry, we're not even done with the bench press yet. Our final flight here of the day, this is flight D for the bench press. Tyler Simons will be up first. He's going to open with 105 kilos. Roger Tanis and Christopher Bravo at 110. And Matt Farr, 112.5. Those are going to be your bench openers coming right up. The heaviest bench down at the very bottom of the flight is Jake Pace. Jake Pace will open with 160.
All right, bars loaded for Tyler.
Tyler Simons and all his Raw Strength family and all his Western Michigan University powerlifting team family all ready. This will be plus, boy, if we're doing our math right here, 12.5 on his lifetime PR after hitting the 17.5 squat PR. Sure, why not? 2 years off the platform. And welcome back to it. Oh, so technically perfect. You could watch it forever. He's got 2-1. Got to take a look at what that head referee told him here, but 105 is plenty good enough. He's just put in 110. 2 linear jumps of 5 kilos apiece. A good thought for Tyler. Probably would get him into a really, really happy range. That would end up at 115 if that's what he ends up getting. And again, his competition best, 92.5 coming in. Roger Tanis had 3 so beautiful squats. Could watch those all day long. Absolutely dunked them to within an inch of their lives, pardon me. And now he opens, not quite yet. Oh, no thumbless grip. That's what we're told. So he had a little replace. Again, that doesn't cost him the attempt. He can restart this. And here it comes now. Thumbs on the barbell. There we go. All right. And so didn't allow that to rattle him at all. He settled down and got 3 whites.
Christopher Bravo, next 110 kg, 242 pounds.
Christopher Bravo turning it over now. His best competition bench, 130. And he opens at 110. Guy who in the past has had some issues with commands, but the strength, not at all. A tremendously slow, controlled descent of the bench. You wonder, though, is that a little bit overly slow? Does he want to speed that up a little bit intentionally? 110 is good, though. Bench opener. Good start for flight D. We have nothing but white lights, except for Tyler Simons with that head judge on his opener at 105. Matt Farr, 112.5. Bryce Miner is on deck with 120. And Jason Tunstall will have 132.5 when we get there. These are your men's 105s, 120s, and 120 pluses, all open or masters age divisions. Matt Farr, 112.5. Opening above body weight here as a 120. Easy, I agree. And Matt is a very light 122. Weighed in at 110.8.
On deck, I need Jason, Nicholas, and Michael. Jason, Nicholas.
His all-time best bench, Matt Farr says is 115. And when you open with 112.5 and it looks like that, well, then you feel you've got a lot more. Now, I'm very surprised to see that he did take 115 for his second attempt. Thought he would, usually you want to jump over that PR if the opener was quite that easy. Nonetheless, it is his prerogative. Bryce Minor is just hearing the exact same thing here that, okay, I've got to take the thumb loops off. And so that's what he does, and now he can start. And so didn't affect him at all. Bryce says his best gym total is 584 kilos. He said he really wants to get as close with his first competition total as he can to his gym total. Guy's been a competitive swimmer for a long time, right here in Grand Rapids at Calvin. The swimming to powerlifting pipeline, not one I had been made aware of. But I tell you what, it makes sense if you've got the sort of Michael Phelps type frame that is very tall, very lanky, and you have tons and tons of room to add strength and size. Jason Tunstall, here he comes, mouthpiece in and ready to rock.
Bring the bar to your house, bro.
Jason's competition best bench, 140 coming in. Jason's opener right now, 132.5. Every reason to think he can go well beyond.
Not my concern.
Jason Tunstall takes the hand off. Here he goes.
Let's go, Jason. 292 pounds. Lightweight.
The guy has the sound of like a pneumatic drill with that breath as he lets it out. That's onomatopoeia for you. 132.5 is money. Nick Kuiper, 142.5. Upcoming. Nick Kuiper took a huge bench third attempt in his first meet at Raw Strength No Frills back in January of 160 kilos. That was a 17.5 jump. This might be a nicer opener to get him with more sort of realistic jumps and still hit a competition PR. Starts at 142.5. All right. Again, I am convinced. Wow. That flew. And that was the same as his second attempt back at No Frills in January. So the guy clearly got a whole lot stronger.
Michael's up next. 314.
He was a very, very light 120 kilo competitor. He weighed in at only 105.3. So you drop those 0.3 kilos and he would have been a 105.
Lee and Jake on deck.
Michael Carter Jr., 142.5, that exact same weight. Lee Kenyon apparently still hasn't had to depart yet. Wife, hopefully not yet in labor. If it should hold off one more day, would that not be the great blessing, especially if Lee comes out here and, goes 9 for 9 and hits all these PRs and has a super meet and everything? That would be utterly storybook. Thumb loops one more time, we're being told. I'm surprised on this that we've got quite so many competitors. But it's one of those things you just rarely think about at all. You often use the thumb loops to put the wrist wraps on every time that you do bench. But, yeah, well, then you got to take them off on the platform. 142.5 opener. Smoke show. And that is a 375 kilo subtotal and a lot more to be had. We have nothing but good benches so far. We love to see that. First attempts for Flight D, smoking. We told you Jake Pace is going to have the heaviest bench opener at 160 kilos. That is coming up in one more attempt. This is Lee Kenyon. The second he opens here at 145. Going to need some big jumps to get near even probably his best all-time bench.
Easy work, Lee. Easy work.
Even so, 145. You got to get the first before you can get the second or that third.
last lifter of round one, Jake Pace. 350
Jake Pace coming up with that 160 bomb to open.
Thank you. You're pointing out something.
Jake Pace's best dot score coming in was set at Motor City Muscle back in June. Jake had a rather quick turnaround for this one, but looking good. Could be beyond his pace. This guy's first ever opening bench in a sanctioned powerlifting competition, by the way, was 162.5 kilos at 27 years old. Unreal. All-time best bench is 182.5.
All right. Jake, going for 160 kg, 352 pounds.
This is going to be the heaviest bench opener we've seen since Travis Smith. Pardon, since Devin Mervow, of course. Jake Pace. Uh-oh. That's spooky. If this had been a couple of weekends ago, if this had been Halloween weekend, that would not have been at all out of place.
170.
I can't run for the award ceremony.
All right, we'll go back up to the top of the flight. Tyler Simons here, Flight D, second attempts. These are our second of 3 attempts here for the bench press. Once we finish that, we'll have another 10 minutes to change it over, and deadlifts will be our final discipline of the day. Tyler Simons has a whole lot banked up here on his total. He hit a 105 bench opener. He's going for 110 here, and his previous competition best was 92.5. To add 17 all time, 17 and a half. Tyler Simons, the second might have been better than the first. And it's the same thing, so he's going to see at that head judge, he's still giving him a red light there, but 2-1 it counts. And 110's already in the bank, and so you could go up another 2.5. You could go up a 5.
Roger, Christopher, and Bryce on deck. Roger, Christopher, Bryce.
Whatever.
Bars loaded!
Talk about playing with house money for Tyler Simons. It's a great spot for him to be in. His subtotal at 292.5, and we'll see what he put in a moment. Probably another 5. That's exactly what it is, up to 115. Matt Farr, 115 on the bar himself. This would tie his best competition bench.
Let's go, Matthew. 253 pounds. Come on.
And a little bit quicker descent this time. I really think that helped him out on the press. Was very, very slow with his descent that first time. And much more convincing there as the weight goes up. Good sign. Yeah, shaking his head like, yeah, you know what? I do got that. Not an issue, and whatever this third attempt is, I'll figure out a way, and I'll get it. Bars loaded. Here's Roger Tannis.
Roger going for 120 kgs.
120 kg. That's what's on the bar for him and Christopher Bravo. Roger's perfect day is still intact. 285. That's his subtotal, pardon us, not his total. He's got a 170 deadlift opener put in too. Christopher Bravo at 120.
Let's go, Chris. Let's go, Chris.
Chris's heaviest attempt ever, 132.5. Chris's heaviest successful bench ever at Classic Open Nationals for Powerlifting America this year as a 120 with a 130 bench. Again, he's got a tremendously slow negative. Controls it all the way down to his chest there and then flings it back up. It's great. It's so technically sound, and it's a good second bench at 120. 125 is what we're told he's going to put in for his third.
Michael, and Nicholas. Jason, Michael,
Bryce Minor, 132 and a half. Probably one of not so many lifters that tends to train most often at the YMCA. I tell you what, you can get strong from absolutely anywhere. However, he's not the only one, as Christopher Bravo as well trains at the downtown YMCA, as well as he says his other sort of home gym is here at Unreal Fitness in Grand Rapids. 132 and a half. Bryce Minor. Again, we don't want to drop in the the joke with the major and the minor again, and especially because it's M-I-N-E-R and not O-R. I'll just have that in the back of my head if I say something, but know that it's implied. 132 and a half. Jason Tunstall will take 137 and a half. On deck, Michael Carter Jr., 152 and a half, and Nick Kuiper, 157 and a half. There's a lot of great second benches here, and then you wonder, okay, does anybody gas themselves out and miss a third bench that they could have had if they had taken a little smaller jump? We'll find out. Nobody has put in a jump of more than 7.5 from their second to their third bench so far. Jake Pace will have the heaviest second bench attempt as well, coming up with a 170. Him and Lee Kenyon at the bottom of the flight. Lee Kenyon will put in 160. Jason Tunstall, 137 and a half. All right, so he's well within range. Only needs 142 and a half for a competition best. Really looks like he's going to get that and then some if he wants to. We'll see in a moment what he's going to take.
336 pounds on the bench. On deck underneath Nicholas.
Jason Tunstall of Bress and Barbell, coached by Michael Bress, a fantastic competitor in his own right. Michael, if you're watching, you create monsters, and you are a monster. $152 and a half. Michael Carter Jr. This is a 10-kilo jump. Yeah, but with the speed of the first, it's just not concerning. Another really slow descent for him, but it gives you so much control, along every millimeter of that range of motion, what exactly that barbell's doing, where exactly it's going. Nothing but successful benches here all throughout Flight D. That's made the judging super easy. Everybody is just eliminating all doubt and smashing all of these different attempts, and some PRs have already gone down and things. Jason Tunstall has just put in a 10-kilo jump. Wow. Jumped 5 from the first to the second, and then jumped 10 from the second to the third. All right. Nick Kuiper is putting in a 15 jump. He has got the biggest bench jump so far. Lee Kenyon will follow with the same. This is 157 and a half for Nick. His best competition bench coming in 142 and a half. This will add 15. Oh, come on. He might want to load 170. He might want to get all asinine and absurd just based on the speed of that.
160 kg, 352.74 pounds.
All right, Lee Kenyon still has not had to depart. We are so thankful for that the baby's holding off a little bit longer. Again, he said, my wife might be giving birth today. I got to be ready to go at any point. But first, let me bench this 160 kilos. Took a while after that start command to begin to lower it. And did that factor in at all with the speed of the rep? Maybe. But does it still count? Yes. He was a 120 competitor last year at the, or pardon me, this year at the West Michigan Open. 120 plus. He weighed in at 133.8. Weighed in 133.1 today. And might be just a hair beyond, or a hair behind, that is, his all-time bench best, but already had the squat PR. Jake Pace, 170, second bench. All-time best bench, 182.5. Don't necessarily expect him to try and best that. Maybe to equal it. We'll find out. He's a bench monster. Jake Pace, man. This guy's special. Motor City Muscle over in Shelby Township in Detroit 5 months ago. And Jake Pace totaled 710 kilos. That was with a 260 squat, a 172.5 bench, a 277.5 deadlift. He's always had an outstanding deadlift. He can kind of pull for the win and pull what he needs to when he needs to. But 710 should be the number in the back of his head that Jake Pace has every reason to think he can beat, as 425 is his subtotal right now. Tyler Simons back up, third bench attempt. Came in with 92.5 as his best bench. Took 2 years off from competing after USAPL Strong Enough in November of 2023. Now could put on 22.5 to his lifetime best competition bench right here and right now. Same thing. Same thing. I'm told that counts.
Matthew up next.
Plus 22.5 on his bench. A day. Having an absolute day. Again, I was so fortunate to have Tyler as my handler the last couple of years at Powerlifting America's Irongeddon, hosted at Raw Strength in Kalamazoo. A coach, a trainer, a competitor in powerlifting, strongman, a friend, a leader, and a fantastic lifter himself. Matt Farr, 120, lifetime comp PR. Of 5 more to slowly and surely build the total. Yes. It's a game of longevity. It's a game of the long view of perseverance, and strength should be a lifelong pursuit. That is what those around sort of that age of Matt Farr, when you get into the 30s, some people learn it, and some people by that point are just kind of done with it. Those who stick with it can continue into the 40s and 50s to stand out and hit the all-time PRs and prove people wrong. Christopher Bravo, he's going to take 125. It's going to be 5 behind his all-time personal best, but you got to have the whole total in mind. Squatted 207.5. Still a big subtotal. Still that incredibly slow descent. It does get you a quick press command, and he does have all the pressing power.
Green light for Chris. Good work, man. Good work.
And just like so many of the primarily female competitors, he's got to manage his hair as, you know, okay, he doesn't want to lay on it. He doesn't want to get it pulled under him as you're mashing your head back onto that bench. That's really usually an indication of a properly set arch, good full body tension, all that stuff. All that things that creates monster benches.
Bars loaded for Roger. 200.
Roger Tanis is working on an absolute day himself. You have a bunch of 6-for-6s right now. Tyler Simons, Matt Farr, Christopher Bravo. Everybody 6-for-6 so far. Roger Tanis wants to let the good times roll. 127.5 kilos. It's 281.1. It's shaky. It's slow. And it's still so perfect. Ooh, oh, excuse me. It must have been a commands issue that we didn't see from over here. Oh, boy, it looked good to us. Again, you're probably number one cause of disqualifications, that is, on the bench press, is going to be jumping a command, and typically that is the press command. You've got your 3 different commands on the bench. It does make it the most technically demanding of all of them. You have your start, your press, and your rack commands. You've got to hit all of them. When you miss any one of those 3, it is an instant DQ of the lift. Bryce Minor, 140 kilos. From right here in Grand Rapids, from the downtown YMCA to the platform here at Unreal. Guy has a 548 kilo gym total. He says, yeah, I want to get real close to that today. Let's see. A 140 bench would really help. It might stall now. It will. Had an awesome second that was pretty convincing at 132.5. Now he's going to be 4 out of 6 on the day. Still, his subtotal is 322.5. And for a very first competition, he is doing swimmingly. Jason Tunstall, 147.5. That would be plus 7.5 on his all-time best bench. Jason's PR total that he will likely have in the back of his mind is 547.5. Jason Tunstall. It's a 10-kilo jump. That would be the only maybe curiosity of it. Everything else makes sense. His strength's been fantastic. The weights have absolutely flown, and did take a big second to third jump for his squat as well, which was bigger than the jump from the first to the second. Not out of range for him, not atypical, but it is plus 7.5. Should it come up here? Not quite. Sometimes you see a look on a spotter's face that says, I will never do this again. Now I know better. Perhaps we've just seen that. Nonetheless, they have absolutely the least enviable job of anybody out here today. Loaders are going to get their workout just as well, because you know that in every single attempt, loaders will be involved. We love attempts where no spotters are ever having to really catch that bar and make these heroic saves. But when they have to, it is utterly crucial. Michael Carter Jr., 160.
I want to hear you guys. Let's go.
A heavyweight fighter here. Michael Carter has a 385 subtotal here, and he wants to slap 7.5 more on there. Heavily chalked up. You can see that chalk is still in the air as he lays down on the bench. They chalk that back to stick to the bench much as you can. Real long press command 2, and that looks like it tripped him up. Again, it's just that timing when you're not quite able to anticipate perfectly, because you are not the one giving that press command. You're relying on a completely external cue from somebody else who hasn't been there with you through your training, whose voice maybe you're not familiar with, makes that press a little bit more difficult to time up. And you can't guess it. You can't anticipate it. You have to be completely reactionary. It's tough to make people internalize that. Nick Kuiper wants 5. Oh, my goodness. Excuse me. So his heaviest bench attempt of all time was 160, right? I was thinking, oh, this is just plus 5 kilos. However, his heaviest successful bench is 142.5. This is plus 22.5. Ridiculous. Nick Kuiper, let it all out for the plus 22.5. Ooh, but on the press command, was it so quick as to not? Yeah, that's what I figured. He did jump the press command a little bit. It's funny, he got the press command so quickly that I don't know that the bar was actually motionless on his chest yet. mean, you got to, yeah, his coach just said, shake it off. He already had thrown 15 kilos onto his best competition bench, and his subtotal there is fantastic at 387.5. But yeah, I think he's thinking what we're thinking. Man, I probably shouldn't have gotten that press command yet so that I wouldn't have started to press it. It happens. It happens, and commands are different between every person that's giving them, and they're difficult sometimes to even hear when the music is cranked up and the crowd is loud. You get what you get. Lee Kenyon, 165. Now Lee hit the wall.
Very strong fight from Lee.
The good news is his second bench at 160 without a ton of grind was already successful. Keeps that subtotal at 435. And what you just heard, it's time for the last bench of the day. Jake Pace, we speculate, is going to make this place nice and loud with a 180 bench upcoming. That's 397 pounds and a little bit of change. Jake Pace, by any measure, one of the best 105 opens in this great state of Michigan. Jake Pace, 180 kilos. It's just 2.5 below his all-time best, but it keeps him in that range of a PR total. 180. 397. Oh, man, Jake launched that thing off the chest, and then just a little bit of steam ran out in the mid-range of it. And that is how we wrap up Flight D. We had to say that, oh, all of these guys are going 6 for 6. And it was a fantastic start. Well, indeed it was, and then got a little bit rockier in the middle of that flight. But Tyler Simons, Matt Farr, Chris Bravo, all of them 6 for 6 out of that Flight D. And you had some other huge swings that people had to take. You know, for example, Nick Kuiper with the 165 on his third, a little bit heavy. Jake Pace trying to jump 10 there. And even so, tons and tons of awesome subtotals. 435 is the best subtotal out of that flight. That's Lee Kenyon. Jake Pace at 425, a couple of weight classes down. And you had a single bomb out. It was Gary Erdman, Flight B, with the bench only, as he was unable to register a successful attempt. But everybody else has posted a total, aside from Janine Marshall, who bombed out on squats. And that is about all we've got for the bench. We'll have another changeover and deadlifts upcoming in 10 minutes or so. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. This is the West Michigan Classic 2. I'm Tanner White, and you're looking at Unreal Fitness here in Grand Rapids. Don't go anywhere.
Look as well. Otherwise. Eliana, are you gonna stay here? Are you gonna stay here? Oh.
Thank you. Sorry. Yep.
No, you're
When you come back, I'll take a break.
Girl, you're working too hard.
You can call me Skipper. The way I turn the money over, she called me Flipper. Your bitch a regular bitch. You call me a wifey. I fucked the feet of fast food. You keeping out.
You just can't help yourself.
I know.
See the 20 spin at the meaning of 6. Niggas wear flags. The colors match their clothes. They get caught in the brown room. It's still going home.
Where are the totals for qualifying for national?
So right now for nationals, you don't have to have a specific total, just any total. So the only thing that qualifying totals are used for is your like placing which flight you'll be in and stuff. But as long as you have a total, you can go to the nationals if you want. So,
Yeah, I'm waiting for when they're have the master.
yeah, they haven't announced it yet, but
They've given us the dates, but I haven't seen any
yeah,
registrations.
yeah, I haven't either. So they don't really tell me anything. So whatever you know is what I know.
One of the other big ones, the USDA, don't have
Yeah.
qualifying totals on the website. I couldn't find it anywhere.
Yes, yes, we don't have them yet. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, maybe next year, or the year after, they'll start adding them, but
No,
it's still pretty
that's fine.
small. Yeah.
Sure, it'll be like the other one. Oh, anything to do. Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta redeem myself.
Yes.
Which is my least favorite way.
It's okay.
It's okay. Oh, I'm third. Woo, okay. All right.
I love a smooth when it goes smoothly. I love a smooth call. The Grand Rapids Book Show rental.
John, you coach bodybuilding?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, I used to walk.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You think I got a chance to win best of a body today?
Yeah, really a chance, huh? Yeah.
You know, we got no.
I'm a
Oh, yeah.
bodybuilder. How are you?
Yeah. It's Max.
I'm actually, yeah, I was gonna set him up with John,
Yeah.
but the reason, well, I was gonna have, we were gonna have to switch on him, but he's in his, but he's in his peak, so strong with us. That would suck.
You know, it's really
So-
hard to. You got the bug for the powerlifting. It's really hard. You got the bug for powerlifting. Honestly,
I'm going to, my
I would almost
first,
more just stay in powerlifting. Unless you really want to switch over.
but I'm a bodybuilder. I'm a bodybuilder. So, but my goal. I've been watching her bikini. Is she about the bikini? I've been watching her. She's an inspiration.
Oh, yeah.
And all. I'm not rude. Yeah. 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 And I have about her. Yeah. And I'm holding back on all the comments. But boy, do I want to say something. That she is a girl. I love that. You know, I love the transition of like bodybuilding is about hormonal and I think how her stomach is full of fat. Her thighs, they're slapping it. So funny that I love this. I've been hoping that I showed him. I showed him. I said, you know, this is Then some are natural. Yes. Like those are some running and like you're just over the back and the back now. Just that some running out for protein. I know. But no, I just have the whole and it's I'm glad you're talking. I'm glad you're putting yourself out there. But I love it. And I have some but I'm not and I've got great friends. Very fun. No, it's all I love. Yeah, I my ortho said you were wrong. Your body will let you. I started having a flare up on a year ago. And my surgeon said the next time I see him, to get it's just that simple. He goes, so it's just easily. Yep. And I have not been. But he told me to like made me tired out here, and then I literally roll. That's okay, because my but when I do, it'll be for total me. Because he said it's almost there's something I don't know. Right. As I said, I'm feeling tonight the going shows up. John, you know the name? I got a virgin. Somebody. One day, that's fine. As far as but I think it's out. It's the last thing that killed me. But it's fine.
When you're done like me, right in the spot, flip jumps, the long can blow your foot open, all kinds of stuff. I'm back.
I'll love it.
My knees are shot and cross my mouth beat.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
God, Sunday morning.
You actually think.
Good, how are you? Yeah, basically.
There's actually a cure for hangovers. It's called not my morning.
I heard it like
Yeah. It's a really inexpensive here.
Peter's got it. Is that the lever thingy?
Oh, I got it. Oh, it's fine.
All right, lifters, we're going to get started again here in 30 seconds. We have our first lifter ready, Michelle.
I'll show you how to.
Kathleen, is Kathleen all right?
We need one more person. I don't know. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so this one's the easiest. I don't have to remember the commands. Oh,
All right, let's get rolling.
I'm in
All done, loaded. Let's go. Here's the quote. All right, we're going to get rolling. We have the bar loaded for Michelle.
Bars loaded!
You got this. Come on.
I know. Let's go.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Good job. What do you mean? Red and flap. Red and flap. Red and flap.
All right. Up next, we have Kathleen. That will be 80 kilos. On deck, we have Beth and Ashley. Beth and Ashley on deck.
Okay.
Bars loaded!
You got this. Come on.
Let's go. That's
Nice
me.
and easy.
Let's go.
Come on.
Let's go. All nice.
Beautiful.
Down!
Beautiful.
And folks, we are back. Our final discipline of the day. You've been hanging with us this entire day. Man, you're the real MVPs. Nearing 2 p.m. here, we started lifting at 9 a.m. here from Unreal Fitness in Grand Rapids. Your first couple of deadlift attempts have been successful. Michelle Lato and Kathleen Allegretto. 72.5 and 80 kilos were those first two attempts. Beth McCauley opening here with 85. You're going to start to see those totals round out. You're going to see, if you're following along on Lifting Cast here, looking at the West Michigan Classic 2, totals, forecasted totals, and placings. Get an idea of where everybody might finish relative to their age division, their weight class, all those great things. Beth McCauley, 85 kilo opener, is good. A Raw Masters 3 competitor. Beth says, hey, my 60th birthday is in December. I feel that I should enter as a Masters 3, as is my prerogative.
Worried if you make a pretty bigger jump to.
Ashley Hoover is up on deck now. Now the deadlifts got really heavy really quick here. Beth McCauley hits 85 kilos, and now Ashley Hoover wants 120.
Yep, let's go. Yes. Can you imagine if you wrote down the wrong?
Bars loaded. Ashley Hoover out of that 84 open class. Weighed in 80.4, well light for the class. Here pulls 120. Oh, so silky smooth. And man, she just controls it with the slow negative and everything. Just a stunt. No, not really. Not to stunt at all, but you do have to have those hands on the barbell. They have to maintain contact all the way to the ground. That does not mean that you have to choose to slowly lower it and control that entire descent, but you cannot drop it at the top. Must have those hands on until that barbell reunites with the platform. Again, we've been constantly updating you on attempts, results, and standings, but you can and should also follow along with live results on liftingcast.com. That is a great first deadlift for Madison Newberry of 120. She had a best squat of 142 and then missed on the opening bench, came back and got the second two. And so her total right now sits at 347.5 kilos. Christine Cranford has a huge deadlift, especially among 63s. She's going to be up next, and her opener is 137.5. Alexis and Mark Bergsma out here together. Family. And a family forged in iron. So that one single command that you're going to hear on the deadlift is the down command. That is the only one. Nothing else to think about besides completing that lift in one swift motion without any downward motion, without any hitching or ramping. Things that you will see that will induce those calls will be things like supporting the bar on the thighs as it's heading up, or unbending and rebending the knees in order to continue to produce upward force on the bar. Got to essentially pull it all in one smooth upward motion. Christine Cranford already got a couple of PRs under her belt with her bench, with her squat rather, and her bench. Best all-time deadlift is 152.5. Here she opens 137.5. Pulls with a very narrow conventional stance. We'll tell you about those differences between the stances right now. That conventional stance, you will see the arms placed outside of the legs. It's typically a rather narrow stance, although you've got room to play around with that, just based on your individual hip anatomy and those kind of things, your ratios of your limbs and your height and all that. And then what you saw with the first couple of competitors was the sumo stance. That is the hands inside of the knees and a wider stance with the feet cranked out a little bit. You'll have those hips abducted and externally rotated, if you will. Tegan Betzold opens at 140 kilos, over 300 pounds. Hello. And with a little lean back, a little lockout, much more to be had. Best competition, rather best gym deadlift, she says, is 151 kilos. And for a debut in powerlifting, man, to think she could go way beyond 150 is spectacular. A 76-kilo junior.
Bars loaded for Allison, 142.5 kgs, 314-pound deadlift attempt.
Nice easy, baby.
Ali Perna weighed in 74.45 kilos, was well under the cap for the 76 class. Opens here with 142.5. And in the range of 314 pounds, opener smoked. Erica Robinson is on deck, but the biggest pull of this opening attempts is going to be Ariana Edwards at 165 kilos. Oh, I just saw it. Whoa. That's 363.8.
Bars loaded for Erica, 319-pound deadlift attempt, 114 kg.
Erica Robinson, 145. Down command, the little knowing nod that says, "Yup, you bet."
Last lift of round one, flight A, Ariana Edwards, 263.7-pound deadlift attempt, 165.
Ariana Edwards is stepping up to 165 kilos. Her all-time best is an absolutely comical, absurd 187.5. That was set at the West Michigan Open right here in Unreal, right about 6 months ago on May the 3rd. Ariana Edwards will opt for the conventional stance herself, a little bit wider. Oh my goodness. So she could have jumped with that thing too. That's 165 as an opener, don't you worry.
Starting with Kathleen.
Back up for Kathleen Allegretto.
On deck, I need Michelle, Beth, and Ashley.
Out of Lansing, a 47-kilo competitor says she trains in a home gym primarily. Her biggest goal, she said today too, was to just show up. Man, that really says something, to show up there. You know, she says she has 2 boys, ages 3.5 years and 18 months. She says she just had her gallbladder removed. And so all she wants to do is show up here, have fun, show the kids that she can still do awesome things and still do things she enjoys. And her second deadlift at 85 is silky smooth.
Same way.
Michelle up next. Also on for
Michelle Leto just put in a real big deadlift jump. All right. 72.5 to 85 kilos. Why not? Get everything you can get out of the day here, right? Ooh, that was sticky. You wonder, did she support it for a moment on the knees? She kept the knee sleeves on. Those Gym Reaper sleeves are doused in baby powder. Oh, that still counts. Wow. Beth McCauley is going 107.5. That is a huge jump. Beth's all-time best deadlift is 120. It's been 2 years. That was the USPA drug-tested River City Championships. Was a 90-kilo class competitor there. Beth McCauley. Here she comes, sets up with a 107.5 second pull. All those state records, she says, yeah, that's a bonus. PR's in mind too. Ooh, yeah.
2 red, black, silver. 2 red, black, silver.
Very nice.
What's that, 112.5?
Ashley is up next. On deck, I need Alexis, and I need Madison on deck.
Mars loaded.
Got it. Let's go.
Ashley Hoover wants 132.5. That's exactly what she's going to get here. 292.1. Man, that is a tremendously long range of motion. Even with the length of her arms, you just see also factoring in her height that, yeah, well, that bar is going to move a whole long way. There's builds which are more advantageous often for 1 or 2 of the three disciplines, that is. Ashley's one of those that you would say, based purely on her build and the length of her arm, is going to be best suited for great deadlifts. She's put in a 140 final pull. I'd say that counts. But a fantastic looking third squat of 105 kilos that she was successful. Alexis Bergsma 135. You wonder, did she entirely lock it out? You got to have. Yes, she did. Okay. You got to have those hips, knees, shoulders all locked out. That's what that head referee, Ryan, is going to be looking for. Madison Newberry takes 140 kilos, a 20 jump.
308 pounds.
Christine Cranford will pull 150 for her second. Whoa. She's on deck. Tegan Betzold in the hole also with 150. There's still so much more to be had from Madison Newberry. Boy, you wonder, taking two really, really light openers on her squat as well as her deadlift, and then you kind of were forced to take big jumps after.
On deck, I need Keegan, Allison, and Erica. On deck, please. Keegan, Allison, and Erica.
Bars loaded. Oh, that's only like 10 more athletes than we normally have too. Crazy.
Christine Cranford, a 5th place finish at Powerlifting America's Classic Age Division Nationals in the 57 kilo class. Moves up today to 63, though not by a whole lot. And this will be just 2.5 under her best pull of her competition career. Man, you can just hear how much is loaded on that bar by the sound that it makes as it comes down. CC is just 2.5 now below that all-time competition PR.
Bars loaded for Keegan.
Tegan Betzold heading up now. 21 years old, a junior. Her first competition can set a tremendously high bar, but still build from here. Opens at 150.
Look at it move. Easy. 3 white lights. Allison.
Tegan still got more to go. Ali Perna up next, 152.5. Wow. There's nothing but big numbers at the bottom of this flight. This is flight A. We got 3 more. We call them B, C, and D. We presume that will be done somewhere in the neighborhood of, 3 o'clock, 3:30. And then have our awards and get up on out of here. Allison Perna, 152.5.
Light work, Allison.
Yeah, light work. We tend to agree on that. E-Rob, Erica Robinson, is going to be up with 160 kilos on the bar for herself. That's just about 353 pounds. A native of Southfield over on the east side. Her first competition. Again, she said she wanted to just do the best that she could. Well, if the best that she can is 160 or more, that's tremendous. She says she also runs 5Ks and 10Ks, and she plays flag football, and just an all-around incredible athlete here. E-Rob, 160. One thing to watch there was kind of a shrug of the shoulders upward in the technique. We'll talk about that in a moment.
172.5 kilos or 380 pounds on the
Shout out again, all the loaders, all the spotters, all the judges. Everybody's been here all day long. 9 a.m. the lifting starts, but boy, this day starts months and months and months in advance. All of the planning, securing a venue. Meet Director Allie Lewis. Thanks so much again to her for bringing me in. All right. Here's Ariana Edwards. Her second goes all the way up to 172.5. Her best all-time pull, 187.5. See how well this moves on the second. It'll inform your third a little bit. It's a very, very wide conventional technique that you hear, or that you see her employ, rather.
Michelle is up first, 203.9 pounds. 92.5 kilos for Michelle on the deadlift.
A good deal of chatting to be had with her coach before they break that huddle and make that final decision on her third attempt. Again, her all-time best is 187.5. I think they might have just said 190. No. Oh, don't tell me they're going to absolutely shoot for the moon here. What we do know, third attempt's coming. Michelle Lato, 92.5. It broke the floor, not much more. She'll have to take that 85, a great second for her, and that will be an 8 for 9 day. Her total will sit at 190 kilos. It's still beyond 3 times body weight for that total as a Masters 2 competitor in the 63 class. Your one Masters 2 63 kilo entrant. But it's not about placings there. It's about this lifetime of strength. It's about proving to yourself what you can do, proving to everybody else what you can do, and that age is merely a number. Kathleen Allegretto missed her second squat, her third bench. This is a 95 kilo deadlift for her third. Kathleen, lock it out. Check for the lights. No, she didn't need to. She got it. So many lifters will be tempted, no matter if they think they've got it or not, to just whip their heads around and see, okay, did I do anything funky? Did anybody catch me in something that wasn't entirely how we drew it up? There, the answer was no. Beth McCauley, 112 and a half. Tremendous number. Best all-time total at a much heavier weight class was 302 and a half. This would take Beth to 272 and a half now. At 59 years of age, Beth McCauley, scrappy, grinder, might have had the downward movement, find out. And not quite. Probably one of those where you sort of black out to the degree that, man, you weren't even necessarily aware. But indeed, incredible effort.
Bars loaded. Bars loaded for Alexis, 308.6 pounds. Hold up.
After that missed third attempt from Beth McCauley, we'll turn it over to Alexis Bergsma, and it's 140 plus for everybody beyond this point in Flight A. Alexis Bergsma. That oh so special down command and 3 whites. What a day for that Bergsma family. Alexis has just polished off that 9 for 9 and a 322 and a half kilo total. Ashley Hoover is already right up to the barbell. Man, she's ready to pull right now. This to take her total up to 300 as well. Another pull here at 140 keys. Oh, it fooled you off the ground thinking that was going to stick. No way. It's just the pure length that bar's got to travel to get locked out on a lifter of that height. She did what she had to do, and it's a 300 kilo total.
Bars loaded for Madison going for 155 kgs, 321.7 pounds.
All you, let's go.
Madison Newberry, monster third herself of 155 kilos. She's got the 2 reds. She's got the yellow. She's got the down command. And what she got but a perfect third. That was so worth the wait.
You don't need to.
Tegan, 155 kgs, 341 pounds on the deadlift for Tegan.
Tegan Betzel now 155. Again, her first time out on the platform and just posting monster numbers. A junior. Oh, so much room to go up here. This would be for a 335 total. That bar broke the ground at the speed of light. She's going to turn around, look for light. She's got it. Just 2 unsuccessful thirds so far, Michelle Leto and Beth McCauley. All the young guns out here, the juniors, are doing numbers. Christine Cranford is going to pull 157.5 here for her third. That's going to be +5 to the lifetime. Christine strongly flirted with a 400 dots. That's kind of that marker of an elite lifter. Once you start to get in that 400 dots range, you know, yeah, I can go and hang at a lot of levels. Had a 391.2 dots at the Classic Age Division Nationals of Powerlifting America. 5th place in that 57 kilo division there. Here, 157.5 for +5 to the lifetime PR. And lean back and down.
Good job. Next is Allison, 165.
Down is our favorite word right now. 157.5 and the lifetime best deadlift for Christine Cranford. Plus, she's going to put 15 kilos on that total from those Classic Age Division Nationals less than 6 months ago.
Let's go. Give it all down.
Come on.
All these huge numbers right at the bottom of the flight. Here's Ali Perna, 165. Allie's is flying up too. Starting to think, man, these third deadlifts, maybe they're not so hard, or maybe we just got a bunch of monsters. My guess is it's the latter. E-Rob, Erica Robinson, wants 172.5. Erica is going beyond twice body weight and well beyond, as she weighed in at 78.2. It's one of those she could have thought about maybe making the 76 kilo class, and now has every reason to think, man, I'm actually one of the better 84s out there in her powerlifting debut. This would take it up to a 390 kilo total. Smoke! And controlled that negative for good measure. We heard her say that's a PR. Yeah, I'd hope so. 390 kilo total for her. That is 859.8 pounds. But here is our most fascinating deadlift attempt, maybe. You could argue Christine Cranford was pretty awesome there, having already been one of the best at that 57 kilo class at Nationals. But how about a 192.5 pull? How about Ariana Edwards with 424.4 pounds on the bar? +5 to the all-time deadlift, should she put this down. Ariana Edwards to vault that total all the way up to 432.5. 192.5. This would be +5 to the lifetime best deadlift for Ariana Edwards. Little grind never hurt anybody. Wait on lights. What do you think? Bang! Monstrous.
One red, yellow, black, silver. One red, yellow, black,
That's the end of Flight 8. It did not in any way disappoint. Huge, huge PRs. Christine Cranford among them. Tegan Betzold pulls 155 for her very first competition. She's got a 9 for 9 day herself, as does CC. Christine Cranford. Alexis Bergsma goes 9 for 9. She pulled 140. Oh, so many good numbers. Again, you've just got to go follow along here. Take a look at all the projected totals, the cemented totals, your forecasted rankings and placings, and all this and that and the other thing. Liftingcast.com, and look for Powerlifting America West Michigan Classic 2. Thanks one more time to our gold sponsors here, A7, Notorious Lift, and Eleiko for allowing us to do all of this that we do. And to our meet director, Alicia Lewis, bringing me in today, running a fantastic meet so far. We're going our absolute most efficient, quickest that we can here, and it's about 2:24 p.m. Ethan Kipp is up for the very first deadlifts of Flight B. 3 more flights with the deadlift, and then we're out of here for West Michigan Classic 2.
Shauna and Jason. Corey.
Ethan Kipp, opening pole 122.5. And he will elect again for that sort of wider conventional stance.
Corey up next going for 330 pounds. Good luck.
Corey Perderis, he's going to come out for his opening deadlift now. We've been telling you he is an equipped deadlifter, so he'll come out with the Inter Advanced Designs deadlift suit. Corey's first pole leaps up. He'll also opt for that sumo technique. It's one of those, the sumo technique, that tends to bias more toward lighter and or smaller lifters. But those who are at higher body weights and able to make it really work for them probably have some pretty good hip mobility, probably have anatomy which really supports them heavily abducting and externally rotating at those hips. Shauna Stoneburner, opener. Shauna Stoneburner, here is her deadlift opener. Comes at 160 kilos. All of her openers beyond anything she hit at Nationals in April. By 12.5, by the way. Lifetime PR of 12.5 secured. The total is going to be absolutely out of this world, and Shauna Stoneburner got a whole lot more room to go up.
170.
170 kilos on the barbell. That would be 3 reds. Again, if you took the competition collars off and you just loaded the 3 red plates, that would be 170, but that's not how we do it around here. So instead, it's 2 reds, a blue, a black, and the competition collars for 170. That's what Jason Fan has on the bar right now. His best all-time deadlift, 195. He's been a little bit below that pace that he set at Motor City Muscle. But guy can dig in the tank and sort of pull what he needs sometimes.
Yep. Good.
And especially with the speed of that first. Yeah, he can really probably dig much deeper than he would have imagined, I think. You watch that and you think, yeah, if you end up at 200 kilos or so, that wouldn't surprise me at all. That would, in fact, make perfect sense to me.
177.5 kgs. On deck, I need Nathan, Sherry, and Camden. Nathan.
Andrew Bolcom coming back out. Andrew's best competition deadlift, 172.5 kilos, right in the neighborhood of 380 pounds. Opens here, 5 beyond it. Tis the season and tis the day. Tisn't it? Andrew Bolcom. Man, such a quiet, quick, and easy setup. And we'll tell you what I loved about his technique now. It is a hook grip that he employs. It looks at first like it's a double overhand grip with just all 5 of those fingers wrapped around the bar and both hands over. But in fact, it's a hook grip technique. You'll take the thumb on each hand and sort of wedge that barbell onto the surface as you sort of curl that thumb into the middle of your hand. That outward facing, or rather the inward facing surface of the thumb that's toward your hand, the barbell will rest between that and the rest of your fingers, as it were. Nathan Clark for his deadlift opener. Nathan Clark of WMUPL. All right, solid looking at 190 to open. He's got that lifetime PR of 205 to think about. That was set at University Nationals. He wants to take the PR for his second. I'm with it. 205 kilos will be Nathan Clark's second attempt. We just heard over at the table. Love it. He's going to jump 15 kilos, and then once he hits that, probably a much smaller attempt or a much smaller jump coming. Sherry Wallace, tremendous. Huge deadlift opener, 192 and a half. Real dynamic setup. She builds up a ton of tension and explodes in a moment, in an instant.
All right, Camden with the last one in round one. Camden going for 210 kgs, 462.97 pounds. 462. Kidnap.
Sherry Wallace then ties the heaviest female deadlift attempt, but again, that was just her opener. And the heaviest successful pull overall, Ariana Edwards at 192 and a half. Camden Frederick, his deadlift opener comes at 210. Crowd favorite, no doubt about it. To hit this first would put him at a 527.5 total.
Rip it, Camden, let's go. Yes,
Rip it. Rip it, he did. He exploded on the opener.
All right, round two. Ethan Kipp.
Two red and a black.
Ethan Kipp up first in round two. I need Corey, I need Shauna, and I need Jason.
That was the bottom of Flight B. Their first deadlift attempts done. The only scratch here was Janine Marshall, who again bombed out on the squats. Everybody else successful on their first squat attempts. Ethan Kipp back up 130 kilos. Second deadlift.
For Ethan, 130 kg, 286 pounds. You got it. Let's go. Let's go, Ethan.
Ethan Kipp again with that wider conventional stance. It wanted to stick a little bit. He's one of very few that elected not to have the baby powder. When you don't quite train with it, it is kind of more difficult to add it later on, or especially really close to the meet or on meet day. And some just not really aware of it, or maybe you didn't bring your own. Maybe you got up a little bit early and you forgot it. But that does reduce some of that friction that is created when the when the barbell and the legs meet. Corey Perderis, second pull at 160. It leaps up just the same. His best all-time equipped deadlift is 215, so going to be well beyond that. That's not really the question, though. More so the question is, man, can we get that 9 for 9? Can we have that perfect day?
374 pounds. 374 pounds.
Shauna Stoneburner has been the best version of herself today. University Nationals, a mere 7 months ago, 147.5 was her best deadlift. The way Shauna's strength has exploded has defied explanation. Shauna will now pull for a 22.5 lifetime PR. Shauna Stoneburner at 170, nearly 375 pounds.
Let's hear it for Shauna.
Utterly intentional, dangerously deliberate, and Shauna's second deadlift is butter. I'm not good at math, but 22.5 sounds like a lot to me. For a second attempt to be a 22.5 lifetime PR is absurd. Jason Fan is coming back out. He is going to try and make up a little bit of ground here. He's throwing on a 185 kilo second deadlift.
Bars loaded for Jason. 185 kg attempt.
Let's go. You got it.
Here is Jason Fan, his all-time best deadlift, 195. See if he can maybe vault a little bit beyond that after a really quick second. He's got a very good second. Okay, do you want to start talking about 200? It's going to be a serious conversation. Took 170 for his first, then jumped to 185 for that second. So if you did take another 15, then yeah, maybe 200 might be there.
On deck, I need Nathan, Jerry, and Camden. Nathan, Jerry.
Andrew Bolcom. He steps up. 172.5 was his previous competition best. He's already got a 177.5, and this is 190. This is plus 17.5. Again, that conventional plus the hook grip. Double overhand, and he's mashing that barbell into his thumbs. Breaks the ground easy. Way sticky in the middle. And then just powered on through. Couldn't be bothered with your sticking point. Not today. Jason Fan just put in 197.5, so he will be attempting a competition PR. Shauna Stoneburner put in 177.5. Oh, have mercy. And Andrew Bolcom put in 195, pardon us. He just hit 190. Bars loaded. Nathan Clark, this will tie his competition PR. Nathan probably wants to leave something in the tank here, but you don't always get that choice. Real quick, aggressive pull. He broke the floor and threw it up. Nathan Clark. Good. All right, there's more to be had. Anything beyond this will be a competition PR. Could go as low as 207.5, or maybe take an extra 5. Sherry Wallace to go all the way to a 455 total, to go over 1,000 pounds. Second attempt at 210 kilos. With the lock out, didn't need to look at the lights, just knew that they were going to take care of themselves. Sherry Wallace, 22 years of age and over 1,000 pounds. Enough said. Camden Frederick, he wants 225 for his second. That's 4 of those big red round things.
Arms loaded for Camden, 225 kilos.
Camden Frederick, SBD singlet, SBD belt, SBD socks. What's that stand for, folks? Squat, bench, deadlift. The guy looks the part. He looks every bit of the part. 15-kilo jump, and it's still smoked. Our last attempts here for Flight B. Then we'll have 2 more flights, and we will be able to get you out of here. Mercifully, perhaps. 2:37 p.m. here from Grand Rapids. It's Unreal Fitness. Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2. Thanks so much for joining us. Tanner White, again, so happy to be with you all day long. Athletes have an opportunity to qualify for Powerlifting America Nationals for 2026 today. Oh, so many have already secured that by knocking down their totals. Ethan Kipp, 135. Guttural scream to let it out. And good third. Had some rough stuff that happened on both his squat as well as his bench. Had issues with bench commands. Had issues with squat depth. Comes back, hits all 3 of those deadlifts.
Oh, okay. The medals are right here, so. Sorry.
Bar loaded Corey Perderas at 175. Again, his all-time best equipped deadlift is 215. He is our 1 equipped lifter today. Yinks this thing. I mean, it just leaps off the ground. Corey Berderis will have his 9 for 9.
Shauna with 177.5 kilos. On deck, I need Andrew, Jason, Nathan. Andrew, Jason, Nathan on deck.
Okay, so I'm no good at math, but would you want to be able to throw 30 kilos onto a lift in one single competition? It's a much quieter confidence than you see from some others. But Shauna Stoneburner has all the power in the world for this pull. 177.5. It's 391.3 pounds. Shauna Stoneburner for the 30 kilo lifetime PR. Shauna Stoneburner for plus 30 on the all-time best deadlift. Why not grind it out? Why not lock it out? And what do you got? Yes! One of the most monster vaults forward and upward of a total that you will ever see. Shauna Stoneburner hitting the kinds of things that she said, man, these might be sort of my lifetime goals. These might be kind of what I want maybe next year for University Nationals. That was a 400 kilo total. Previous best total, 340. Andrew Bolcom, 195. His best deadlift coming in, 172.5. Playing with house money. But why not? Oh, it's sticky at the knees. You wonder, did he support it on the knees? Did he lock it out? What do you think? We're all going to have to turn and flip and see those lights. Count it. Oh, what do I know? That was the only danger I thought, is if that bar drifts maybe a little bit in toward him, that it would accidentally become supported on the knees for a moment and it would be a hitch. Not so. Andrew Bolcom, a 22.5 kilo deadlift PR for himself. Jason Than wants a PR of his own. Is going to have to try and take it here on the deadlift. Hasn't had the day he wanted with the other two disciplines, but this will add 2.5 to his best competition dead, and he might have to earn every single inch. You wonder, did the knees get locked out? That's the only thing we're looking at. Oh, and it's 2-1 red. Man, that's close.
3 reds, yellow, black. 3 reds, yellow.
Jason Than just a hair shy of that 2.5 kilo deadlift PR. Again, we speculated it was the knees, and I think that's what they got. Soft knees, they'll call it. Just not quite locking those out. Nathan Clark wants +5 to his lifetime best deadlift. He's got the entire WMUPL team in his corner, and he's got 5 more kilos on to his lifetime PR. If he can just scratch and claw, and it's not quite there. Maybe it back rounded a little bit off of the floor. That makes those leverages a tad worse. People always have in their minds that it's more injurious. Not necessarily per se if you do train typically in a bit of a rounded style, but it's more importantly to have if you're going to have a rounded back, that it starts that way. You don't want a big deviation from your start position to whatever the middle of the lift looks like. When you do get big deviations in position, that's kind of where you get in trouble. Sherry Wallace, wow, already over a 1,000-pound total. This would take her up to 460 kilos. That's 1,014 pounds. 454 is right about where you get to that 1,000-pound mark. Sherry Wallace, 215. We wait on lights again, but lockouts have been pretty convincing from everybody. Not a lot of issues. Sherry Wallace, good on 215, our heaviest women's deadlift.
529.11 pounds.
Camden Frederick, 240.
Almost there. Almost there.
Bars loaded. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
Camden Frederick, been one of everybody's favorite lifters today. He's got 240 kilos on the bar to polish off a 557.5 total for a fantastic powerlifting debut. It leapt off the floor, but just for a few inches. He says, hey, I'm all good. Camden Frederick had the biggest pull of the flight, so why not get everything he could out of it? Well, I certainly think he did at 225, and he will have to end off with a 542.5 total for him. Still, the best total we've seen among all those open 83-kilo lifters. And now we are on to Flight C. Ronald Madison will open it up in a moment. Then Tyler Horton and Nick Ford will be your next to pull for Flight C. Ronald Madison. Again, he's just been taking openers here, said he needed a total to qualify. Again, we speculate that that's probably for Nationals Masters, that is. 180. I think he opts for an Adidas wrestling shoe here. That's a cool look. And exactly the same thing. Knew he was going to scratch after hitting just the openers. And so that's the thing. With only his openers, the man still looks up, and he's got well over 1,000-pound total. He's got 1041.7 with nothing but openers, and, you know, you weren't going to have any grinds in there. That's still fantastic. Tyler Horton, your standout 93 kg junior. Guy said he wants a 1,300-pound total. We'll tell you where he sits in a moment. But he pulls to open with 197.5. Tyler's at 545 kg right now. That's 1201.52. So for what it's worth, in order to hit that 1,300 barrier, would have to add just a hair under 100 pounds. It's never really out of reach, as some lifters can make monster jumps in the deadlift, especially when you intentionally open real light. And he's just put in one of those, we would say, a monster jump of 25 kilos. Nick Ford up to the bar, 210 to open for him. All right, so this guy just opens with his all-time deadlift PR, and it's just not all that hard. Man, he's going to have a lot more in the tank there, you'd speculate. Nick Ford and his coach Jimmy Perucci over at the table. Again, they're both raw strength trainees. Great representation from the WMUPL team as well as from Raw Strength back in the Kalamazoo Portage area-ish. Everybody says KZoo, but we know that mailing address is really in Portage. Zafar Abdu Volkadov is opening with 225 kilos. His all-time best deadlift, 247.5. And he is a hook grip puller himself, but will opt for that sumo stance. 4 reds on the opener for Zafar is money. Zafar has smashed his bench PR. Hit 177.5 coming in. His best bench was 160. Followed by Joe and Alonzo. Evan Sifan is going to open at 235. Hunter Norman, 237.5. Joe Larger, 250. Monster deadlifts all throughout this flight. Evan Sifan's 235 is smooth. Think Carlos Santana type of smooth. Hunter, 237.5 kilos, 523.6 pounds on the deadlift. Hunter Norman opens 2.5 beyond what we just saw from Evan with 237.5. Oh my goodness, Evan Sifan has just put in a 20-kilo jump of his own up to 255. Tyler Horton put in a 25 jump, so it's not the most absurd, but it's a big number to jump. Hunter Norman. Man, bar was looking like it wanted to roll from the left hand, and maybe like the weight was a little bit on his toes and everything, and just the raw power kicks in. And he's like, yep, forget it. I'm going to finish this no matter.
Joe up there, 151 pounds for his first deadlift.
Joe Larger stepping up. All-time best deadlift, 275. Last hit it at Tested Nationals of Powerlifting United last year. A brand new federation at the time. Really, it's making waves in the powerlifting scene. Joe's opener at 250. In the range an opener should be, you would think. Could take him maybe all the way to 275 on his third, should he choose.
Alonzo up next. On deck.
Alonzo White. I got to talk to him in the warm-up room as we were doing the changeover here. He said, you know, he's got some things to think about, but his body does feel okay. After missing those second and third bench attempts, some things that he just couldn't control. Again, he did clip the rack and things, and he wasn't real happy with his technique and setup. Here, he's going to open at 260, but man, he said, I might have to pull for the win. I might have to really, really throw something big on. Recently switched from that mixed grip that you'll see a lot of lifters do to hook grip and back again. Made kind of the late prep decision to go back with his mixed grip, the right hand under and the left hand over. Opens here, 260 kilos. Again, that's an opener, and it's what an opener should be. It leaps off the floor. He's nearly at a 700 kilo total right now. He had room to kind of move some plans around because of the fact that he had that monster squat PR. 17 and a half he gained on his squat. So even though he lost 10 on the bench, he's still ahead. He's just put in a 275 second deadlift. Heaviest deadlift attempt all time for Alonzo was 282 and a half. He took that twice at University Nationals. Alex Kelsey. Every time out on the platform, this kid has bested himself in every way. He opens at 265 at the age of 17. No, seriously. 584.2 with zero fanfare. That just doesn't seem right. We're desensitized by some of the absurdities that especially the young crowd, the teenagers in this sport are able to pull off. And Devin Mervow himself is still a junior. Ooh, now an awkward little slip there with Devin at the top, and I don't know that he's going to be able to lock that opener out. Yeah, so it will be 3 reds on the first. And it was 270. So it's the heaviest attempt we had seen so far out of deadlift openers.
275 kilos, a 606 pound deadlift.
95 again.
Still going up.
Yes.
Going up.
Well, wasn't exactly how Devin wanted to open up here. And it is well below his potential. But again, it was just a little something off in the technique. Maybe the grip had started to roll out of his hands or something like that. His best deadlift all time, 320. Travis Smith wanting to take back his Michigan State 93 kilo open record in the deadlift. Starts here at 275, a little bit below that. But here it comes. This would take his total all the way to 707 and a half. Oh, that's concerning. I don't know what to do with that.
Next time, man.
Yeah, of course. Put some weight on the bar. That's exactly what they were going to say. That's what everybody likes to say when you've just hit a lift that is, you know, nearer to a PR, but people are still like, oh, well, you know, you can pull more and throw some weight on the bar. It's like, yeah, I can, but I've done all of these, you know, now 7 real heavy, hard attempts to get to this point. Mac Butzer, he's coming up, and he will open at 277.5. His best deadlift all time, 317.5. He's got a ways to go to get there. That's plus 40. Mac Butzer. Again, I am convinced.
Let's go, baby. 7, let's go.
He'll send his coach over to the table. Again, that's Miguel Mejia. Mac Butzer put the total up to 732.5 right there, with way more in the tank for the deadlift. Wow, Travis Smith is just putting in a 300 kilo second. Devin Mervow put in 295 after losing grip. Again, we speculate on his first. Alonzo White is going to jump 15, 260 to 275. Man, a lot. You can't call them YOLO pulls or, particularly aggressive, kind of crazy pulls, because they're just within range of so many things that these guys absolutely can hit when they execute the lift. Nick Ford tied a competition PR when he opened up at 210. Now he's going 12.5 beyond to 222.5. His total right now sits at 527.5. That already blew away everything he had done before at raw strengths, no frills. Had a couple of moving pieces on his setup, but he's got 3 whites. Easy. Plus 12.5 on his deadlift.
All right, I'm not going to tell you. Walk away.
Mark's loaded.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Got it.
Guys, have a great day.
Tyler Horton, 222.5 coming now. This would take him all the way up to a 570 total. Yes. That's 1,256 pounds he's getting in the range that he said he wanted to of that 1,300 total. He would need another jump like that, though, and complete that lift. And the risk is always, if you take that massive swing on your third deadlift and it's something that's a little bit less than realistic, then you could have maybe taken a little bit smaller of a jump, definitely hit it, and still added kilos to your total. Tyler did just put in, along with his coach, a 230 third attempt, so he's not going to go particularly psychotic. But even so, that 577.5 would be 1,273 in pounds. Bar loaded for Zafar. Again, we're not even going to try on the last name this time. Just know, Zafar is an animal. Zafar is pulling 240. His all-time best deadlift is 247.5. He opts for that sumo hook grip technique. This is stickier this time. This is slower this time. Ooh, the bar came popping out of the hand too. You wonder, did he keep it on his hands long enough with the down command? Yes. Breathe a sigh of relief. That's huge. So far, good on 240. You chalk the hands aggressively to not let that bar slip out. Even then, the pain and sometimes the pure difficulty, depending on the size of your hands and if you're sweaty and things like that, will all make holding on to that deadlift, no matter even what grip you choose, will just make it a little bit tougher when you get towards the end of the day. And of course, the last kind of thing that, or the first thing that kind of tends to go when you're very systemically fatigued in the day, later on in the day, tends to be grip strength. Hunter, Thomas, Norman needs 3 names. Why? He's simply too strong for 2. This would take him all the way up to 630 kilos on his total. This is 247.5. The back rounded off of the floor. I don't think anybody told him that you're not supposed to be able to finish that. It's funny, the hips kind of came forward. Did they come all the way back and lock out? Yes. Wow. There was quite a while in the middle of that lift. You thought, okay, probably not. When you see that background right away off the floor, again, the leverages get a little bit worse to complete the lift, to even impart your maximum force. and then some people just have more in the tank. They just find it somehow. They recenter themselves. Sometimes it's just a mental game even. Evan Saifan pulling 255 on the second. Convincing. 255 on his second after the 20-kilo jump. Probably thinking, yeah, we can go further. Those gold sponsors, we can't thank them enough. A7, Notorious Lift, and Eleco, allowing us to do what we do, man. It's been special. Here at Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2. Oh, so many state records. Oh, so many massive PRs. Just a bunch of monsters all around. Joe Larger, 265. All-time best deadlift, 275, so he could take that or beyond. Oh, boy, at the knees, tricky. Now you're probably going to see him retake. 5 reds is the call. Alonzo White, that's what he wants. Again, we'll do the math for you. Each pair of red plates is 50 kilos. That Rogue Ohio Power Bar is 20. And those competition collars are 2.5 kilos apiece for 5 total. Add it all up, 275 kilos loaded for Alonzo White. Now, his all-time best deadlift is 285, but you can expect that he is going to pull something asinine for his third, especially if this floats. Whatever the number ends up being, it's probably going to be ridiculous for this guy. Again, most of his training was performed with hook grip for this competition prep. He's gone back to that mixed where you're going to see the right hand under and the left hand over. 275 for Alonzo White. Lean back and down. An infectious smile. There's a different energy that this guy brings. Another one of those raw strength trainees and a University Nationals competitor with Powerlifting America. That's a 710 total for Alonzo. Already PR'd that total by 10. Okay, but how much more is he going to put in? Because you know it's going to be a whole lot more. Alex Kelsey, 277.5. This guy's ridiculous in every way. This is 611.8 pounds. What were you doing at the age of 17? And you just know he's got so much more in the tank. I mean, he doesn't have to say it. He doesn't have to be performative. He doesn't have to scream and shout. He knows what he is. Really not a whole lot more to say. Devin Mervow, he's now loading 295. His all-time best is 320. Don't really expect him to take that for a third, although this is a 25 jump. Devin Mervow on his second at 295. He went a little bit quick, but I think he just got the quick down command. Got it. So maybe he could still take that 320 if he wants to do another 25 kilo jump. It would be linear, even though those jumps are really big. He thought, yeah, that could still happen.
I'll try something big.
Mac Butzer has 655.9 on the bar.
Let's go, man.
Guys. So sorry, you couldn't quite see it, but Mac Butzer just pulled that 297.5 plus 20. Again, his all-time best pull is 317.5. Got a little bit of ways to go to get there. That is 700 pounds even. That's one of those numbers that everybody just knows as a benchmark. Yeah, if you get that 317.5. Travis Smith, 300 kilos. That barrier is sometimes more mental than it is physical. This is plus 2.5 over his all-time best. Competed at Classic Open Nationals, pulled 297.5 there. One of the most outstanding deadlifters in the state of Michigan, really across the country, among all 93-kilo competitors. Travis Smith, 300 kilos going down. And he's still got another attempt. Don't worry. I'm so concerned. That's so scary. So he might go beyond 700 pounds too. He might have to.
These guys are going to give it their all, so I want to hear you give it your all right?
Travis Smith just said 320. I know I heard him right. That's insane. 705 pounds.
On deck, I need Nick.
Tyler Horton might come up a hair short of the goal that he had set of a 1,300-pound total for himself, but this is 577.5 kilos. This is still 1,273 in pounds, roughly. Nick Ford on deck. Zafar in the hole. Everybody from this point onward, 4 reds or more. '93 junior, 230 kilos on the bar at 507. Tyler Horton. You got to exaggerate that lockout. You got to flick the belt. You got to turn and see the lights, and he did everything perfect.
Up next, 500.
Tyler Horton will polish off the day with the 9 for 9. 205 squat, 142.5 bench. That leaps out at me. Hello, that's a fantastic number. And a 230 deadlift as a 93 raw junior. Nick Ford came in with a best deadlift of 210. Now he says, forget all of that noise. This is 232.5, and I want it bad. And he's going to do what it takes. Did he get that down command? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think he was kind of browning out a little bit, if not quite blacking out. He's got that look that says, man, I could have passed out right there. You wonder if he was just holding that and completely lights out. That's entirely possible. Wow. Nick Ford slapped on 22.5 keys. All right, we'll try it one more time here just for Zafar as a personal favor. Zafar Abduvokadov. This would put his total all the way up to 687.5. That would add 30 keys. Had a little bit of a grip issue. Got one red light on the down command here. But this is pulling for a lifetime deadlift PR of 2.5. Zafar's got PRs on everything else. Can he PR the deadlift 2 today? It's slow. It's sticky. It's grindy. It's not quite there by a hair. That will put him down to just 677.5. I'm told that is still fantastic at the age of 17. Congrats to Zafar. And he's going to come up and give handshakes with everybody. Great job.
So I'm at 250 right now. And I go.
Bars loaded. Evan Saifan, you just saw Zafar Abduvokadov miss at 250. Evan at 260. See if Evan's hair gives him a boost. Polish off that 260. Lean back. And lights. Camera action. Evan Saifan, a 260 pole. Folks, these are juniors. These are just beyond their teen years. And there are so many of these guys with ridiculous deadlifts. Alex Kelsey coming up is the sub-junior who wants 285. You try and stop yourself from laughing, and you kind of just can't sometimes. You say, what? You say, what? He pulls 628 pounds conventional as a 17-year-old sub junior? Yeah, yes, he does. Joe Larger is going to retake here at 265. Came to the knees last time. He's at those knees again. It's tricky. It's sticky. And Joe is just larger than all of his problems. Bingo. Everyone is going to know Alex Kelsey's name really soon. I'm trying to tell you, if you're following some of the best up-and-coming stars, not even 20, our head referee Ryan says for Alex Kelsey. Yeah, try 17. Try a sub-junior. Junior, that goes from 20 to 23. Sub-juniors, 17 years of age. Alex Kelsey, 285. He's got no competition around here, and he's still pulling for the 285. Alex Kelsey to add on 17 and a half to the all-time best deadlift, the grip. I think that's going to be what did him in, was just the grip. Wait a minute. Forget it. He got 2-1. So his hand must have stayed on it enough. Wow. 285 kilos. Once again, that's 628.3 pounds. Every single time this guy's out here, he smashes his all-time bests in just about everything. He missed on his final 2 benches. Okay, that was what it was. He did not in any way let that rock him, and he comes and adds 17 and a half on his deadlift. His total to 622 and a half over his best total coming in from Umbra Classic 3 months ago at 592 and a half. That's plus 30. Alonzo White gets everybody fired up, as he does. He's going to pull that 297 and a half. Alonzo looking to add 12 and a half to his all-time best. Already got the PR total. It's not about that. It's about heart. It's about digging a little bit deeper. It's about getting everything he can out of the day. Alonzo White, 297 and a half. It's stuck at the knees, and he gave it absolutely everything. Talk about emptying the tank. Alonzo goes and shares an embrace there with his good friend Chris Noble, a fantastic Powerlifting United competitor primarily now at this point, but also another one of those trainees at Raw Strength in Kalamazoo. Mac Butzer will in fact pull for PR here. 317 and a half was his previous best, had already cracked that 700-pound barrier. Here, bump it up just a little bit more, 705, why don't you? Missed his third bench, put him a little bit behind, but this would be a 775 total and a plus 20 to that total all-time for Mac Butzer. 320 kilos is not supposed to move like that! Well, in fairness, he said it better than we ever could. Are you not entertained? You thought that was great, right? As did I, as did everybody else. Travis Smith says, okay, I think I can do that too. Mac Butzer is one weight class up. Travis Smith is a 93. Mac Butzer is a 105. However, Mac also a junior, and Travis 30 years of age in the open. Travis Smith's all-time best deadlift, 297 and a half coming in. He's already hit that 300. He's got more in the tank. How much more? Is it all the way up to 320? Let's find out now. Travis Smith wants to take back that 93-kilo Michigan state record here for Powerlifting America. It's the West Michigan Classic 2. It's one more pull for the history. Travis Smith at 320 kilos. to take his total all the way up to 752.5. It would make a tremendous leap. Travis Smith, 320. Oh, in the grip. One more time, it comes out of the hands. Again, the fatigue of the day cumulatively, plus all of the training that it took to get to this point, and all of those deadlifts in very close to PR-ish range, those all add up and they all hit you at once here on meet day when you're at that very last of all 9 attempts. It's exactly what I think had just hit Travis right there. It's still a 732.5. He still has a big 17.5 total PR. Devin Mervow has just loaded 332.5. His all-time best coming in was 320. I mean, this is absurd even for Devin, who came in with an 845 best total. This would take him all the way to 865. Devin Mervow, he did what? You're just not supposed to be able to do that. The best individual lift of the entire day. This guy missed at 270 on his opener on grip. Goes 62.5 beyond and hits 332.5 as a 93 junior. Yeah, we're going to be out of words. The superlatives have long since left us. Devin Mervow, 332.5. I mean, if you need the conversions, you probably don't, because you can just see that it's heavier than anything else that anybody's lifted, but that is 733 pounds on the dot.
By like a lot. At least.
Oh, boy. Everybody, catch your breath, recenter, and now it's time for Flight D. Tyler Simons will open with 165 kilos on the barbell. His competition best is 172.5. Except the spoon. A really, really narrow grip there with the sumo and the hook grip. Tyler's got that opener. He could take the PR on the second. It's definitely within range. 172.5. That's his current personal best. That was set at the USAPL. Strong enough. Again, Tyler takes 2 years off from competing, and when he shows back up here, he's just stronger than ever.
Hey, keep your outfit going.
Bars loaded!
Yes. Nice, you got it. You got it, girl. Big fingers.
Bars loaded, Roger Tanis. Roger will open at 170. Tyler Simons just put in 177.5. Roger did miss on his third bench, has had a pretty much perfect day besides. Tyler Simons is also working on a perfect day himself, cooking up a 462.5 total so far. He is well beyond 1,000 pounds and has PR'd already on the squat and bench by a whole bunch, and will take a PR on his second deadlift of 177.5. Roger Tanis just put in a big jump for himself. Why not? He's been doing that. 195. Jason Tunstall.
Let's do it!
Jason's best deadlift, that is, coming into today was 210. And now he opens here at 190.
Jason going for 418 pounds.
Bumped the bar a little bit forward of him. Now he pulls it back in and just abolishes that first. Again, Jason Tunstall is coached by Michael Bress of Bress and Barbell. That guy knows a few things about training lifters. Michael Bress himself is a fantastic competitor with a best competition dots of 476.87. Guy squats 260. He benches over 400 pounds and has a nearly 300 kilo deadlift himself, does Michael Bress. Yeah, he knows how to train lifters. There's Bryce Miner at 200 kilos for his opener. Bryce has had a lot of real easy, real light openers. It was 170 on his squat, 120 on his bench. There is 200 on his deadlift, and he's like, yeah, maybe we'll start loading some weights. See if he puts in a fairly big jump in that, 15 to 20 kilo range. That wouldn't surprise us at all. Matt Farr up next. He's been working on a great day himself. For Matt Farr, 205 is his PR. Opening 5 kilos under. That's a very good sign. Real deliberate, slow setup for himself. And he'll opt with the sumo hook grip. Ooh, that crawled off the floor. I was kind of surprised to see that. But then the whole mid-range of the lift, he had 0 issues. Cooking on that whole mid-range.
Need to get into it. Yep. Yep. Agreed. Okay, go away. This is my pointer. I see that.
Christopher Bravo steps up next. His best deadlift, 225. His opener here, 205. But he's been right along those PR kind of totals where if he just continues to stay the course exactly as he has been, he should be almost perfectly in line with his last performance from the Umbra Classic. Christopher entered that one also as a 120 and a 555 total for him. A really quick setup. That guy wastes 0 time in pulling. And 205 is good on the opener.
227.5.
Jake Pace came over towards the end of the flight C deadlifts, and Jake said, yeah, I've got a groin that's not feeling so hot. I'm going to lower my deadlift opener. That doesn't mean that he has to lower the top end per se, although if it's not feeling so great, yeah, he might choose to. We'll see. This will take him all the way to a 650 total to begin with, but his ceiling, was definitely more than that. And he did miss on his third bench at 180. Still, it starts here on the very first. 225, that's 4 reds. Well, so it must not be bothering him too bad, we would jokingly say. But again, we don't have to lift today. None of us over at the table have to worry about that. Nicholas Kuiper coming up. Nicholas's best total coming in was 602.5. He would blow this away with just his deadlift opener all the way to 620. Still, you'd like to have the PRs across all 3 if you could get them. 232 is his deadlift opener, and his best deadlift of all time is 240. You'll probably see him take a all-time best deadlift on his second attempt. Nick Kuiper, 232.5 to start. And money.
4 reds and a white. 4 reds and a white.
3:23 p.m. here, folks, and we are finally on our final lights. Don't say that 3 times fast. Michael Carter and then Lee Kenyon, as long as his wife hasn't gone into labor yet, will be joining us as the last deadlifter of our final flights. Michael Carter, 235, big opener for him. Lee Kenyon on deck, 245. And then we'll turn it back over to Tyler Simons at the top, who will pull for a lifetime PR on the platform. Michael Carter Jr. Deliberate in the setup and unlimited power in the execution. A 620 total. That's where it sits right now, but you know there's plenty more to be had, whether it's 250, 255, 260. Any of those could be somewhere around his top end. Again, coached by Rudy Harbin and the Harbin Barbell Squad. They are well represented today. Harbin Barbell sees Michelle Leto, Michael Carter Jr., Erica Robinson, and Ashley Hoover all competing under that team today. Lee Kenyon, a storied powerlifting career, looks to keep writing another chapter, and he can tell all about that time that, hey, I knew that my wife was real close on giving birth, and I still showed up, and I still smashed some iron. Lee Kenyon, good on his opener at 245. His all-time best deadlift, 275.
Actually, pay attention when you're doing this.
All right, back up to the top with Tyler Simons at Ty_Cy on Instagram. Great time to check him out. And when you go back and you watch this again and you show all your friends and family and, you know, people you meet randomly on the street that you flag down and say, hey, watch my friend do some cool powerlifting, go and tell them at Ty_Cy. Lifetime PR of 5 kilos right here. Has PR'd everything else already. Guides all those others to this strength treasure. But along the way, he finds it for himself. Tyler Simons. On the lights. Bingo. Already PR'd across all 3 lifts and still 1/3 deadlift to be had. Tyler Simons has just put in 182.5. That's 5 kilos more for his third. Roger Tanis at 195. Roger is, still as smooth as ever. That really hasn't changed from his very first squat attempt all the way through. Every single lift, that is, looks so technically perfect.
What do I do? I can go 215.
All right, Jason Tunstall out for a second, and it is 2:05. It is 5 behind his lifetime best. You're telling me he doesn't have at least 5 in the tank there? Lockout was a little bit tricky. Sometimes it is literally just the size of heavier competitors' legs that will naturally impede and must sort of naturally impede their lockout, especially when you see the mixed grip competitors where they have one pronated and one supinated hand or one over and one under. We call that the mixed grip. That hand that is pronated really will tend to run into the thighs and make lockout more difficult. Matt Farr pulls at 2:05, put everything he had into a second. You wonder, did he empty the tank? But it evens his personal best. Already told us that, his second attempt was real heavy and harder than he wanted. Rather, already told us that about his first, and I'm sure he would say the same about the second. You wonder, is he going to take the smallest jump that he can, being 207.5, that is. It's his prerogative to load what he wants. But boy, had to really fight for that 205. Bryce Minor at 225. Hello. Big 25 kilo jump for him. This is 4 reds. Man, such a quick and technically perfect setup. Guy wasted 0 movement at all. The moment that his hands are on the barbell and his hips are at the proper height to pull, he pulls. Got no issue with that. Christopher Bravo is going to pull for PR on his second. Wow. 227.5 he puts in. That's 501 pounds. 225 kilos. That was his best deadlift coming in, or about 496. Sets his hips. He'll pull quick too. Bar rolled a little bit on his left hand. I think the grip was plenty good enough. And he pulls for PR on the second. Nice. Christopher Bravo says he wants just 2.5 more. Other third attempts that we've seen put in. Roger Tanis, 215. Jason Tunstall, 215. That would be a PR. Matthew Farr, 210. That'll also be a PR. Christopher Bravo wants plus 2.5 to his. Big numbers all around. Nick Kuiper. Here he is, pulling for 10 PR of his own. Now he's got it, and he knows he's got more, and that was plus 17.5 on that jump. Wow. Well, so I wonder, as he just put in a 17.5 jump, and it almost seemed like it got easier, if he might go really kind of asinine. Wow, 272.5. He's going to jump 22.5. I'd say that qualifies. Michael Carter Jr. at 250. 250 kilos, that's 551.2 pounds. Roughly, these are all approximations, folks, but hey, we're doing our best. And with the low top Vans, this guy's unlimited potential. Michael Carter Jr. weighed in at 172 kilos today. His total currently 635. Yeah, but I expect to, maybe see another 15 thrown on there because I was strongly convinced by that 250. Lee Kenyon II appears to be okay in terms of not having to depart early and the wife not quite in labor yet. That's good news because we get to see at least one more monster pull. 265. It would put him in PR range. 2 on his third. 275 is that PR. Find out here. 265. Big veteran grinds. They know how to do it. They know that their techniques is not going to break down. It's just so perfectly well ingrained from all these decades under the bar. And good second pull at 265.
Keep it even.
Tyler Simons, one more chance to add on to his total. One more leap of 5 kilos. He's got 182.5 on the bar. Already squatted this successfully. Had a ridiculous grind to get there. Had a grind that you thought there's no way. And then he starts shaking his head halfway through because he saw, yeah, I got this. Tyler Simons would go from 430 for his best competition total all the way up to 480 with a squat and a deadlift over 400 pounds. Here it goes. Tyler Simons. Tyler, what more's in that tank when you empty it out? Maybe got everything that he could have gotten out of the day. Maybe if you go 2.5 under that to just 180, perhaps that third could have been there. It is difficult, again, with those larger competitors and the absolutely massive legs, the way that their hands tend to run into their legs, especially those who pull sumo. It's an issue that Tyler runs into now from time to time after his transition up to the 105 kilo class. Matt Farr pulling for a 5 kilo lifetime PR here. It's 210 on the bar. And it's sticky. You break it off the floor, yes, but then By the time that bar hasn't gotten to the knees and you've already started to grind, the likelihood of really finding that second gear and then turning it into, a third and fourth gear as it begins to get past the midway point, not super high. You never know until you pull on it. You never know, really, until it is all the way locked out. And even then, sometimes you don't exactly know. Because there's questions of, okay, we're both hips fully locked, we're both knees fully locked. We've seen, a few things here and there red lighted for lifts that we thought were pretty good looking. Roger Tanis, 215. Like one more opener. Positively perfect. Perfection. I mean, you could just watch that forever. It's so pretty. And he will polish off a 500-kilo debut. Roger Tanis, fantastic showing for him. Again, he's one of those who could have entered as a Masters competitor at the age of 41 here, but thought, yeah, you know what? Forget it. Let's go open. Let's get the best competition that we possibly can. Jason Tunstall, he calls out, he says, let me hear you, all of you. This is +5 on the lifetime best deadlift. Already got the PR total secured. 215. Came up quick. 215. Can he lock it? It's not quite there yet. And it's, not quite there at the end, too. Gives a bow. Absolutely earned the right to do that. Oh, Jason Tunstall. The patience, the fact that his technique never broke down, it's all incredible in its own ways. We are nearing the final pulse. Christopher Bravo, 230. Bryce Minor, 240. Michael Carter Jr., 262.5. Nick Kuiper, 272.5. And Lee Kenyon has put in 275. Christopher Bravo pulling for PR here of just 2.5 more. And he had more to it, too. Yes, he did. From the Umbra Classic just 3 months ago, this guy has added a ton of strength, and it shows up big time in the total. That takes him up to a 562.5 total. It's +7.5 to his lifetime best. Now Bryce Minor taking another fairly big jump here from the second to the third, 225 to 240. Bryce Minor, 562.5. That's the total that's on the line if Bryce is able to knock this down right here. Very first gym competition. Bryce Minor. Yeah, I mean, he's looking around like, oh, wait a minute. That's it? That's the third? Yeah, I just heard somebody say that. I think it was one of our spotters say, are you sure that was your third attempt? Wow. 240. It just means the guy's got so much better to still get. Bryce Minor at 25 years of age, around that time when if you continue to train from there again for another 10 years, you can continue late into the 30s or even all the way up to the 40s, hitting those lifetime PRs. You really, really can, and you've seen so much evidence of it with fantastic Masters competitors all day long that we've had, as old as 70 with Gary Erdman on the bench. Michael Carter Jr. wants 262.5. Why not? This is 578 pounds on the bar. Tremendous strength. The bar's left off on every single attempt. Is he going to get that lockout too? You bet. Every attempt that guy had on everything moved oh so quickly. His third bench came off the chest super quick. It ended up stalling. But that last deadlift puts him up to a 647.5 total and still moved swift. Nick Kuiper He is going to pull a 600-pound deadlift, his best from just about 10 months ago at Raw Strength's No Frills meet, also a Powerlifting America sanctioned event, was 240. Less than a year, and he wants to throw on 32.5 kilos. I'm not going to tell him he can't do it. You're not going to tell him he can't do it, because you have to just believe. Faith and trust in oneself and all the work it took to get here. Nick just stalled at the very end. Nearly could have flayed his knee open too. We'll have to take that 250 second pull and blissfully, maybe mercifully, it's time for the final deadlift. Lee Kenyon, 275. Yeah, it does sound again like he will be a new father today. We hope that labor has held off, because Lee's like, hold on, I got one more real important thing to do here, and it's 275 kilos. That's all I want. This will put him all the way up to a 710 total. A master's lifter, 41 years of age, Lee Kenyon. Let's just put an exclamation point on the day and go just a little over 606 pounds. Oh, maybe the back wouldn't have it today. Yeah, well, the guy's got bigger things on his mind than powerlifting, but a tremendous showing that he made too. And he will end up with a 700 kilo even. And that was Powerlifting America's West Michigan Classic 2. Good news is we've still got awards. We're going to have, as our meet director Alicia Lewis is telling you, we're going to have right about 5 minutes or so to just get the bar and the deadlift platform and the deadlift jack and things out of the way. And then we'll have the presentation of all of our awards. You really don't want to go anywhere because there's so many of these to be awarded, and we need to celebrate all of these fabulous competitors across so many different age divisions and weight classes and this and that and the other. And if you still want to see the presentation of your favorite lifters awards, well, just stick around with us, because you'll be able to watch it right here on Powerlifting America Michigan's YouTube channel. That's just about everything that we got for you for the day. We'll maybe go and pick out a few of our best performances and our favorite individual lifts and things. Let's talk about some of the 9 for 9s. Alexis Bergsma was one of those who started off in Flight A with that. She had a 322.5 total. Christine Cranford PR'd her total big time, 352.5 for her before Powerlifting America Nationals. Collegiate Nationals, that is. She pulled a deadlift PR as well of 157.5, threw on 5. Ariana Edwards with the best deadlift of Flight A at 192.5. Our meet director here, Allie Lewis, getting in the camera frame. Everybody's debating now, okay, who's going to get in the picture and who's going to be out of it. Brian, our head referee, getting a hug here. Double biceps, of course, you have to. Obligatory pose. Tegan Betzold as well went 9 for 9. You had just a single 9 for 9 out of Flight B, and that was Corey Perderis, your one equipped Masters 1 with a 482.5 total. He PR'd his total. Evan Saifan, a absurd 657.5 as a 93 junior. Zafar Abduvokadov, he PR'd his squat, as well as a 177.5 bench. That's 391 pounds and change. And again, at just 17 years of age, he's a sub-junior. Mac Butzer, 775. Devin Mervow, 865. And the heaviest individual lift of the entire day, 332.5 on his final deadlift. And that was a 37.5 jump. Alonzo White took a big swing. He still has a 710 total to his credit. He'll be second among those men's raw junior 93s and raw open 93s. Nick Ford goes 8 out of 9. The only attempt that he missed was timed out. 9 for 9 for Tyler Horton, 577.5, 622.5. Alex Kelsey with a 285 deadlift, unsurprisingly a state record. Roger Tanis, nearly 9 for 9, just missed on his third bench. A 9 for 9 for Christopher Bravo, plus PRs. And 7.5 total added. Jake Pace had to scratch his last couple of deadlifts. We didn't even mention him. However, he will be the top finisher among the Raw Open 105s. And Tyler Simons, 8 for 9 there. Hit PRs across the board on all three lifts after 2+ years off of the platform. And a 475 total for him. That's plus 35, rather plus 45 is lifetime best total. Don't want to shortchange him. Plus Lee Kenyon with hopefully a newborn baby too. Well, maybe not quite a newborn baby to go home to, but we can't thank him enough for sticking around and putting on a fantastic 700 kilo performance. Now we promise that's all we have for you. We're going to step away and just let it ride. Going to let you watch and get the authentic sights and sounds here of awards and then be out of here real shortly after. It has been a pleasure, Tanner White. And this is the Powerlifting America West Michigan Classic 2 live from Unreal Fitness in Grand Rapids.
Okay, Victor, we are ready to get started with awards here. We are going to start with our ladies.
Okay.
All right, I was told you can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Is this loud enough? All right, hang on. All right, can you hear me now? Is this good? Are we good? I'll try to be loud. All right, guys, we're going to get started with awards. Starting with women's Raw Juniors, 63 kg. First place, Christine Cranford.
It's as loud as it can be.
All right, everyone, quiet down so the lifters can hear what's going on. We are announcing awards right now, and the speakers are as loud as they go. So, we'll do women's Raw Junior again, 63 kg. First place, Christine Cranford. All right, up next we have women's Raw Junior, 76 kg. In third place, Tegan Betzold. Second place, Allison Perna. And in first place, Madison Newberry. Awesome job, ladies. For women's Raw Junior, 84 kg plus. In second place, Shauna Stoneburner. And in first place, Sherry Wallace. Great job, ladies. For women's Raw Masters 2, 63 kg. First place, Michelle Ladle.
coming. She's coming.
All right, women's Raw Masters 3, 69 kg. First place, Beth McCauley.
All right, Beth.
Great job, Beth. She's leaving like a bunch of state records today as well.
All right, Beth.
All right, we're going to move on to the women's Raw Open class, 47 kg class. First place, Kathleen Allegretto. Kathleen Allegretto. All right, women's Raw Open, 69 kg, Beth McCauley. First place.
Okay, Beth. That's my grandmother. Okay, Beth. Oh, woo!
Women's Raw Open 76 kg class. First place, Alexis Bergsma.
Oh, sorry.
Women's Raw Open 84 kg class. In second place, Ashley Woodbury.
They're working on it.
And in first place, Erica Robinson. All right, Women's Raw Open 84 plus. In second place, Shauna Stoneburner.
Go, Donna.
And in first place, Ariana Edwards.
All right, Ariana. Woo! All right, Ariana. Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Woo! All right. Double bye. Double bye. Double bye.
Yeah.
Double bye.
Bye.
That's right. That's right.
All right,
Good job,
Women's Raw Masters 3, bench only, Beth McCauley.
Okay, Greg. Okay.
All right, we're going to move on to the men now. So we're going to start with the men's equipped Masters 1, 93 kg. First place, Corey Pagayas.
Prestige 2.
Did we leave? All right. All right, we're going to do the men's juniors. So men's raw junior, 83 kg. In second place, Ethan Kip. First place, Nathan Clark.
All right.
Men's raw junior, 93 kg class. In third place, Evan Saban. In second place, Alonzo White. And in first place, Devin Marvo. Men's Raw Junior 105 class. In first place, McAllen Butzer.
84. Open 80. Open 80. Thank you very much.
Moving on to the Masters divisions. Men's Raw Masters 1, 120 kg class. Joe Larger, first place. Men's Raw Masters 1, 120 plus. First place, Lee Kenyon. Men's Raw Masters 2, 93 kg class. First place, Ronald Madison. I think we actually took off already. All right, we're gonna move on to the open class. Men's Raw Open, 83 kg class. Second place, Andrew Bolcom. And in first place, Camden Frederick.
Let's go.
Men's Raw Open 93 kg class. In third place, Hunter Norman.
Yeah, buddy. Look at that stash.
In second place, Alonzo White. And in first place, Travis Smith.
Double five.
Yeah. There you go.
In Men's Raw Open 105 kg class. In third place, Nick Ford. In second place, Bryce Minor. And in first place, Men's Raw Open 120 class. In third place, Roger Tanis.
Yeah.
Right there.
In second place, Christopher Bravo. And in first place, Nicholas Kuiper.
All right, Christopher.
Yeah, Christopher!
Woo!
All right, we're gonna move on to Men's Raw Open 120 plus. In second place,
baby.
Jason
Good job.
Tunstall. And in first place, Michael Carter.
There we go. There we go. There it is. Go.
All right, now we've got a few sub-junior classes. These are guys that are under 18 years old. So the men's raw sub-junior 83 kg class. First place, Jason Pham.
Yeah. Good job. Excellent. Yeah.
Men's raw sub-junior 83 kg class. Weight 93 kg class. In first place, Alexander Kelsey.
All right. Lightweight, baby. Lightweight.
Men's raw sub-junior 120 class. In first place, Zafar.
All right. Good job.
All right, and then we've got our men's raw Masters 3 bench only 93 kg class. First place, Mark Bergsma.
Grandpa class.
All right. He makes his comeback, everybody.
Okay, we still have some best lifter prizes to give out for our open class and our juniors. Before we do that, something we've been doing this year is giving out the Eleco Sportsmanship Award. This is an award that's chosen by me and the refs and whoever else I ask. And it's kind of just, you know, in powerlifting, one of the things is community. We want to see respectful lifters, you know, having a good time, all that good stuff. Today, I'm going to give this to one of our masters lifters. He is usually on the platform as a spotter and loader. He's a great role model to the younger lifters, and I really appreciate everything he gives back to the sport. Joe Larger.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's amazing.
All right, so we're going to do junior best lifters. We had a lot of juniors registered in this meet, and our sponsor A7 was kind enough to send us some extra best lifter prizes so we could award them. So, women's junior best lifter, Sherry Wallace.
Yeah. Killing it.
Good job, girl.
Hold it up. Let's see. Let's see.
Okay, men's junior best lifter, Devin Marvo.
All right, Devin.
Yeah, buddy. Yes, sir.
Devin. Again.
Hey, go.
Good job, bud.
All right, and then we ended up with some extra prizes. So we're going to give those to the runners up for our open class best lifter. So for women's open best lifter runner up, Erica Robinson.
Let's go, Eve.
And our women's overall open class best lifter, Ariana Edwards.
No surprise there, baby. No surprise there. Hey, I got to get a picture of you and her up there, Scott. Put up on the podium, girl. Heck yeah, show it off, girl. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give it up for her. Heck yeah. She's awesome. Woo!
All right, for our men's open best lifter runner-up, Alonzo White. And our overall men's best lifter, Travis Smith.
All right, baby.
Thank you. There we go. Yeah. We'll get some later. This is
All right, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you to the lifters. Thank you to Jay and Max and Courtney from the gym that put this all on. And thank you everyone else that was part of it. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna leave the banners up here for a little bit. If you want to come get photos, you're welcome to.
Get the right medal, CC.
Wrong color. It's hard to find the left. Of course. Are you coming back, Case?
We can decide that.
I'm gonna put up. I've never been there.
great thing to do.